Oh my God. I just hit 1K.
I'm from Detroit, but my friends call me Pimp Boogie.
1K! We just hit 1K, Curvies. What's good? What's good? What's good? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let's turn this music down. I know you guys, my Curvies aren't, I guess your ears, my Curvies, are not 80s bred. I'm of the age where in the 80s, all the cars went boom. That was like the first era of people driving around with entire freaking club-like subwoofers in their cars, you guys. And they told me that if I kept it up loud with those big old subwoofers, that I was going to be hard of hearing when I got older. And I was like, no, I won't. I was young. We were having fun. And now look at me. I need my music loud. I need it loud. Because now I can't hear it unless it's a little louder. Anyway, good morning, Curvies. Thank you for coming through. You know how we're going to do it. We are about to get to the Real Housewives of Miami. Maybe we should give them that background instead. Yeah. Or what's this one looking like? We could do that one. Is that very Miami, people, or is this one more Miami? I'm thinking this one. There. That goes with Gertie's party. We have a lot to talk about today, Curvies. We are going to talk about the Real Housewives of Miami. And, of course, we're going to have to talk about news that broke, y'all, because in the Bravo sphere, there seems to be a big kerfuffle. It turns out that Tom, both the Toms, might have hooked up with Raquel. I don't know. One had a made-out session and one had a full-on, blown-out, 7-month-long affair, y'all. So we can talk about that too, but we're going to get to the Real Housewives of Miami. Let's see who's in the house. Thank you, Curvies, for coming through. I hope you can hear me okay. I hope you can hear me okay. Microphone check, microphone checker. Can you hear me now? All right. I need to get a mic. That's what we're working on next, is a great mic for over here. Because right now I just use my laptop mic, and I feel like there's a lot of, when I listen to it later, I feel like there's like, I don't know, it sounds like something else is in here besides me, but I'm the only one in here. And it like sounds like, I don't know, some little feedback or something is happening. So I want to get that together for you guys. So I come through crystal clear with my POV, with my Curvies. I hope you guys are smashing the buttons on the way in. Smash that like button, smash the subscribe button. And if you haven't already, hit that bell. You know how I like it. Ring my bell. Ring my bell. All right, so you can get notified next time your girl, Larger Curves, uploads a video. Okay? Oh, the Yeti microphone is good on Amazon. Well, I will put it on a wish list and also save up for it, y'all. So it looks like we're about to do a little roll call before we get started. Thank you, Natasha, for being the first in the house. Sarah Bay from Paris was second. Mademoiselle, just simply. And anybody else in here? Morgan D came to play. I love it. Oh my God. We need another round of applause. None other than Chef Don is in Larger Curves house, y'all. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chef Don has a channel over here in these YouTube streets. Be sure and go by and show Chef Don some love. Smash his buttons, y'all. Go through and check him out and smash his buttons. He cooks, he talks, he creates. You know what our guy did? He just had like this award show for our favorite reality stars. So yeah, he's quite the creator. He curated, I believe, and incepted this kind of like what's it called? The H223 awards for our favorite reality stars, and they just had their first annual show over there on his channel on I think it was February 27th, right, Chef? If you're still in the house, let the people know. Anyway, yes, check it out. He has lots of good content over there. So let's see. So yeah, the Yeti microphone is what we're going to be going for. I'm so glad that you guys are here with me. Yes, look, Natasha said her spidey senses went off, and she was right about Raquel. I don't know. I don't know. I'm holding my judgment about Raquel till we talk about her, because I could start with her right now. Um, I wonder if Krista Marie is going to come through and play. I hope she does. Anyway, so let's get to Real Housewives of Miami. Oh, look. Yes. Chef Don Don says, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. No worries, Chef. Just simply said it was such a good award show. Look at that. Look at that. So I'm glad to see that the people that know about Chef know about his good creative works over there. And I was very impressed. He had a whole freaking website, you guys, and you could go and vote. And then after you voted, then they had freaking the whole award schmiggle over there. It was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love creators. I love co-creating. I feel like that's my niche in life. No, thank you, Chef Don Don, for providing such an awesome platform over there at Chef Don Don in these YouTube streets. Smash his buttons, Curvies. So let's jump right into the Real Housewives of Miami, y'all. Let's see. Maybe I should do this instead. Well, that wasn't the background. Let's use the last background because it was a melting pot, you guys, right? It was a melting pot. Melting pots and meltdowns was my thumbnail for the Real Housewives of Miami. And here, I'm going to let you guys, I love a good thumbnail. So look at the thumbnail, and then this is the stuff we're talking about. Let me go back over here real quick. Take that. Stop this. That's not what I wanted to show you. So from this episode, we're going to be talking about the apologizer. The apologizer of Miami is Adriana. And then we'll talk about Lisa and Lenny and Adriana, of course, and her apologizing. And should Alexia and Marisol have forgiven her? I think they just wanted a reason to hate her, and now they got it. And so they're going to run them with it. But we'll talk about it. And then Nicole and her father's reconciliation. Wasn't that the freaking sweetest thing, you guys? Oh my God. I thought that was so freaking sweet. And then Gertie gertified the freaking finale. I was here for every minute of the melting pot party with their neon signs and their names in lights. I thought that was so sweet. Yes, Marisol always, okay. We're going to jump in. So we have Lisa, Adriana, Alexia, Marisol, Nicole, Gertie, Kiki. I was glad we didn't have to hear a lot from Larsa and Julia, right? That's our girls, right? Okay. And then we're going to go through with them. So I'm going to give a real quick, 10 minutes, and then I'm going to drop the link, and then we're all going to talk about it. Okay? So my run through. Lisa and the mother-in-law, because it started off with them in the restaurant and Lisa realizing that she has 0 allies in Miami. Not one and done. None. She doesn't have nobody except for her girlfriends and good Sally's, you guys, in the streets of Miami. She moved to Miami to be with Lenny's good cheating ass. And now he's on to the next after he knocked her up and he's leaving her with the kids. And he's just living his best life. And she has to try to keep it together and put it together. That's, hey, ladies. Ladies. Is that fair? I don't think that's fair. That man and his mother begged Lisa to have these 2 kids after she said she didn't want to. She was scared and all that stuff. They hijacked her womb via surrogate. Made her have these 2 kids with this guy, and now he's leaving her high and dry and treating her like crapola. I'm not here for it, especially after the dotted line was signed on the marriage certificate and you ensued on said marriage. It's not okay for a married man to talk his wife into having these babies and then he's on to the next. It's not okay. There should be laws in place to protect us better because I hear grown, educated men say shit like, well, did he force you to open your legs? You should have just kept your legs closed and stuff like that. Even when you're in a committed relationship, like they have zero accountability. And I just feel like Lisa, while I don't feel completely sorry for her because the writing was obviously on a wall somewhere, I just feel like she should have set herself up in a better position while she was playing house with that man. And ladies, stack some coin to the side, have your own emergency fund account, make sure your name is on all of the assets. Get a forensic accountant if you need to when the divorce things come down. Don't trust any of his associates or friends as far as being experts and lending you their advice. Get your own stuff, ladies. Okay? You guys have yoni power. Now, the yoni is power. We actually have a lot of power, but we relinquish it to these men who end up being scum freaking bags. Okay? And whether it turned out to be your husband who you find out is like playing the field with guys and girls or whatever, we need to en masse, ladies, black, white, all of us need to put the oxygen mask on us first, okay? And make sure you have your stuff someplace where you can access it. That's the lesson I got from Lisa this season. That's the lesson. And hey, Ashley Darby gave us the same lesson, huh? She's playing house with the booty grabber, said he likes to suck sausages on other men, but now all of a sudden he wanted to sue somebody that said he wants to suck the last sausage because he had to pay for it. That's a lie. I guess the lie is that he had to pay for it. Anyway, allegedly. So Lisa is a buyer beware PSA for all the ladies. If it's shiny and he has a lot of money and he smells good and then he talks you out of your what you know is best for you, Lisa knew she didn't want no kids with that man. And he talked her into it along with the help of his mother, who Lisa thought was her friend. But now I'm feeling like it was a total manipulation thing going on, where she knew that she needed a friend to help her talk her into getting these kids via surrogate so that their bloodline can go on. Hello? The plot is real, you guys. The plot is real. And Lisa is a buyer beware PSA. Ladies, have your own stuff. Men, have your own stuff. Have a little grab bag. You know how we're supposed to have an emergency. So I'm in California. Okay, there it was. I'm in California, and you know, we're prone to earthquakes out here. We're supposed to have an emergency ready bag in a good location that we can reach easily so that if there's a huge earthquake, we can grab and go, you guys. Every person needs that in their personal life, in their relationships. You need your grab and go bag. Okay, you never know when things are going to change. You never know when you're going to find out that you were sleeping next to Jeffrey Dahmer. You never know when you're going to find out that you were sleeping next to Lenny. You never know when you're going to find out that you were sleeping next to a Michael Darby. You never know. And you need your grab and go bag, people. Have your own money, have your own place to go via your name on deeds of assets. Don't you be the one stuck in an Uber because your name wasn't on the car. Don't you be the one stuck in a teeny tiny condo because he didn't put your name on the house. If it's in a trust, you better have your name in the trust somewhere. If it's in an LLC, you better have access to the LLC. Okay? That's my lesson from Lisa. What are you guys thinking? I'm thinking that that's a great lesson. Then we're going to go over to, I really like next, the Nicole and her father reconciling. Now, this is a buyer beware PSA for time is of the essence. Be vulnerable with the people in your life sooner. Take a chance. Try it. Go up to the people in your life that are in your life by circumstance, not by choice, and let them know that you're in pain from what they've done. Let them know that the way that they're showing up in your life, you're questioning that shit. Like, what did I do to make you leave me? Nicole never even asked that question. She's a full-on grown anesthesiologist living in an 8,000 square foot mansion in Miami, telling people what to do, how many doses to take, how many cc's they need. And she had never even had the conversation with her father. Hey, Dad, what happened? Why'd you have to leave me? You know, I've been feeling like it's my fault, Dad. Is there anything that you could like shed light on this? Like, I'm in pain. It's devouring my soul, Dad. I've missed you for all these years. You were the apple of my eye, Dad. Right? Be vulnerable with the people in your life. That's Nicole's lesson to me. Because now it still seems like it's been what, 20 years? It's been over a decade that she spent releasing cortisol into her body from the anger she's had against her father. And all they needed was a nice mediated conversation via somebody that had their best interest at heart. And that was that friend. I don't even know what her good Sally's name was, y'all. But Nicole had a good Sally that sat her and her dad down on that huge ass deep couch. That's one thing. You guys, you know what? I'm learning about how much stuff costs. Okay. And quality couches on these shows that we watch are super deep. Did you notice how far cushions go back on expensive ass couches? Like your feet never touch the ground unless you want them to on a very expensive couch, because you can practically lay down in the cushion. It's so far back. Like everything's a Chase Lounge in the house. And then the Chase Lounge is 2 Chase Lounges. It's amazing. I love a deep seated couch. Love it. Okay. So I love that her good Sally came over and was able to mediate a conversation. And I love that her dad is on this. Wasn't he sober for the whole thing? And I love that Nicole was vulnerable and open, even though she didn't really face him because she was ready for his bullshit. Her body language, like she had her shoulder to him the whole time. But hey, that's what happens when you're in pain. Hurt people, you guys. And if you don't want to be a hurt people, let the pain out by being vulnerable. Let people know who you are. Let them have your pain. Give it away. You don't need that shit. Give it away. Let it go. Release it. Move on. Because now she's wasted all this time. Now her dad's this old ass man who knows what health things he has going on. And now her new guilt is, dang, I wasted so much time. Time is of the essence, but I'm so thankful for the embrace that her and her dad shared and felt. But even that, she still gave him side cheek. Like she's still a little not trusting of him. She's still on guard, and that's fine. But at least she let a wall down. There are a couple bricks missing in her brick house, okay? And I loved it. Let's keep on moving on. And then we're going to go, what did Larsa do? Nothing. Oh, Julia and Martina Navratilova's little dinner out. That was cute. I felt like that waiter was trying to get at Julia for a split second, y'all. I felt like he thought that Martina was the mom, and he was going to focus on the cute young daughter and flirt with her until they made it obvious that they were in a relationship. Did anybody else see that? Did anybody else feel like that waiter came in a little oozing of like, I'm going to get me a big fat tip from this beautiful woman? Anyway, I thought that was cute. I was glad that Julia didn't have to eat quail eggs all season. It's always nice to see her and Martina out. I kind of felt like the whole let's adopt a baby was random and maybe for a storyline, but since we didn't get to see a lot of its development, maybe it was real. But now for us to get to the finale and Julia be like, I don't need a baby, I still have my kids. I'm like, okay, I'm okay, Julia. First you needed a baby to focus on, and now your kids are enough, but it also just happens to be the finale. Okay, is that what the people were talking about? You're a pick me, Julia, and you wanted everybody to pick you because of the baby storyline? I don't know. But I like Julia. I like that she's going to be modeling. I like that she's not eating around goats every day, but she does her yoga with them. You know, I had to put the goat in the thumbnail. Let me show you guys. Right down there with the barracuda. One last hurrah from the goat. And the goat, she was doing goat yoga. That was so cute. Okay, and so that was Julia. It wasn't a lot of stuff, but they did seem to want to get a little frisky, which honestly I couldn't envision in a way that got me off. I'm not sure why, but I don't know. I kind of can't imagine, like, I just can't. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Sometimes I look at like girl on girl and I'm like, ooh, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know. They just don't ooze sexy to me. You know, like I feel like maybe they do more spooning and cuddling, which is cute. I love a good cuddle night. I love it. Do what you can to keep it hot in your relationships. That's what Julia is teaching us. You're gonna do what you can. She's a buyer beware PSA for doing what you can in your relationship to keep it hot, whether it's getting a new baby, whether it's making more time for frisky, whether it's having more animals and a wider farm, whatever it's going to do so that you can bring it home hot to the one you love, do that. Okay. So now we're going to move on. We're almost through to, I guess we'll go to Larsa. I don't really even know what she did this episode. I'm just glad the season's over and I don't have to indulge with her anymore. Because Larsa, I don't feel like she really gave a lot this season. She was a great, did I do that? Pot stirrer. She has zero accountability, zero remorse. And the way she was continuing to make fun of Adriana after everybody decided that Adriana's real problem is that she's hurting, she's scared, and she's alone. And then, so she was being vulnerable with the people in her life, like I just said, Nicole said for us to be, right? But then Larsa's evil ass has to take that and fake it. She has to plump it up. She had to put a filler in. She had to like BBL it, okay? So Larsa's buyer beware thing is don't be a fake ass, okay? Because that was some fake ass shit, Larsa, you did in this episode where you're pretending and getting other two people to pretend to be there for Adriana and just blow smoke up her ass. And so you get the fake ass award for the season. And I wasn't even trying to go in on Larsa, but that was some fake ass shit. And I'm not here for it. And she can keep her fakeness and her fillers and her butt injections and whatever else she has going on over there. She didn't bring anything to the season over here. I don't care that her name is Larsa Pippen. I don't care that she's dating this dude that's her ex-husband and father of her children's arch nemesis enemy. That's tacky ass shit. That's tacky. That's tacky. That's tacky. That's a little on the same level of Sando and Rocky allegedly getting together and of Schwartz and Raquel making out. Like, Larsa was totally married to Scottie Pippen for years, had his kids out of her womb. Her butt wasn't as big back then, but now it is. And now she's dating the son of Michael Jordan, who's the arch nemesis of Scottie Pippen, who in his own book said that he didn't have it for Michael like that because he felt like Michael only ever used him. And Larsa's moral compass and selfish meter is so self-centered that she is all in, jumping on this son. Like, so when she was married to Scottie Pippen, y'all, Michael Jordan's son was a baby. When she was married to Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan's son was a baby. He was coming to the games and stuff though, right? So was she coveting him all the way since then? There's, like Tamron Hall said, did anybody see the interview with Larsa and Tamron Hall this week? It was fantastic. Now, I'm not usually on Tamron Hall's tip, but that was excellent questioning of a trollop. I was here for every cringeworthy moment of that Tamron Hall interview where she grilled her. She's like, how could you do that? Like, I'm not seeing it. Like, you're a beautiful woman. You could have anybody you want. But somebody made a great point in the comments of that clip is that he's actually the keeper. He's young. He's a bajillionaire. He has access to everything. Why is he messing with Dusty Crotch? Dusty fake booty Dusty Crotch. Like, where's his self-esteem? Or is he doing it to get back at Scottie Pippen on behalf of his dad, and she's allowing herself to be used and she don't even see it, talking about, well, you know, we motivate each other and we really like each other. And, you know, I know it's like people from our friend group, cough, cough, Schwartz and Raquel, but, you know, we're our own people and I'm not really here to talk about that. I just, you know, but we really like each other and we're just having time. No, Larsa, it's tacky. It looks trifling. You know what? I don't know how you'd feel if Michael Jordan started dating your daughter. How would you feel, Larsa? You'd probably be like, oh, this is so great. Oh my God. Oh, can we all go on double dates together? Switch. What? Not here for it. Not here for it. Larsa is a buyer's beware tale of fake assness. Don't be a fake ass, people. Then we're going to go on to, it's getting almost over, Gertie. We're going to start now with Gertie because we're getting to the party. I'm feeling hot, 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 hot fire in this melting pot. Meltdowns expire. So Gertie, I love it. She gertified the heck out of this finale, didn't she, y'all? And her gertification of the finalification was fantastical, wasn't it? I was here for all the palm trees, banana leaves, neon signs, moving lights, see-through tables, and orchids. Weren't you? The ladies looked spectacular in an array of citrus colors. Loved every second of it. It was freaking oozing Miami. I felt like I must have woke up in a time warp on Miami Vice, y'all. I was waiting for freaking Don Johnson to walk through with that Michael guy in the green eyes. They were oozing Miami. Where was the skinny ties? I don't know. Anyway, I was here for all of it. I loved it. Gertification. And I must say that Gertie has elevated, you guys. She has very much elevated to me. From that first time we saw a Gertie event and Adriana came in and was giving her a hard time, remember, and was like, oh, what's this? This doesn't look very nice. Oh, what is this? This was so tacky. And she went around undoing everything Gertie had done for free. And so, yeah, I feel like since that episode over there, Gertification has happened, and she's definitely coming to her own. If you guys haven't, be sure you check out Gertie's freaking IG, you guys, where she uploads her Gertie designs, and they were amazing. She gives great event. That is the bona fide truth. She gives great event, okay? And this melting pot idea was awesome. I do feel like it was a good representation of Miami based on the information I have about that place. Very, very spot on. And I was just here for the thoughtfulness of a neon sign. Who fucking doesn't want a neon sign? I went and looked that stuff up. You know how much it would cost for me to get a larger curves neon sign? $210, y'all. And I can't even have the S on there unless I pay a whole lot extra because they don't allow me that many numbers. I mean, they don't allow me that many characters on the line. I'm gonna have to find a different person because I'd love to have a larger curves neon light behind me. I've always wanted to see my name in lights. Yeah, I would love it. I went right down to the Googles and checked neon signs, personalized, found a place. I was like, great, but it won't fit the S. I'm like, so I'm still on a mission. But yeah, that was very thoughtful, and they were not cheap, you guys. For the font she had, I was only looking at and my font wasn't even going to be that big. But the font she had, those were like at least $300 each, at least. I mean, and I guess that's nothing, but hey, that's very thoughtful and a lot to me. And I love that table. Were you guys here for that freaking see-through table full of orchids? And did anybody notice Gertie's small square pink purse that was freaking see-through too? She was fire. Miami's hot, 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 fire. And Gertie is the bomb, and her Gertification did it. And I was here for her holding the space for an attempt at healing. Like, I feel like Gertie has been very good at not stirring pots. Gertie has been very good and consistent at trying to see all the sides and talking it out in real time. And while she does make a lot of faces, I'm here for expressive women. I myself am a quite expressive woman, and I love a good face read, okay? You can say it all without saying a word, Gertie. Okay? I love it. And the other ladies are just mad because their faces don't move. Your face is going like this and that and this. I'm jealous because all mine does is this. I look surprised all day for no freaking reason. Cough, cough, Alexia. Or I look bored as hell for no freaking reason. Cough, cough, Marisol. You know what I'm saying? They're just hating whenever it's talking about, oh my God, her face moves. Haters. Stop with the fillers, lady. Your face too can move. Anyway, Gertie is a buyer beware tale for, you can't fix everybody. I love that she tried, and she went immediately to her heart chakra. She was like, I need your attention. They ignored her. She seemed to stand there for a minute. Then when she was like, bitches, I need your attention, she didn't even say it like, you bitches. She was still like, nice light. And the editors, the eighth housewife, kind of did her shady with all the expressions on their face finally of shock, like, who does bitch think she is talking to us about, bitch? Anyway, but she immediately went to Adriana and was showing Adriana, like, I can't kick you when you're down. And that's what I'm saying. To me, the season started with Adriana being in a very tender place, saying she wasn't in a good place, saying that she just met this new guy, saying that she was so happy to have somebody to be around with this guy, and and he was a good guy, and he was divorced, and this, that, and the other. And then as soon as she comes through and had a little bit of happiness, her two oldest friends, yes, the sea hags of the world, her two oldest friends, the sea hag that is freaking Alexia and the sea hag that is Marisol, decided to tamper with her fragile state of being and embark on a campaign against her and her new relationship with the dude, telling everybody that would listen that he was a married man, carrying paperwork around to events, at various events in Miami. Just happen to have the paperwork in your purse about, your friend of 20 years, new boyfriend, marital status, just happens to be in your clutch, okay? And we know we don't put nothing in our purse unless it's very important. We don't want to have to carry nothing we don't want. We got our ID, our lipstick, some money, and our phone usually, ladies. So for them to have made room in their clutch for a receipt that wasn't even valid of Adriana's new man's marital status was trash, you guys. They were trash. That's not okay. They knew their friend was in a tender place. They sabotaged her relationship, never apologized, laughed in her face after they did it. They basically drove Adriana to the edge of a nervous breakdown, you guys. They drove Adriana to a nervous breakdown in front of our freaking eyes, you guys. They pushed her and drove her there, cackling and laughing behind her back the entire time. The entire season. Then when she gets hurt and needs attention after she felt like she made a semi-connection with Alexia. Remember when Marisol had tested for the vid, and so she was late to the Bahamas. So Adriana and Fun Alexia got to have a talk, because Fun Alexia exists when Marisol's not freaking dousing her with alcohol. Fun Alexia can get on a freaking inner tube scream and have a good time with everybody. Fun Alexia can do that. But as soon as Marisol comes around, we get mean girl Alexia. So I wonder if the bruja that is freaking Marisol is casting spells on freaking Alexia and makes her change her vibe when she comes around. You know, because, I mean, and we saw freaking Marisol's knees, you guys. Her legs are little. She can't hold more than a drink. That's why she don't want to go do nothing but drink. Alexia would still go have fun, I feel, and be one of the fun girls if she wasn't tied to the weight that's Marisol. At the first part of the season, go back, I know, I was like, oh, Marisol's so cute with her drinks. She's so light. But now I'm seeing that the drinks are a ruse so that for once she doesn't have to engage or be responsible for her, what she says and how she acts, because we all think she's always drunk. But for two, that's her and Alexia's connection. She keeps Alexia with a drink in her hand, and then they turn into mean drunks together, in my opinion, allegedly. That's what I witnessed. Every time she got with Alexia, she's a mean girl. And she looks to Maris. I'm like, are you under a spell, Alexia? Because when Adriana is standing at the table to her at the Gertified party, after Gertie stands up and gives her talk about how I'm not going to kick you when you're down, then now we're on to Adriana, because Adriana immediately stands up in front of everybody, looks Alexia in her eye, and says she's sorry, very sincerely, authentically. It was from her heart in front of everybody. She ate crows. She was like, and I see it too. She was like, I don't really know. I can't explain what happened to me. I can't, Adriana. Alexia and Marisol pushed you to have a nervous breakdown on TV. They pushed you to your two oldest friends were the ones doing witchcraft on you, girl, and broke you on TV, and then laughed at your brokenness, and now are using it as a reason to further alienate you. And they're your oldest friends in Miami, girl. You need to get some new friends, Adriana. Girl, beware. You don't need them back in your life. You don't. Adriana is a good sign of when to let go, you guys. When to let go. You know how you guys have friends for a season, a reason, and a lifetime? And Adriana coming over here, being all by herself from Brazil. I talked to another friend and we're like, oh, her mom is still alive. She should sponsor her mom to come over here. Then she won't be crying about being alone. I second that emotion, because Alexia and Marisol are not it for you, Adriana. All they're going to ever do is be over you. They feel like you're under them just by being Brazilian, Adriana. They've said it. They said things that are derogatory about you just because you're Brazilian. I'm not, buyer beware. Friends are here for a season, a reason, and a lifetime. And just because somebody was here for you last season doesn't mean they're in your next season. Just because you're alone doesn't mean that season is going to extend. It just means that we need to be prepared to have new people that authentically love and care for us within our circle. And I'm not sure who that can be for Adriana, but I would unhitch the friendship horse from Alexia and Marisol, Adriana, because they broke you, caused you. Now, taking total accountability is what you did at the dinner when you said apology. You didn't have any ifs, ands, buts, or suppose behind it. You took accountability for it, and your friends broke you and drove you to that state of mind where you lost your freaking mind and said that and hearkened the angel Frankie, giving them the ultimate reason to never forgive you. Well, at least giving freaking Alexia the reason to never forgive you. But I feel like Marisol should go sit this one out. She doesn't get to be all so upset at Adriana for anything. Frankie is not your son, Marisol. I don't care if you love him like a son. This is Adriana and Alexia's fight to have, and you piping yourself up in your purple bow dress with your watermelon martini that looked oh so refreshing. Thank you, God. You needed to go sit down. All you've been doing is sloshing martinis and cockies all season, and then we get to the finale and now you have a whole thought. Girl, you could have saved it. You could have saved your thought. You just a mean drunk. That's all it is at this point, Marisol. We heard you go to the bartender and tell him, make this stiff. Take out all this mixer. I need hard liquor in here. Because you're a mean drunk. That's the fuel of a mean drunk is hard liquor. No mixer. Marisol was mad about the comment that Adriana made about, oh, he said he never loved you. Well, bitch, you just said that the man that I was with right now, this year, 2023, is married and he wasn't and chased him off. I'm telling you about that, your ex from years and years and years ago who's been around the town, and this shouldn't be new information to you. And I did save you from it for a long time. Why am I apologizing to you for something that happened from 5 years ago for bringing it up now? And you still haven't apologized to me for what you did to me yesterday, bitch. You guys, I'm with Adriana on this one. Yeah, well, I'm with Adriana on the Marisol Adriana one, for sure. And I'm with Adriana, in a way, on the Alexia Adriana one, because in my opinion, it's just Larger Curves opinion, y'all. Adriana was driven to the point of a nervous breakdown by Alexia and Natasha's tactics with her this season. Period. I'm with Adriana. I'm sorry. And I know, I also know two things are true. I'm with Adriana, and she should have never hearkened the angel Frankie. Never. And she's apologized profusely for it. And, but I feel like, hey, if you cannot allow for an I'm sorry when I told you that, oh, I didn't read to the bottom of the page and see that he really is divorced. She basically told her my bad then, remember? And that's part of the reason Adriana sent her the text and was like, my bad. Because Alexia's response when she found out she was lying and spreading slander about this man's good name on television was my bad. I didn't look all the way down. I didn't scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page, Adriana. She didn't say she was sorry. She said, my bad. And then in the Bahamas, Adriana said my bad to her when she was apologizing for hearkening the angel Frankie. You see what I'm saying, y'all? So they drove her to a freaking nervous breakdown. They got what they got, and now they're using it to further ostracize her. And I'm not here for it. Marisol should have stayed quiet. And Kiki. Now Kiki, what did she even do this? Oh, Kiki felt like something was happening between her legs under the table. Kiki was good for laughs all season long. Overall, this season of Real Housewives of Miami has been stellar. And I was here for every minute of it, you guys. I feel like so far it's proving to be the only franchise currently on that isn't laden with lies. So far, please God, don't let anything come out post-production where we find out everything this season was a lie. Cough, cough, Potomac. Cough, cough, Vanderpump Rules. Cough, cough, Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. Did you guys hear the black eye thing? They had footage, just like we said they did. I said they had footage. Nobody wants to listen to me. I said they have footage. This is not a mystery. Why they didn't show the footage? Who are they protecting? Certain franchises get their people protected while others get drove through the ringer and they show all the footage under a microscope in a fishbowl. We can talk about that another time though. I'm about to drop this link. That was Real Housewives of Miami, Melting Pot and Meltdowns. Quick summary. I'm here for it. Loved Real Housewives of Miami. Thank you, Lisa, for sharing your life and your trauma. Thank you, Adriana, for being vulnerable with us and having a nervous breakdown. Alexia and Marsal, you two need rehab. You guys need friendship rehab. And you guys need to be better people and better friends to the people that you've known for so long. Okay? Yes, Alexia is the Teresa of Real Housewives of Miami. And to me, she's not even that interesting. Her Frankie storyline, at least she showed us something. But to me, Alexia should have spent a lot more time on top of her husband this season and a lot less time in all this trauma with Adriana. It's screaming marital problems to me to have a brand new husband at home with his awesome peen and you're over here causing problems in these Miami streets, girl. Where's your happy stick at? Go jump on, get some vitamin D in your life, girl. Get some vitamin D. I'm sure everything will make you much happier. Hey, that's where it all starts. If you got vitamin D at home that you can get, then get that before you go interact with these girls, and then you'll be a nicer person to them. Perhaps. I feel like there might be some trouble brewing over there in Alexia's gringo relationship because she does not seem like a happy camper to me, you guys. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Anyway, Marisol, put the cockies down for a minute. Put the cockies down. You're influencing, you're able to, whatever spell you have over Alexia, with this drink bond thing that you have going on, like as soon as you start drinking, you guys see who can be the snarkiest, who can be the meanest, is what it is. It's not fun. I want fun. I like fun, Alexia. Alexia's fun without Marisol. Maybe next season make Adriana hold some sand and let Marisol hold a cocky and be a friend of. Because she really didn't bring anything all season until this finale episode. This is the first time that she's said anything more than about some drinks. And it still had a lot to do with drinks. Okay? I'm not here for Marisol. She can go put the drinks down, have some time out, whatever. Nicole, I'd like to see where her and her dad go. I'd like to see that relationship grow. I hope her and Tony are going to get it together and get married. I'm not sure why they're not getting married. Even though sometimes, hey, don't rock the boat. Don't tip the boat over. Right? Don't ruin a good thing. I know me and my husband, we dated and just were together for freaking over a decade before I finally was like, fine, let's get married. Fine. Let's get married. I love you too. Let's go do it. He had asked 2 years in. And I was like, oh, la, la, la. We met in 96. By 98, he asked me to marry him. I was like, no, I'm not ready yet. We kicked it a while longer. We broke up, got back together. Kicked it some more. Finally got married in 2007. 96 to 2007. But sometimes, and our relationship didn't change drastically after the marriage. So we didn't like ruin anything. So far, so good. But maybe she feels like they have a good thing going on, you know? Now, I know my womb personally my ovaries didn't open until after I got married. I told you guys that story before. But Nicole already has a little baby. They already have their little life. Maybe she doesn't want to get married because she's scared something will change in him and turn him into her father or something. Who knows? But I'm here for them. So far, so good. I hope I'm wrong about that other little thing I had in my mind about their financial situations. And I just pray that nothing Chrisley like comes out, nothing other comes out where it ends up being some shisty financial moves. Is how they got that huge, gigantic. That's a huge house for three people, you guys. There's so many homeless people in the world. That's a huge house for three people, and I'm glad they have it because I would love a huge house for my four people. But that's a huge house for three people. Okay. Then we have wrap up with Gertie, Lover. I would hope she comes back next season. I felt like she added a lot to this season. She was an impartial, fun. She has her family is fun. She's fun. Kiki, I'd love to see. I hope she actually can talk about what's been going on. Like, I don't even know who freaking Kiki is. I'd love to know more about Kiki. Larsa, no. Ixnay on the Larsa A. That's Pig Latin, you guys, for Fire Larsa. Hashtag Fire Larsa. I'm not with this fakeness. Fire Larsa's fakeness. Did I do that? Yeah, you did that, bitch. Bye. She doesn't really even get along with anybody. She does. Lisa and her are the longest time friends, and she's not even really there for Lisa. And she's the one that brought up that the house gets rented, and Lisa's in the middle of going through this thing. She's not a good person, you guys. I don't like her. She can go. And of course, Julia. I can be done with Julia, except for Adriana needs a friend. So if Adriana comes back, then definitely bring Julia back because she's going to need an ally in the alligator swamp of Alexia and Marisol. So definitely bring Julia back so Adriana's not on the island. That's if you bring Marisol back. But if you don't bring Marisol back, then bring back Adriana. Maybe her and Alexia can find their way back together and we won't even need Julia. And she can be taking care of Martina, who unfortunately was diagnosed with cancer, you guys. Bless her heart. Praying for her complete recovery. She should be a healthy woman. I mean, she was an athlete all her life and everything. So hopefully it's going to work out and everything like that. But praying for her. She's been an awesome addition to the universe with her athletic prowess and setting records. And shout out to Martina and wishing her nothing but health and wellness, you know? So what do you guys think? Who should come back? I'm dropping the link now. Thanks for bearing with me. And that was Real Housewives of Miami finale. Let's get to these comments while people come up. Where were we? Ooh, you guys been talking a lot. I've been talking a lot. You guys been talking a lot. Dang, where were we? I think the last thing I saw was from Chef Don Don. Dang, where's that? Okay, so Chef Don Don, yeah, that was 8:22. And then I started talking. High Vibe came through. Okay, let's see. Alexia would have gotten over it if it wasn't for evil Marisol. Exactly, Natasha. Sarah says Marisol and Alexia make the energy shift on the yes, to me, girl, exactly, and we all see it seems. Gertie knows how to plan a party. Does Marisol have a sipping problem? Yeah, she guzzles. Both Alexia and Marisol are some dogs with a bone about Adriana's situation. Yeah, like they're jealous of her or something. I feel that she uses drinking as a crutch. Yes, I agree. Holla! What's good, Irene? What's good? And everybody's saying hello to everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I love it, Curvies. Keep it going hot in the chat. Love it. Natasha's in the back. I'll be right to you, girl. I'll be right to you. We're reading these comments real quick. Right? Alexia and Marisol are, yeah, they pushed Adriana too far. Maybe so, but it's good. It's not a good look. She's very thin. Yes, and she's blotchy. I want to know more about Lisa and her strange relationship with her. I would love to also. Like, yeah, can we find out why she don't talk to nobody from Jamaica? Can we find out why she don't talk to anybody from Jamaica? Oh, look, just simply agreed with me. Emmanuel's in the house. What's good, Emmanuel? Thanks for popping through. Even Larsa was like, guys, she's depressed and going through a lot. She needs love. Marisol and Alexia were like, nope. Exactly. Everybody's saying hello to Emmanuel. Yeah, I wonder if anyone in the cast will address Marisol's drinking habits. Yeah, like how they do on other shows where they're like, "You have a drinking problem. You have a drinking problem." Yeah. Um, Hi. I hope, but I need to stop. I hope, but she needs to stop if she wants to be more healthy. Yes. Alcohol for your only source of nutrition is not healthy, you guys. Her hair dye is going to be the next thing to not stick. Did you ever notice those old ladies in the freaking grocery store that have like an inch of gray and they're in the vodka aisle? That's why your hair, the dye doesn't stick to alcohol for some reason. You never know. Things can change in a heartbeat. Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's true. You never know. Ooh, these demons are good at hiding who they really are. Trust me, that's real talk. Be more shorties in the house. What's good? Hello, darling. I think Nicole is being very smart, except, but beware. Yes. Yeah, that side hug. Yeah. She's like, okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. I love Nicole Daddy's situation. It actually gave me a great new perspective for me to take into consideration. Oh no, really? Really, Natasha? That's excellent. I love to hear about that. Yeah, like we don't really know why the people treated us the way they did. But my belief is, you guys, that most of the people in our life probably did the best they could at the time, given the circumstances. Most of the people in our life, we were like, dang, they were messed up to us. And it was the literal best they could do that day. The literal best they could mentally adapt and give to you that day was what happened to be your worst day. And it was their best day. So we just have to have some compassion for ourselves and be vulnerable with the people that love us and that we choose to love. You know what I'm saying? I don't blame Nicole one iota. Yeah, we got to proceed with caution, right? Hello. Hello, it's Chris. What's good? Thanks for coming through. Exactly. Communication is a more important thing. Sometimes your own pain and effort you made to push it down in order to survive makes it harder to do that. Yes. Yeah, when you guys, pain is crazy. The things we have to do to exist in this world with pain is phenomenal. So it's super hard to get to it and allow it to come out in a way that doesn't just turn into a yelling and rage and everything. So yeah, it can be really hard to let the pain out in a way where it's productive. Uh, and that's why I use the word vulnerable. I feel like vulnerable is a compassionate way to let it out. You know what I mean? Like a soft kind of, here's my pain, this is what I'm going through way. But some people don't even know how to receive vulnerability though. So also still proceed with caution and just try it though. I mean, hey, if that was the worst moment of your life, them still being that way won't make it a worse moment, will it? It's just like, oh, I tried. They're still the same. As a child, you create subliminal survival techniques, yep, that you carry into adulthood. Real talk. Ha ha, I love how you focus on the yes, the couches. Did you notice how deep that couch is? Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys the truth why too, because my couch cost $600, the one that's in our family room, and everybody's right where your leg bends is where the couch ends. Like you don't sit real far back on my cushion, right? My 9-year-old's feet are the only feet that don't touch. Everybody else, it looks like a miniature couch. So I'm appreciating a deep seated couch cushion, you guys. Those Chase Lounge and 2 Chase Lounges. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need me a big seated deep couch. Well, if you're short like me, it won't cost you that much. Yeah, $600. Yeah, it was practically a freaking bed. I love it. Like I used to go to clubs back in the day in San Francisco before everything. And oh, I used to love those good sexy clubs with like those big lounges on it, all in white with the UV light. And you just are lounging back, listening to vibey music, being beautiful and sexy. I love a good vibe. Anyway, I don't know what it feels like to not have my feet touched. Oh, you're a tall lady. Well, on her couch, you would have found out on Nicole's couch, Natasha. My Lord, my Lord. I'm going to have to go faster. Where are we? Oh shit, I did it again. There, oh, there it is. Okay, wait. Yeah, but that adoption story, fake as ever. Yes, I'm feeling like it might have been fake. Yes, the waiter yes, he was trying to test the waters. He was totally trying to holly, you guys. He was shooting his shot. I love a good cuddle sesh. Don't have sex appeal, in my opinion. No shit. Yeah, it's just they don't have sex appeal. They really don't. Um, Martina is more interesting than Julia. She really is, but she doesn't seem to be into it. I don't think she would tolerate any of the BS with these ladies. Why would she go lunch with them? Like all she needs is a good beet soup and a freaking quail egg. She's not trying to be with ladies who lunch. She has shit to do, you know? Not a Larsa fan at all. Bye, Larsa. That's a creepy thing, Larsa. Beyond tacky. Schwartz was was just a cover for the Sandoval affair. You think Schwartz knew? We're going to talk about it real quick. If it were my son, grown man or not, she couldn't darken my door. That's what I'm saying. Her reputation precedes her, you guys. Yep, it was a decoy. Ooh. I saw the clip of the interview. Larsa is not a lady. That was the best way I can say it. Getting with MJ's son was a middle finger to Scotty. We see her petty on the show. Exactly. Scotty gonna cut those funds. I hope he does. I hope she gets cut off. Raquel and Sandoval had an 11-month affair starting. So that's who she was kissing at Coachella? Scotty will cut her funds soon and let her revert back to her maiden name. Bye-bye. Get off my Pippin tip, girl. I'm obsessed with Miami Vice. Yes, Don Johnson was my first crush. Him and with Green Eyed Guy was my first crush. Well, no, he wasn't my first one. He was one of the many, though. I love a Gertie event. I want some more Gertie planning next season. Yes, I want to see every freaking event she does. Those neon signs were nice. My face makes crazy faces half the time, and I don't even realize it either. The Juice Talk Radio's in my house. What you say? Thanks for coming through. You guys make sure you go through the Juice Radio and Talk Show. As a content creator here in these YouTube streets. Great content. She's serving it over there. She had a great conversation the other day with a police officer, and I felt like she was very courageous for holding that space. And I was kind of giving him what for in the comments, but he was trying to explain it away. And I was just here for her holding the space and having the topic because I love a good hot topic. And that was excellent. You guys be sure to go over to the Juice Radio and Talk Show here in these YouTube streets on Instagram. And I think she has a podcast. And smash her buttons, you guys. Go through and smash her buttons and ring her bells. All right. Okay, she'll be right back. Right on. Love the season of Real Housewives of Miami. You like Marisol. I liked her at first. And then her trueness came out. Adriana tried the most when the 80 out. Yeah, she made a lot of savory comments, but hey, a lot of them do. I agree. Alexia and Marisol are mean girls. I do too. They didn't let up on her. I didn't like that. Not a fan. They went way too far. That's true. Yeah, I felt something was off with Marisol. Like she's mean-spirited and very calculated, very much so. That thing, Adriana gave a sincere apology. She did. Yep, antagonizing and baiting you and then villainizing your response. Yes, exactly. Like it was crazy. Like nobody else saw that. I'm like, is that a Cuban thing? Is that a Latin thing? Is that what's acceptable? Because I'm smelling gaslight, you know? Alexia has made very bigoted comments. Yes, she has. And it's been problematic for me. And I don't like it because I call it out across franchises. If we allow it in one space, then it's allowed in all the spaces. And then I end up having to call something a microaggression that was flat out freaking discriminatory, bigoted, and a racist fucking comment. And I have to excuse it away because everybody does it. No, stop saying stupid shit. That's offensive. Exactly. Sometimes people like you to be down. Previous seasons, yep, I will. High Vibe, the number of times I said, what did Alexia just say? Exactly. I'm like, no, she didn't. And they have the nerve to have the captions on. Okay. Marisol was mad about the boyfriend comment Adriana made. I think Marisol comes from the camp. I'm of a certain age. I can do whatever I want and there's no consequences. Hey, I just am reaching that threshold too, but there's consequences. I I know, but I don't know what her excuse was to be mad. I'm with Adriana. Alexia couldn't even apologize because she doesn't have it in her, especially if she's around Marisol. Adriana should have just said the comment about Frankie, Alexia, and said whatever she wanted regarding Julia. So technically, Adriana can do the same. Exactly. Love Kiki. I like Kiki, but she needs to give us more because, yeah, it's kind of like, oh, she's almost like the Crystal Minkoff of the thing, where you're like, oh, yeah, and Crystal was there. It's like, oh, yeah, and Kiki was there. But she's not as much of a blend in as Crystal. At least she's fun in the meantime, but literally, Crystal Minkoff, you can kind of forget she's there sometimes. At the end of the day, Adriana's apology was better than Alexa's zero apology. That's right, Natasha. Oh, come on up, darling. Alexia is the Teresa of the place. Yep. Happy Stick is Marisol's bad influence. I don't think Alexia is happy for them. Not a fan of Todd. Yeah, I don't think they're really getting it like they should be getting it. Alexia might have married another bi man. Oh no! Oh my gosh! Yep. It's Marisol that has a witch spell on Alexia. Definitely. I'm thinking she might, because every time she comes around, her entire vibe changes. And she constantly looks to Marisol like, what am I supposed to say? All of a sudden, she doesn't have words as soon as Marisol comes by. Like, if she looks to be, validated, or am I supposed to be nodding my head yes, or am I supposed to be not accepting this? Like, why are you even looking at Marisol when Adriana's freaking pouring her guts to you? You know what I'm saying? Unless there's some kind of weird tie. Yes, pig Latin it was. They sold their house to Jeff Bezos' mother. Yes, I heard that. Larsa ain't sharing nothing. Yes, she hasn't shared anything except for her feet, and they're not even that hot.
I forgot about pig Latin. That's hilarious.
Yep. I would not understand nothing my mom and aunties and grandma was talking about. And then one day I finally deciphered it. And I was like, that was so easy.
Right. Like Ixnay on the...
Yes. Ixnay. Yes. Larsa isn't sharing anything. Yes. Praying for Martina. Drop the link. And now we're to the end pretty much. Let me see. I didn't think there would be a major... Yeah, I don't think there were going to be any major cast changes either. I was just throwing it out there. I really would prefer to see a fun Alexia, no Marisol spells. Julia can focus on Martina, and Alexia and Adriana might be able to get it together. And then this time, Adriana can be there for Alexia when she finds out she married another dude that's likes dudes. Alexia, allegedly. Who knows what's going to happen? I hope not. Lisa is trying to pass in plain sight. She cannot stay in contact, right? She's trying to pass in plain sight. She is passing, right? Like I
Other
swear,
people have said that too.
Sometimes her baby hairs do get a little wavy under there on a hot day. Did you guys ever notice that? It's like, okay. Yes.
When the humidity really kicks in.
Yes. My friends in high school used to call my legs grasshopper legs. Yes, Schwartz knew, and he was the cover for it. Yep. I could see Schwartz being that dude.
Yep, and they all unfollowed all the Toms and Raquel except for Schwartz. Schwartz knew. He was the only one that knew because he helped with the diversion. Oh. No, this is a sociopathic, crazy affair. Like, at one point, Adriana was in the house. It's crazy. It's horrible. I was so right about Raquel. I was like, I don't like that girl. And that girl's a sociopath, like a scary one. Like wolves in sheep clothing. Yikes.
Well, you know what? We're going to talk about Vanderpump Rules for sure. Did you have thoughts on Miami?
Yeah. I feel bad for Adriana too. I feel like even Larsa had the capacity to see that she was suffering, was like, guys, she
No
just needs.
way. Miss Dugan too. Whoa, wait. Did you see Miss Dugan too? Feels like Larsa is not fake. Why did we say that? She's the most genuine and keeps it
Miss
real.
Dugan, but what do we know about her life?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Like, she's fake. She what is she giving us? Her feet looking for a house.
We don't know about her
and
life.
Stirring the pot and being a
Yeah,
mean
we just
girl.
know about her stirring the pot.
She's a freaking sniper mean girl. It's like the way she spread those rumors and lies about Nicole at her event all loud. The way that she was talking to Lisa at her housewarming party about your house gets rented out all loud in front of everybody. Is that genuine and keeping it real? I just don't feel like, to me, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I just don't have it for Larsa. I'm glad that somebody does though. No, seriously, everybody needs somebody. Seriously.
True.
And I love Miss Dugan too. So yes. It's so messy. I know. Everybody's high. Can we talk about the fact that Adriana met, yes, Emilio and Stefan. Yes, I was here for all of that.
I know.
Greatness. That was
Do you understand that when I have this memory of my mom like visiting, like we visited the kindergarten before going, you know, they're like, this is going to be your school, blah, blah. Cause I just moved from Texas to Maryland. And, she was like, this is going to be your school. And I just remember being in the parking lot and Gloria Stefan, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, baby, say you love me. 5, 6, 7 times. 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm just gonna keep on counting to you are mine. Yep.
Come on, everybody, baby, do the conga. No, I can't control myself
No,
any longer. Feel the rhythm of the beat. It's getting stronger. Don't you feel it? Do the conga beat.
Dun, dun, dun. Yep.
I remember when Gloria Stefan got in that horrible thing. She broke her back and neck. I was
yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm so glad she made it
through. But
I
like, can you picture like a little like screaming child voice going 1, 2, 3, 4? Because I saw a video of myself when I was 5 and my voice was screeching. Believe it or not, it was not deep like it is now.
That is hilarious. We haven't learned anything new about Larsa. We only know about Larsa's life because a portion was played out on social media. Yes, Emilio Estefan is everything. Lisa is being blamed for all of Lenny's parties. It's such BS. It is so disgusting because he's the one that was having the parties to advertise, he said, or whatever. And he always putting it all off on her. She better be careful. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, he claims it's for his business to advertise boob jobs? That's gross.
Yeah.
That means he got into that line of work to do that. Which is grimy.
Yes, the scene was so good. Sebastian is in the house. Sebastian, I'm going to drop the link again. You just got here. We finished our whole synopsis of Miami. And I was on Alexia's neck a little today, Sebastian. And Marisol, while I still am of the mind that Alexia can stay mad, I'm not of the mind that her and Marisol aren't responsible for Adriana having a nervous breakdown on national television.
I feel like Alexia and Adriana would come together and maybe have some kind of resolve if it wasn't for Marisol.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
But like I was saying, like Larsa, who's like not even like emotive at all, and we've never seen an emotion really out of her, was able to see that this girl is down. Let's not kick her. Like, let's give her some compliments. And even though Larsa was being fake, did you see Adriana light up and be like, "Oh my God, thank you"? Like,
she was, because she needs it.
When you're so low, like, and all you get is negativity, sometimes you just need someone to be like, give you some love.
Yes, that's all we all need, you guys. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. Oh,
it's the only way
that there's just too little love. No, it's the only thing that there's just too little love, you guys. We got to be loving. We got to be kind. We got to be messy. We got to talk trash, and we got to have fun. Can we do it all?
Yes.
You know, but definitely. Oh, they were so jealous. I know they were jealous. I bet they're going to do something at the reunion, though, to try to act like it was nothing. but who wouldn't
Oh yeah,
want
they're gonna dismiss
Emilio
it and minimize it.
Estefan to be the one, the Dr. Dre of Latin music, to be the one to like be interested in her. And she's like a woman of a certain age too. I love that he's not even tripping on her age or look or nothing. Like he's like,
is him and Gloria still together?
Huh?
Is him and Gloria still together?
I don't know, but hey, he's legend.
I'm gonna look it up.
He's a freaking legend. Do you think we are addicted to fraud and scandal? People love Miami, but they're saying something is missing. Not sure, but I see what people are saying. It doesn't leave me fuming. I'm not addicted to fraud and scandal. That's why I said I hope I hope nothing comes out post-production where it was fraud and scandal within the season that I just appreciated so much, because it will feel again like I was talked out of my panties, you guys.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Like
I
I'm
like
just
to keep my panties on.
Yeah, I felt thoroughly entertained by the real life that we had access to, and I appreciated them sharing their lives in what felt like an authentic manner. Now, if it turns out that they were lying and pulling my freaking leg,
we've been bamboozled.
I'm gonna be mad, you guys. Because I'm sensitive about my ish.
Me too. Girl, me too. That's why I'm gonna like not watch Potomac if Robin comes back. Because you're not gonna I feel disrespected.
Yeah, I feel totally disrespected. If Robin is on my screen again,
that's like a slap in the face.
And how they allow the space for Gizzard Neck to not even have to share her whole truth.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm done with both of the Green Eyed Bandits. They are not worth it to me. They're not worth it. And
I don't even want to give them energy of my view.
Yeah, I won't even watch, you guys. I swear. And Candace will have to just have her view from somebody else. I love her, but she'll have to get it. Madam, a lot of people are there. Mia is, what?
A lot of people are what?
I don't know. I'm reading this comment.
Loving
Madam,
what? Yeah.
A lot of people are.
We're missing the context.
With Mia. Maybe I missed something. Let me go back. Oh, Alexia, Marisol, and Adriana are whack. Oh, maybe she was saying it to Mademoiselle. Do you think that people... Oh, yeah. She's saying it was to Mademoiselle's comment. Okay, I figured it out. Callie Nola's in the house. What's good? Thanks for coming out.
Callie Nola, yeah.
They're still together. Oh, it's been 45
Wasn't that a good intro?
Of music making bliss. Come on, everybody, baby, do the conga.
Feeling stronger.
The beat is getting strong. Don't you fight it, do the conga.
Bang. Ole.
You guys, that song came out when I was in freaking high school. I was going to Club 321 in Santa Monica, and they were playing that song. Anybody who knows,
I was like 4, jamming, dancing around.
It was a nightclub
trying to do the conga.
Santa Monica for minors.
We can't sing that because it might be a copyright.
We could get in, and we only had to be like 15 to get in this.
But I said the wrong word, so hopefully it doesn't.
They didn't serve alcohol though. They served drinks. No. They did serve alcohol. You had to have a wristband and get the alcohol. And if you were underage and you didn't have a wristband, then you couldn't get the alcohol. But you got to go in there and dance and party with older people. And it was a thing, you guys, in Santa Monica Club 321. I didn't like that either, right? No, Raquel is not even her real name. It's Rachel.
I'm done. I just read this Dumas anonymous saying that her parents are super worried and they're desperate to get her off the TV because they are like, she's out of control.
Wait, who's this?
Whoa.
Raquel.
Whoa.
Raquel. Who's
It's on Vanderpump Rules.
You think
I
singing that much you'll get it? I hope not. Thanks, Sebastian. I didn't know. Hey, I love to sing.
Me and Simply are on the same page.
Mia has a new Simply. Which one is Simply? Wait.
Just Simply.
This one? Yes. This comment, you mean?
No.
Green Eyed Bandits need to go, but the level of colorism is too much. I'm tapping out of RHOP, right? I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm
tap
tapping
in.
out, but it's for different reasons.
Sebastian, I
think
think
that
the only
show is
reason
fake.
Mia was truthful at the
Right.
reunion is because she knew
The
that
integrity of
Jacqueline
the
was
show
going to
is
say it. I
completely
agree,
being
Emmanuel. I feel like she was
demolished.
Mia is the kind of person that will tell on herself and come up with the reason and then delete it.
Yeah.
Facts.
Mia is a pathological liar.
Literally.
Her and she's dangerous, honestly, heading down the road of being a liability. She's already that.
Yeah.
I saw a part of the
Peter
interview with
activated
Mims
this week.
and Peter's ex-girlfriend.
Peter was activated, and last night Mims did an interview with Peter's ex-girlfriend, who Mia keeps bringing up too. And she's actually going to be on Mims' channel tomorrow for the reunion part 3 wrap up on Make It Make Sense channel. You guys be sure to go over there and check it out. A half hour after the show
She's
airs.
known Mia since she was like 18 years old, and she's 36 now.
Yes.
And she said she's always been like this. This is actually Mia, and that's why she can't keep friends, and she just looks at money. And she because when she was a child, she looked at people money like this. So now that she has it, she wants to do the same.
Right.
Mia gives me manipulative con artist.
Totally.
Scams people into things. This is why she's had all of these friends all these times, because she's scamming these people. You know what I mean? She lies to them. She misrepresents herself to them. Even this foster care thing is not what she's saying that it is. Yes, that incident did happen, but she did not grow up in foster care. You know what I mean? Like, to me, she's as fake, and she needs to be off this show. I don't even think they really even live in that area. I think they really actually live in North Carolina. Like, everything about her is fake.
I agree with Mademoiselle on this also. Me and Sebastian.
Yeah, she's not from the DMV.
That at this point, Lisa was set up all the way around by Lenny. Look, made her have the babies, never put her name on the house, forced her into having the parties. She used to argue with him about, this isn't a good look, we have our kids here, blah, 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 and forced her to have the parties. And now he's acting like she was the one wanting the parties. Total gaslight. I'm surprised she made it out alive, you guys. Too much exposure to gas can make you unwell.
Well, here's the thing. I think that Lenny is one of these people who should have never gotten married. But because society says that everybody has to get married, he got married, and that really wasn't the lifestyle that he wanted. And I think that Lenny would have been much better off had he never got married, because he would not be risking.
Was this his first marriage? Does anybody know? Was this his first marriage or his 18th marriage? Does he have other children?
I don't think so.
Are these his only children and his first wife?
That's a good question.
I don't really know. Those are good questions, because if this is his first marriage and his first wife, he was of a certain age when he married her. So maybe he felt like, well, let me hurry up and get some kids out.
That's
because he's the one that talked her into the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and
he was using her from the beginning, not only for kids, but for then, hey, I'm going to blame her for having all these sexy parties.
Oh, and Curves, I don't know if you got my message, but you modded this other Natasha. That's not me.
Oh, no way. Oh, shit.
I sent you my actual thing. Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
me.
I need that.
There's no A after
you know,
H.
when I put the URL in, that's the one that kept coming up. For some reason, some people's don't come up automatically. But I'll unmod Natashki. And
yeah, you modded someone with an A after Natasha. It's Natasha.
I know. I was like, well, maybe it's different on here. I'm like, and who would freaking try to clone Natasha anyway?
Yeah, how dare they? Now I'm on their ass. We're on to you, fake Natasha.
Right? They have no idea.
I'm actually going to look on that channel and see what that person's doing. What the hell?
They have no idea. They tried to clone a level 8er. We're on their
They trying to get a level 8er. They
got
the wrong level 8.
That's the wrong level to try to.
They got the wrong level 8, Natasha Ski. Not on this watch.
Yes, let me unmod that.
My pineal gland is not liking what we're picking.
We are level 8s over here. Do not try the cloning process.
Don't try it.
I love Natasha. I love her, you guys. Okay, good morning, GGF. I'm so here for you. Thank you for coming through. Yes, I believe it's his first marriage. All right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's going to be one of many then, because it looked like he gearing up for part 2 with this other little trollop. And I don't know. All it takes is for somebody to say something nice to Lenny, and he's like all in. Say something nice, be pretty, smell good, and he's all in. Because I feel like the second one, if you've seen her, me and Natasha, we've talked about her before. She looks a little evil, and she's going to be his undoing. She will be his undoing.
Yeah, she is.
My word.
She's a con artist. She's like one of those weird Ukrainian brides that come in and like really has a husband the whole time, and she steals from the man.
Like she came over
allegedly
in a box, and when you opened it, she popped out, and she's like, "Here to take your money." Like
her husband is like helping direct her what to do. Like she has a secret husband.
Yes, like she totally has some young hot dude, and they're just running games.
Yeah, and he sends her out to go get these guys money.
Yes, and he's about to get Federlined in reverse.
Mm-hmm. Federlined.
Because they want legacy babies, but they don't want to change their lifestyle. Yep, she's gonna have to sign an ironclad prenup, and that's the other thing. Don't sign no prenup with no old ass man unless it's in your favor, ladies. You should not have to lay down these raggy balls. You should not have to, unless you're going to end up with something at the end. Because he could go any minute, and if he really loves you, he's going to want you set up.
Well, I can see both sides, and I just really think that if you feel like you need a prenup and all of this stuff, just don't get married.
Yeah, just don't.
I'm dead ass serious. Like everybody don't have. What are you getting married for? I feel like these men are marrying these women because they feel like it's gonna allow them to be able to control these women. Not
have you been married before, Callie?
A committed relationship.
Callie, can I ask you? Have you been married before?
No, I don't. And I never will get married. I don't believe.
Have you been engaged?
No.
Okay.
I don't
what's your
Callie is anti-marriage.
Yeah,
that's her position.
Well, it doesn't mean that she wasn't
ridiculous.
It doesn't necessarily mean that she's never been asked and chose not to. I was just wondering the logistics around your vibe for marriage.
But didn't, because I was very adamant that I'm not doing this. so
what's wrong with it? Did you come from? Can I ask you 3 more questions? Did you come from a marriage family? Like were both your parents together?
My parents met when they were 15, and they were married for a very long time and got married when I got divorced when I was a baby. And my mom moved to New Orleans. So I grew up in between New Orleans and Los Angeles. But you know, it doesn't have anything to do with my parents. It has to do with what I see my friends going through. And to me, the only thing that marriage has done for them was F up their finances.
Oh, that's deep.
That's it.
Well,
like
because it's providing me like
not protecting themselves and choosing the wrong partner.
Well, but it's everybody. I mean, to me, you thinking that you're going to find the right partner is thinking that you're going to win the lottery. Like it's like, what are the odds of that?
Well,
like,
you know,
most marriages end, and a lot of times
you sound very pessimistic. I'm sorry.
It does. Oh my gosh, Callie, I love you.
And if you build your whole life on top of a romantic relationship, when that relationship ends, your life is going to be ruined. You got to start your whole life over.
We need to find Callie love, y'all.
Yeah.
But to me, my idea of what love is, and that is not love to me. Like I want a companion, not a partner.
No, you need to find a true masculine man that brings out your femininity, where you don't feel like you have to have walls anymore, because that's what happens. They're very rare nowadays, unfortunately. You are correct. But when you find the right one,
trying to do that.
You all of a sudden you're like, am I Betty Crocker now? I don't know.
No, I am not trying to build my entire life on the back of a romantic relationship, because feelings change and people change. People want different things.
Feelings change. You're right. And then,
but commitment.
In a good, healthy marriage, I feel like you allow for the evolution of each other.
And the commitment holds it together.
Like that's what me and my husband do.
But see, here's the thing. I have no desire to be committed to a person that's making me unhappy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So once I'm not that person that's like, oh, I'm miserable, but I'm just gonna stay with you because I don't want to sell my house. Do you know what I mean? I know so many people that have done that.
Well, that sounds like bad,
legally married, and they live in 2 different states
to me.
because they don't want to sell their stuff.
It sounds
That's
like they picked some
crazy.
terrible spouses.
No,
Yeah,
the relationship just fizzled. It wasn't.
But
that
did
this
it? But
person
did
was
it just
some
fizzle,
terrible,
or did
awful
people do
person.
Or were
things?
there red flags and then
Yes,
they
did
go,
people
I'm going to
do
get married
things to
anyway?
make it
Well, I think
go?
it's a mixture of both. Like
Right.
I
Right.
had a guy friend tell me that he literally just married this woman because he wanted to be in the house and raise his child. He never wanted this woman. He's never been faithful to this woman from the day he met her. This child is now going to high school. And I'm a little concerned about this lady. I'm like, well, what's going to happen to this woman? Because there's no way in the world he's going to stay with this woman.
What's weird is that like my perspective is totally different. All my friends have like gorgeous marriages. I'm talking angels. Like I just was at my friend's
Yeah.
house. Her husband, we were hung over like idiots, like barely able to like keep a sentence. We were like struggling. And he was like whipping us up gourmet breakfasts and holding the baby and taking care of the toddler all at the same time, and had even asked us whether we wanted hot sauce on the side. Like there are
But
like
I find
baby
that is
angel husbands
short-lived.
out there.
Like
But
I
I just think it depends on your
this
perspective,
statement.
what
Whoa,
you're
whoa, whoa,
what
wait.
you've been exposed to. Because
I,
I've been
I,
exposed to
whoa,
both.
whoa, whoa, wait, whoa, 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 wait, whoa, 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 whoa,
Like
wait,
that.
whoa, whoa,
That
whoa,
was
whoa,
2 years
whoa,
ago.
whoa,
They're getting
whoa,
divorced now.
whoa, whoa, wait. Okay. I am co-signing on what Natasha just said, because there are some real gems. I can attest. I got a gem, you guys. But I was engaged once to what would have been probably a douchebag. So I'm glad that I had the discernment to say no to that one. Wait for the one that
Hello.
found me. And that's the other thing. He found me. I didn't go looking. He found me. A lot of people, anyway, make sure you're found. Don't go chasing down. That's another problem that us ladies have.
Yeah.
When we chase a man, then make him marry us, then you end up with what sounds like Callie's talking about sometimes, because you're confusing.
You're forcing and you're trying to take over destiny.
Yeah, and you're confusing an F-boy for a man of marriage material, and that wasn't the case. Because I've chased an F-boy before, because when the penis.
You and me both, girl.
You know what I'm saying? But
I lived in New York for 10 years. That was rough.
And it's not a fairy tale. It's finding the gem. Fairy tales, you're right, they don't last. Nothing lasts forever. Seasons, reasons, lifetimes.
Exactly.
Right? I feel like the spirit of discernment, though, is what a woman will need to have, not only for herself, but in her partner. And then you guys both have to go into whatever union you see as marriage, if that's your choice, with the same understanding of what's expected within that union. I feel like the institution of marriage is that, like, you can decide, you can have your business plan, your mission statement, like your vision for your institution, and people get confused.
But what is the point of getting married at all?
Because like, people want to be married. Some people want it on paper that you're my lifelong companion and we get this tax break. Some people want that. And if you don't believe in a life, you don't have to have it. But for other people who want it and have access to it and appreciate it, go ahead, nurture it. Make your decisions based off of a united conformation.
But most people are not
can do.
They're
because they're stupid.
That's going to end.
They're stupid. Who would enter into a contract with another whole person and not have the freaking business plan and mission statement and vision clearly outlined? That's your fault if you didn't take the time to do that.
I think the safest thing is to just not get married.
That's just it. That sounds like well, see, but I'm a risk taker. All my investments, I'm into taking risks, and the only way to get a high return is to take the risk.
See, and what I'm hearing is that Callie's been exposed to a lot of negative versions of this kind of union, and therefore, in order to protect herself, she has decided this.
Mary, I just see a whole lot of risk. I don't.
And so, because she's been exposed to the bad end of it, this is why her walls are down on this issue. But you need discernment. Exactly.
Let the fish come to you. I keep my house and finances separate. Yes, that's what I said at the beginning. Lisa is a testimony of
Mademoiselle, you have no idea.
No, but she said
your own stuff on the side.
My ex had
partner,
whatever, 12 divided by what's it?
You can only have a spirit of discernment if you are healed.
12 lives.
So there should be nothing you are looking for in a relationship that you cannot give yourself. High vibe. This statement right here is everything. You're about to get a sound effect on this statement, darling, because you are hitting the jackpot. Let's see. Let's give it.
Yeah, you got to recognize whether that voice in your head is actual discernment or a trauma response. You have to have the wherewithal, and in order to do that,
well, for me,
in order to discern between discernment and a trauma response, which is like to put your walls down, be guarded, not let anything in at all, that you have to be healed, and it does take time.
Well, okay, but Natasha, here's the thing. When I realized what she just said, you know what I realized? That I don't want to get married. That's fair. When I stopped looking for things in relationships and I learned to love myself and all this stuff, I was like,
I mean, I just called her Larja. Got a whole parade now.
Okay. I'm with this statement. It sounds like a lot of what's also happening is that perhaps, if you are not in a place of healing, you won't be able to even attract a person that's healed enough for you to vibe on. Like you got to check your vibe status sometimes. You got to be able to.
I can vibe with somebody all day. I just don't believe in signing a legally binding have a relationship with that person. That's what I don't believe in.
Yeah, that's excellent. I'm so glad that you know that about yourself.
Yeah.
When I get married, I don't believe in prenups. Half of mine will be hers, and whatever she makes will be hers. That's right, Sebastian. Real man on deck.
Do you have an older brother?
Yeah, and I bet Sebastian.
That's what I'm talking about.
And that she's not going to find him. He's going to find
basically
her.
What his is mine, what's mine is mine. Thank you.
Yes, a lot of people are in religions that they say they should get married, and it's not even their belief. You're right.
Exactly.
It's not.
But now, listen, it's not just a religious thing. There's just so much benefits of marriage. Like
what? What is the benefit?
Well, okay.
Let him
answer. Let him answer.
Don't get those.
But Callie, you have to let him answer. You go, what? And he goes, let him answer.
Okay. This is the only person that you could really trust if you guys really evaluate it. And I think before someone gets married, I don't think you should I don't think engagement should last months and then you get married. I think engagement should be something that's like 2 to 3 years. Try not to have kids throughout engagement. Just to make sure you can just make sure, how will my life be if I am with her or him? That's how it should be. I feel like this is the person that
2
you
to
could
3
really
years.
trust. You could really trust.
Yeah.
No, if you like engagement, not dating. Engagement, like after
no, I
dating.
think engagement should be like 3 months to 6 max.
Well,
after dating for how long then?
Yeah, after dating, you need to have all 4 seasons, I believe, to marry
at least
someone.
A year.
You need it, yeah,
and
at least
an
a year.
Engagement for at least a quarter of a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
Do you think that you should live with the person before you get married or after?
I think you should live with the person before.
No, but I think that you should go to marriage counseling before you get
marriage
married.
counseling also.
I think you should find out whether your life goals are the same. How you live, is that compatible? But really talk about it. You visit, see how they live. See, like, I like to do this. You like to wake up in the morning. I'm a night owl. I'm not. You have to evaluate that. And you don't necessarily have to live with someone as long as everyone's honest. And that's why I feel like I know in Catholicism, you have to go to, in order to get married in the church, you have to go to like their kind of counseling thing.
Yes, you do. It's very long. It's very long.
It's a very long process, and there's still a buttload of Catholics that got divorced, though.
Exactly.
There are. I'm going to explain this, though. There are a buttload of Catholics who've gotten divorced. But the thing is, some of them, not all of them. A lot of people who tend to go to these counseling things, they just think of it as boring. So they don't actually sit down and have the conversations. For example, the priest will probably ask
they just go through it and they don't really think.
Yeah, they're just bored because the thing is they just want to have the wedding at the church. So they have to go through the whole thing. Because in theory, that's why Britney Spears was mad at the Catholic Church. You can't get married there unless you're Catholic. That's why you're going to get like a whole mass where it's like a whole hour.
You can't just enjoy the aesthetics and not be Catholic.
The only thing is she probably could have gotten just the ceremony, which is the 15 minutes. I pronounce you husband and wife. That's the only thing you could really get. But the actual thing is like 2 hours to 3 max, where they actually talk about.
It's
And
considered a sacrament in the Catholic religion.
exactly, that's why in some Catholic, like
Oh.
for example,
So
in,
it's
in the
that's why it's a
Philippines,
long mass. It's it's like a mass but extra long.
you can't even get divorced in the Philippines because they're so strongly Catholic there. You can't get
Yep.
divorced.
Because I used to live by a Catholic pilgrimage, and the busloads of Filipinos would always come.
I know this though. I personally, I grew up Catholic. I'm no longer Catholic, but I will say this: the way they, I think, since they're Christians as well, since they're Christians, I think they value marriage very strongly there.
Thank
The
you.
ones who do follow the process of the actual sitting down and counseling, because you can't even get married after, you can't even get married quickly there, because once you declare you want to get married, I think you have to declare that 1 or 2 years before you actually get married through the church, and you must be
No,
counseled.
my friend did it, and it took about like 6 months of counseling classes.
Was it a small church or a big one?
Wait a minute.
I'm not sure.
Good question.
I think it was done in Connecticut.
What are the benefits of marriage? Because that's what we're supposed to be talking about.
What are the benefits?
And you don't see no benefits.
You don't see the benefits? Okay, your children have a lower chance of becoming a criminal. The stats have shown it. Kids who come from married households have lower chances of becoming criminals, have higher chances of finishing school, have higher chances of pursuing postgraduate degrees, and earning a high income.
And statistically, according to DGF 827, married men live longer.
Yes.
Because I know some people that got traumatized as hell by their parents' marriages.
Well,
But
that you're gonna have bad seeds in every single subject
Yeah,
matter.
they're called outliers, but the statistics
Those
have
are
shown
not
Outliers.
they're called
Most
outliers.
people get
They're
divorced
called
now.
outliers.
Yeah, that's
The stats don't lie. Stats don't lie. Kids
that,
who come
you
from
got
married
it. Numbers
households.
don't lie.
That's what politicians do. Politicians lie. Stats don't.
Sebastian, God, I love you right now. Yep.
I'm saying this: a kid who comes from
Come on.
a 2-parent household has a higher
You
chance
can
of
be
developing
in a household without being legally married.
What?
common law. That's not necessarily true, because common law will definitely get you married.
Common law is not in every state.
That's true.
Kelly
You can
just
also
does not like marriage,
living in
and
the
she's
same
never
house.
gonna get married, you guys. It's overdated.
Oh, I'm too old to have
She
kids.
does
so
not
I'm
want it. You
not
can't
into
talk her into it. There's no
Yeah.
good thing that comes from it. And as a married lady, I feel like the opposite. I love it. I love it. I love my husband. I love our family. I love the
Oh,
idea
bless you.
of us being married. And honestly, you guys, like when I was out in these streets, y'all, larger curves, fancy hers, I was like, I'm never gonna get married. I'm always, and
You
if
just hadn't met the one, Curves. You just
I
hadn't met
never,
the one.
I was like, I'm never gonna get married. And I came from a 2-parent household. My parents were married into my 30s, and then they got divorced, but they still hang out. And it wasn't no financial blow up. It was just they grew apart, and that's fine too. They were going in 2 different
Which is
directions.
usually what happens.
But and hey, but at least they did it and tried it. I'm more of the people, like, I love when people do something and try it and then make their decision instead
Me
of just bash it and never try it. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
Curves, I sent
I'm
you a
just
link.
like, do it and try it and see, and let it fall where it may. But because of their example, I felt like I was going to give it a try, but it was only because this dude chased me down and was like, I was like,
The
oh,
right man will change
you know what
your
I'm saying?
mind.
Like, yeah.
And don't get
The
me
right
wrong,
man
I
will
haven't
turn
met
on.
the right man either, Kylie. Like, I'm with you on that. So it's like, I'm not sitting pretty in a marriage or anything.
I'm not, but I would never ever get married. I don't believe in it. I think it's ridiculous in this day and age. And I think that there was a reason why women had to be oppressed the way that they were, because that was the only reason why this setup was able to work. Women couldn't get bank accounts. They couldn't get credit cards. They were damn near property. And that marriage comes from that society. We don't live in that society anymore.
But also,
And
women
so,
who
like,
have been
there are
gonna-
outliers, and I'm so glad and happy that occurred. that
Can I
they
say
should
this?
be able to do that. But like statistically, it is true with like whatever, you know.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Historically achieved women, for example, Madam C.J. Walker, who is one of the richest Black American women, before this is the time, and I'm going to say this, if she could have made it in that time where segregation was still going around, just out of Reconstruction, nothing was happening, and she made it, and
This
she
woman
was
was an out.
married. She was a
She was an out.
what?
I mean, you can't pick up people who essentially won the lottery and use them as examples. That woman is not an example of anything that was going on.
I'm going to say this.
at
She,
that time. She was an extreme outlier.
her hair and cosmetics things have
So we
gone
got outliers.
through the
So you're
roof.
recognizing that.
We do have outliers.
Yeah.
I'm not saying outliers don't
That's
exist.
an extreme example.
I'm just saying that statistically being married,
See,
you
we're
have a
saying the
higher
negativity
chance-
is the outlier.
you have a higher chance of
And you're saying
being
the other way.
successful. You just truly do.
No, you do not. No, especially not a Black woman. That is not true.
I don't know. That well, I mean, wasn't Madam C.J. Walker married, and she was the first
Mary
freaking
Walker
Black millionaire ever of life?
She lived in a different time period. I'm talking about.
She lived in a time period where women were property, actual property.
Right, and she
This
still did her thing.
Was an outlier. That's like saying that everyone who buys a lottery ticket is going to be a billionaire. That is literally like saying that. This woman is not. You cannot use that woman as an example. I'm sorry.
I think the
Yeah.
negative effects of marriages are the outlier.
No.
Right,
That's
it
what I
can
believe.
be. I feel like I don't know. I just feel like
But I respect
look-
your decision based on your
I
own
would have-
experiences, and I
Then he would
understand
have
where
never
you're
got
coming from.
married. He would not be fighting to keep a house that he worked and paid for. He should have never gotten married. And this is
I
what
also feel
really
like
to think. You
what
don't have
Emmanuel is
to marry.
saying
You don't
right
have
here.
to put all your
No,
life-
if you know Gabor, Kelly hates marriages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He even
But,
jokes
what
about it.
Emmanuel is saying right here, it's not all about the money. The foundation is you married someone that you love and want to be committed companionship with. I also feel like that too. Okay, so everybody
But
knows
why
what
are
happened.
you
Everybody knows what happened in the 80s was the AIDS came out. And also, we can't just be out here doing everything with everybody anymore. I feel like committed monogamous relationships are kind of healthy, you guys. Even though I
They
also,
really are. Soul ties are real.
yeah, soul ties. There's all kind of stuff that's come out. as
Okay,
far
guys,
as, like,
speak one at a time, because it's so hard to listen to
Yeah.
like 4 people at once.
Right.
Curves, you have
And-
the microphone right now.
Thank you, Sebastian. Oh my God.
Sebastian's the best.
So yeah, I feel like soul ties are real. Being in a committed monogamous relationship is a healthy thing for your actual twat or for your peen. I feel like not only with literal diseases, but with energy transfers going on.
Yes.
You never know what you're getting into. You don't know what you're sleeping with. And if you can develop a true relationship with somebody and get to your deepness while you're with their deepness, then you might have a chance of not having to encounter one of those type of things. I feel like it just takes some time to get to know yourself and get to know another person. And if it's not for you, it's not for you. But I'm not going to knock an entire something that a bajillion people are doing because I saw my friends go through some shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's like a lot of, that's a lot. It just feels like a lot.
It's literally every day, pretty much. We are reporting stories of people getting divorced because.
Well, the thing is, it's because they don't happen. That
relationships just end. And
That's-
that
relationships ends because of the people who are in them.
Ties, you are able to walk away when it's time to walk away.
Yeah, if you're not married, you're able to walk away. But that's why what I'm saying is pre-marriage, you guys talk. You get your vision statement for your marriage. You have your business plan for your marriage because there are financial benefits. You're in business with this person now. You guys are like co-CEOs at this point. And hopefully if you have some type of belief over you, then you'll have that as the ultimate CEO. And you guys are CFOs, co-partner. And then you guys have your family and the business and the vision and everything. But not everybody is approaching it like that. People are not doing it like that for some reason. They just like want to to go get a ring, go get the event, go have a certified party, and they think that's marriage. It's not. There's a lot of talking that
Right.
has to happen. There's a lot of soul connecting that has to happen. You have to be vulnerable with your partner. They have to know everything about you that you didn't want to talk about with other people in your life. You have to take a chance and be willing to put that out there for the person that you discern is worthy of knowing you and loving you on that level. You have a responsibility within your relationship, not only to you, but to how you show up, what you present, and then what you expect from the other person. You train people how to treat you. And if you're not even talking to the person, then how are you going to train them? It's a lot. There's a lot of personal
Fun facts.
There's
Can I
a
go
personal
next?
responsibility.
Can I go
That's what I'm
next?
saying. Yes, go ahead, Sebastian.
Okay, I want to say this. I grew up in a home where both my parents were married. There was ups, there was downs. The D word has been thrown multiple times. But you know what? They decided, let's talk, let's try to
Let's
do
stay
things.
together.
Let's try to do things the way.
Loving you weather.
Weather.
It's time for good,
Copyright.
bad.
Copyright.
Be your side.
Copyright.
Sorry,
Curves is monetized
copyright.
now. Okay, you might get a strike. You might get a strike, Curves, but
We were singing way too many songs.
too many
All
songs.
the other times I sing songs, I never got a strike though. They let it
Well,
go
you
through.
weren't monetized yet.
Well, no, after that, they go through. Okay, so after you guys get monetized, you have to go through and say which videos you want monetized. And then the algorithm does something in that video. And the videos that have the limited ad capability are the ones where I talk about isms, and the ones that have like Miss Wanda. And most of anything from Love and Marriage Huntsville, you had ad limited stuff. All the ones where I sing, it's going through fine. So
Okay.
yeah, so far so good. I hope, yeah. So but I make sure to try to only sing like a little bit. I try, but no, one time I did sing the whole Under the Bridge.
And my thing is, I want to.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. My thing
that
is,
was hilarious.
I'm gonna explain what happened to Lisa.
You're like, I might have hit the chorus hard with that one.
I'm gonna explain what happened to Lisa in her marriage.
Huh.
Lisa was a waitress in Vegas. She saw a plastic surgeon. She saw money. She saw everything. She saw that, you know what, my life will change tomorrow if I'm with this person. And her life changed. It did. But the thing is, if one is wealthy and the other isn't, there's always might be a consequence at the end.
Right.
But if you both are, let's say, middle income or working class, you can build your wealth together and you'll have more respect with each other because you're going to realize through the ups and downs, this person was with me. Lenny was already at his highest when he got with Lisa. He was already at his highest.
Right.
All he needed Lisa was, you know what, he needs kids. Because obviously, there's another reason why people have kids. Who are you going to give your wealth to when you die? If you don't have kids, just say it. It's the truth. It's the truth. Who are you going to give it to? I understand some people say they don't need kids.
Right on, Morgan. Thanks.
But I'm gonna explain it. Who are you going to give your wealth to? Unless it's charity. And how do you know if that 501c3 charity that you decided to give your wealth to is gonna actually do charitable works with it? It's the truth.
Real talk.
And let's say you don't have nephews and nieces. Let's say you don't have nephews and nieces. Your sibling decided not to have kids themselves. You didn't. Where's that money gonna go? That's why I'm saying Lisa saw that her life was gonna change, and then she was like, you know what, let me do it. Or I don't even think she was in love with him when she first got with him, but that's a whole nother conversation. I don't think
I think she was like in
she
lust.
grew.
She was in fun. She was enamored. She was like,
Yes.
oh my God.
Yes, she grew into love with him. She grew into it. And that's the thing.
Nobody sees a man with great pubic hair and is like, oh my God, let me jump on. I love him so much.
No, I think
it doesn't really happen.
The
like
idea.
I personally think I have compassion for her. I'm not really concerned about the kids because Lenny's not going to leave the kids to die for. He's just going to.
He's there. He already told her.
He's going to make sure the kids are well taken care of. Even that house, it doesn't even have. It probably doesn't have Lisa's name because when you search up her name on the Miami County property search.
Yeah.
There's nothing. Lenny's name is out there. He has multiple properties, but Lisa's name is nowhere. He's probably gonna put that house in a trust, and those kids will probably be able to kick their mother out once they turn 18.
Same thing with Ashley Darby.
Yes. Well, Ashley's name is on the LLC that bought the house, so that's gonna be a whole.
Did somebody look that up and they can show it, or did she just say it?
She said it.
I
believe
would
a
like
lot
to
of
see it.
that.
Is there a registry
That's a
we can
whole
look
other
up
topic.
for whatever state they're
Yeah.
in and make sure her name is on the LLC?
Mhm.
Because I would not believe Michael as
She
far
lives
as I
in
know.
Virginia, right? She lives in Virginia, right?
I'm not sure where they live, but I don't
She lives in
trust her
Virginia,
or
in
Michael.
Arlington.
And I don't believe that he
Virginia.
has any. I don't believe that colonizer has any of her best interests at heart.
He has his kids' best interests.
Yeah, he doesn't. Ashley is not.
I don't even know if he has their best interests at heart. He hardly
No.
wanted those babies.
Yeah,
you
he's
guys. He hardly wanted those
Yeah,
babies.
his best
Oh,
They
interest.
they do have the black in them, so he might see them as
Just a
another
quarter.
commodity.
Just a quarter.
Yeah, so I don't know. But right here, I really appreciated DGF's comment right here. Some people's discernment is off because of toxic parenting, and some predators because of personality disorders or genetic flukes. That's true, you guys. All the stuff I'm talking about. Hey, if you talk to the person, you'll find out if predators often tell on themselves. You have to talk to these people. You have to get to know these people. You have to have your guard up for a while. You have to be vulnerable. There's a lot of things that you have to do to weed out and get to the real ones. But there's work.
That's
to
what we were
do.
saying. If you're not properly healed, sometimes it's hard to tell if it's a trauma response or discernment.
Right, exactly.
So that's why
Because
it's
trauma
important to take
bonds-
action to properly heal from your wounds, whether childhood or whatever.
And I feel like a lot of the toxic marriages that we're talking about might have been built on trauma bonding. And
Facts.
once the trauma's over, you don't know how to exist. Because
And
now
that's
there's
why
no
you kind of
trauma.
pull apart.
So either you're constantly making trauma and problems because that's how you guys exist, or when there's none of that, you feel like, oh, what am I doing here? And you feel empty because there's no trauma. So yeah, there's a lot of healing to be done.
Right, the bond that grabs you two together isn't there anymore. Because you healed and you're like, wow, we're radically different from one another.
And I saw that, oh look, Natasha's writing in the thing and she's right here. That's what we're saying, if we're properly healed. Yeah, it is hard.
Yeah,
I disagree. Lenny
pulled a Lisa. He has the same predatory freak of the week energy as Michael Darby. Yes, Lisa was only 21 and swept that gorgeous girl off her feet.
I disagree. Lisa was a waitress or a bartender in Vegas when she got with Lenny. She could have given him the eyes, given him the looks, because she was very pretty before she had.
Well, here's the difference between Lenny and Michael. I'm gonna tell you, Lenny shows his money. We can see that he has wealth, and I can definitely see a woman like Sebastian was saying, who is a waitress.
He's way more flashy, yeah.
Probably pulling up in his Rolls Royce or whatever and going, Versus Michael, it's all talk. It's all verbal. Michael don't really roll like that. So
because Michael owns like freaking countries.
Yeah, Michael decided to go over to Somalia
and he has connections with the government where he like literally owns company or countries.
People that have called in from Somalia that have said that story is questionable, and even if he does own that piece of property, Somalia is huge. He is not the largest landowner. So that's what I'm saying. I don't believe everything in the media. One good example.
Just landowner in that town, not the country.
Well, for him to own any land, for that colonizer to own any land over there, with his history of grabbing asses of black men with no permission, I wouldn't want him going to a black country and buying up hella land there. Where
Thank you, and having connections with the government. Thank you.
It is unclear that as a non-citizen, if he can even really truly own this land. So what I was about to say, one example off topic, if you guys look up Bruce Beach and what actually happened with Bruce Beach is totally different from what was being reported in the media. And it was reported by very reputable sources. And there is a whole other backstory behind that. The property that they showed was not even the correct property. It's a lot of fugaziness that went on with that story. And that story was all over the media. So you can't just believe everything that people put out there. So what I'm saying is this: I can see how Lisa looking at Lenny and the way that Lenny rolls seemed like I'm about to be in the money. Versus Michael, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Michael has been part of the most lucrative real estate things in DC,
Sarah,
including
but
Columbia
Curvies
Center,
PRS.
Tapestry, the Odyssey condominium, Franklin Square, Morthing.
That's not my point.
Hello,
My
bonjour.
point is this.
Bonjour.
See
Sorry,
that
I'm just
Lisa
late.
would be
I
able
just-
to look at Lenny's lifestyle and think that she hit the jackpot versus somebody looking at Michael, they kind of are going on faith a little bit. That's my point.
But no, that's not true either, Kelly, because Ashley was working in his restaurant and knew how much money he had. So she also knew exactly
She just knew he was an investor in that restaurant. She
knew he was the owner.
Said it herself.
She knew that he was in charge of that restaurant, and she jumped on that.
He was
one. I like DGF's.
Yeah.
Wait. DGF's comment right here is the difference. This is true. The difference is Darby actively did not want kids, and she talked him into those kids, whereas Lenny desperately wanted kids and talked Lisa into the kids. So there's a couple of little.
That's true.
And there's a difference too, and he's the largest landowner in Mogadishu, not the whole country.
Not Somalia or whatever.
Yeah, just the Mogadishu town.
Exactly.
Which hosts a lot of the UN people.
Right.
But it's still problematic. It's still problematic for sure. What's happening in Somalia is very strange. I will tell you that. I think it's very problematic, that situation too. Because it's very strange to have one American man have so much stuff.
He's not American. He's not American.
He's Australian.
He's Australian, but it's very problematic. I will tell you that.
But he's connected to American, obviously, conduits.
No, it's just not just it's the fact he was an Australian man in Mogadishu. It can be very problematic. I don't go very far what I think about that and what I knew about geopolitics in Somalia, but I will tell you that it can be very problematic. I always said that you can do something in Africa without to have some acquaintance and some type of strength relationship. So. And I exactly knew what I said that. I come from Africa. I grew up in homeland in Africa. I traveled so much in Africa. I had so much of my friends are Black African from Cameroon, Senegal, and Ethiopia. So much different place, and they had money. It's very difficult to them to do something in business in their homeland. So imagine someone from Australia buying some land in Somalia like that. For me, I found that very strange.
It's very problematic.
But Michael originally put this information out. He actually said this in an interview when him and Ashley were going on to the show. This information came from him. So I got information.
But then someone finally looked into what that actually entails, and they were like, "Oh,
exactly."
But I heard the UN also benefited from the war in Somalia, allegedly.
Facts.
But you have so much scandal in Somalia with UN people doing things to other people. They have coercion, create some, very strange business. And just not UN, some, very, well-known, charity and foundation. So it's very questionable sometimes. I don't say it's possible. I don't make any accusation, but I was thinking of one thing. Michael Darby always making some scandal to hide some situation, and it's very near to the story of Somalia coming up. It just so can just like that in 1 minute.
And then the Candace story came out.
Yes, it's very convenient for him to make this too when people are digging of his story.
And now he's
not
suing,
to mention
he's suing to deflect from the Somalia. Do you realize that? He's suing Candace to deflect from this.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
But also, isn't it interesting that $2 million is the amount of the house that he just bought for Ashley?
Yeah, I don't believe in coincidences. Mm-hmm. There are zero coincidences.
But I'm gonna say this. You know why he's suing Candace?
Because he wants to deflect from the Somalia and get money for the house.
No, that's not why. He's not gonna win that lawsuit. The only reason why he's suing Candace is just to make her run for her money. That's it. It's out of vengeance.
Right,
knows
he
he's
wants to make
doing.
her waste some money.
Yep.
But he
Those
He
legal
wants to make her
attorneys.
waste some money. And somebody, what's her name? Ouija podcast. Shout out. I'm not really sure, but she was speculating that the money that Michael not only is suing her for is for the house, but that he did it because she's the darkest one, because other people have said he sucks sausage too, but she said he paid
And
to
he
suck sausage.
named a
So she
Yeah.
says that she heard he paid.
But
She
it
didn't
also
say it as
is
a
because
fact.
he didn't physically
He heard,
appear.
yes.
He did not physically appear this season on Potomac.
That's
So
why he
for
was
her to say something about him who didn't appear on the season is different than all the other seasons when everybody talked about him and he was on the show.
Yeah.
Also,
Yes, but
he's no longer.
You
on-
remember when he was gone in Caraïbes and he tried to, I think it was in Caraïbes, Candice, she was doing a show
In the
and he
Bahamas.
goes against a woman.
Oh yeah, he went there and
It was
accosted
think
her.
It was Candice and he take this travel and tickets to see her and try to,
He did.
to harass her. And, she was
She
just
should
trying to say
countersue
something.
for harassment that he did in Bahamas.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yes,
the thing
Bahamas.
is, what he's trying to make her do, and please, I'm going to say
Waste
something,
money.
and y'all going to let me finish speaking too. Okay. What he's trying to do is to make her retract her statement of what she said on the show, that he goes pay this man named ... and does things with him. He's trying to make her retract her statement. And allegedly, it's been over a year since the cease and desist was issued. So that means even it probably was issued during filming. That's the issue of why Candace needs to either retract or she's going to have to pay a lot of attorney fees and they're going to add up.
Okay, I had a question.
Or couldn't she also, real quick, couldn't she also just have the guy, because she said the homeboy told her, so couldn't she just have the guy say that I told her this?
What if the guy doesn't want to go public?
But maybe
Hello, the guy was paid off most likely by Michael. Hello.
Exactly.
He can make a John Doe testimony. He can be just protect his name and just give make secret trial.
That's the thing. Gabrielle. The thing is, if you go to trial, you're gonna be paying more in attorney fees, and that's what Michael's trying to make her do, is to make her waste her money on attorney fees.
That's what really wealthy people do, because they have their money is long. So what they want to do is drain the other person, and so even though the person could be right, they get their money drained.
And that's what
exactly what's happening with Tamara and Shannon. Remember, the trial against the lawsuit against Tamara and Shannon in OC against the guy, sled guy, I think that, and they had that, and they drained their money with this fees of lawyer, everything like that. So it's true. It's very expensive, but if she
Candace doesn't have money like Michael does. That's the thing. Candace doesn't.
Yeah, her money's not long.
Go on reality TV. If you do not want people arguing with you and saying crazy things and all of this stuff,
Michael
go
wasn't
on
TV.
the show.
He wasn't on there that season.
But you know what? If I was Candace's lawyer, I would say that by Ashley being allowed to talk about Michael, she made it so other people could talk about Michael, because they were both still married at the time of filming. They still are legally married, and thereby, since she's on a show called Real Housewives, that he is fair game, just like Jamal's peen was fair game.
You guys are
missing the point. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all fair game by proxy. So
you guys are missing the point.
Lawyer.
The point is, you guys are missing it. You guys are missing the point. The point
is, a loophole.
When you sign to be on these reality TV shows, you do also sign that you won't be able to put out these cease and desist and stuff.
Right.
I think even both the husbands do. Michael was not on the show this season, so he did not need to even sign a contract. And if you recall, we don't even see pictures of Michael on the show. So clearly he was not on the show at all. But Candace decided to bring it up. And trust me, Candace, this season I kind of did like you, even though I do call you a pick-me because you do really do a lot of pick-me stuff. She messed up. She could just retract the statement. That's all she needs to do, and come to a deal with Michael so she doesn't have to go through trial. Because I really don't want her to go to trial. Because now
Yeah,
I don't want her to go to trial either.
Heard
I
it.
need this squashed
I don't know
before
this
it gets out of
All
hand.
she has to say. All she has to say is, I don't know this for a fact. I heard this. I was told this.
That's what she said. She said, I
Well,
heard
she did.
from
She
a
did say
man.
that.
She didn't say
No,
this
she
is
didn't say
fact.
I heard. She said your husband is busy out here in the streets.
But in the confessional, she does say, I heard from so and so that this happened, and she'd been sitting on it for years. She did say she only
You know who
heard
else
it.
said? You know who else said I heard?
Ooh.
TK.
Okay.
Who's TK?
Tasha K.
Oh, Tasha K.
Tasha
Oh,
K.
no.
also.
No,
Yeah, I
You should
heard.
have said
No,
allegedly. Oh,
No, she said fact.
allegedly.
No, sometimes she said facts. Sometimes she said I heard. Sometimes she said.
Yes.
Well, she got sued when she said fact, though.
Yeah, she
No,
later.
it's
She didn't get sued
Emily
because she said I
Baker
heard.
explained. Remember what Emily Baker explained? She said allegedly. She said things
Wait,
sometimes,
did she? Wait,
alleged.
no.
Emily Baker explained very good the
Exactly.
case of Tasha K. It's the
Man.
fact she repeats something with different tone, with different type of sentences and syntaxes too. And she said like a fact, sometimes not like a fact, sometimes
She did say it
allegedly,
like a
sometimes-
fact.
And it creates some effect of everything she said is true. Sometimes she doesn't say it's true, but she creates an effect. It's what exactly what's happening when you repeat something very often and you create different way to say that. At the end,
Yeah.
you create an effect of a
You make
truth.
alternative
And
facts.
she brought people in to confirm it allegedly.
Yeah.
too. Like she went.
Yes,
She
and
did
to
the
have
most.
reaction on that. To have
There was no
reaction on
alleged
that.
in what she was doing.
Yeah.
Another thing is, I'm saying this. People keep on bringing up the SH that Michael Darby and the producer entailed. That issue was settled and closed.
But
I'm-
grooming
even
is
though
not-
I, even
But
though
there
I
was
believe
three
it to be true,
different.
I believe
There
it
was
to be true
one.
though. I believe it to be true. I stand by survivors and Curvies, but I'm gonna say this: it was closed by a judge, guys. It was closed. It was done. They were paid. It was simply.
Well, that
situated.
one was done. But what about he grabbed Katie's boyfriend's butt?
Did he sue?
He grabbed,
Did he sue?
but he didn't sue. But I'm just saying he's showing a
If there's
pattern
no
of
lawsuit, that
grabbing.
means
You know
we're
what?
not.
Guys, I'm starting to really feel like they need to scrap this franchise. And
Yeah.
I'm to be funny.
They really do. Robin and Giselle ruined it. Sorry, you
I
can't
really-
redeem it.
I'm gonna say
Sorry
this.
to
I
do that.
100%. If you are done that, but you have the statute of limitations. If you did not sue, the person cannot be tried or done something. Katie's boyfriend was touched. Andy was touched. And I
Yes.
also think Ray was as well. But they
Yeah.
did not
Yes.
sue. They did not sue. That's the thing.
It doesn't make
what-
it. It doesn't make
But
it
that's
any
a
less of an offense that he did
No, it
that.
does
It's
not
still
make it. less
it's still
of an
showing patterns of behavior.
It is patterns of behavior. It does not make
And
it less
then
of an
as
offense.
far as
But
her
what it
saying-
makes it as. What
You
it makes
think
it
that
as.
I'm going to go pay some
We
man.
can
or-
say it's allegedly a pattern of
things.
behavior because we don't have any lawsuit against him. You don't have any complaint legally against him, and the production don't.
But we have
get any,
footage.
We
Yes,
have
footage,
footage,
but
exactly.
Yes, footage.
Did you
but what is,
process that footage?
what is
Did
the
you process it?
statement of the Bravo of the production? Did they make an official statement against Michael Darby?
And I would
Like-
also,
They did for
Real
Brandy.
real quick, can we just insert that there's also an established idea that he does want to suck sausage from his own mouth, so that he has a fetish for sucking sausages, that he has a penchant
We-
for sucking sausages, that
we
in
don't know.
particular he would have loved to suck Juan's sausage, and he did not deny that. Therefore, Candace saying 5 years later that she heard from a viable source that he did that doesn't make it like completely the first time that this is introduced as something that he would do.
And it was
Curves.
a
I agree-
first-hand
I agree with you,
source.
Curves.
First
I
hand.
agree- I want to say this. I agree with you, Curves. I'm not saying I disagree with any of you guys. Yes, it's completely wrong he's doing this, but the thing is, he's not doing it because he thinks he's gonna win. He knows he's not gonna win.
Yeah,
He's just
deflecting.
doing this to make sure he runs Candace for her money, because those attorney fees
Yeah,
rack up. That's what he's doing it for. I'm not defending Michael at any case.
Right,
That's not what
right.
I'm doing. What I'm saying is he's just doing this to make her run for her money. That's it. Which will probably put a pause.
You know how you combat that? You take him through the ringer in discovery. Make him pay for making it legal. Oh, you want to make it legal? Now we're going to pull up every dirty little thing you've ever done.
Yup, that's what she should do.
And you're going to feel embarrassed, and all your business partners are going to know about it because it's going to be documented.
And hire an
So here we go.
to make
You
sure.
asked,
But
and
I
you
had a
received.
question. I had a question to all of you. We knew everybody in internet and all this pseudosphere vlogger make investigation when they see something. Do you think the public and people can now, when they see the Candia situation with Michael, try to find all the skeleton in the closet of Michael, not Candiace, but other people, to make that, go on internet and just blast the life of Michael, because he's not gonna get retaliation from Candiace, but maybe by the public, because the story of the Somalia now is the story when he go in it was in Bahamas, I think, that to to go to see Candiace, and the story with the ironclad, prenup contract, and all the thing he does very negative, allegedly. Do you think maybe some people say, okay, we are not agree with you, and we are find some information about you very dark and just blow out publicly on you? Do you think it's gonna be possible, that thing against him?
Well, the thing is, you could blow out anything that you want. The issue is blowing out. Yes, it could hurt him, but he's not going to sue someone who's not on a national TV show. He's not going to sue someone who's not on a national platform, and that's what Candace has. He's not going to sue someone who's just a regular schmegular people who's below him. He's not going to sue that. That's why he's coming for Candace, because Candace has his money. That's exactly why he's coming for Candace.
Well, we can just pull up every dirty secret he ever had legally in Discovery, so it's going to be on you, Michael.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
No, it's what I
Discovery.
And it'll all be documented, and it'll be legal, and everyone will know, and everyone will know every dirty secret you ever did. And it's because you wanted to bully Candace. So ask and you shall receive, Michael. You want to do this? Well, you're also going to get this part too. You might have forgot about that.
But the issue is, Candace has an issue. This is also a lesson for Candace.
You can't just accuse people.
Bravo and Cocktail or Benoit, or all these blind item, website and vlogger, just blow up some information. Doesn't say it's Michael, but at the end, everybody knows it's Michael, and everybody digging. Like the Somalia thing, everybody's gonna be digging now about this Somalia story. What's happening? And maybe something is gonna be get out. We don't know.
Put it out. This is what
I think. This is a deflection from the Somali.
This came out of Michael's mouth when him and Ashley first were getting on the show. I don't really
understand. Yes, but at this time, the people were not educated.
But yeah, people didn't really understand what the imperative of what he was saying.
If he was committing war crimes, Interpol would already acted on Michael already by now. Just saying.
I don't think so, because of corruption.
It's very complicated to make someone now in Africa to have war crime. You need to have so much.
It's very complicated.
It's very complicated. So what I tell you, that at the time when they speak about Somalia thing, it was during the beginning of the show,
because he's not the only one doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, it was right before the show. He did an interview.
Yes, and they just say that once. We don't see that coming back on the show very often. And she never speak out about that. She said, "Oh, I get once, and we see some picture," but they never speak out about that after. So they said that once, like, it's everything is normal, like we don't have any problem on that. But at this time in the internet and every other social media, we are not educated what's happening in Africa. Now we are educating. Now African American people are very interested in what is happening in Africa. Now everybody is very connected to what's happening in other countries. So
it's a blessing in disguise, because we didn't know about this until now.
But I'm just wondering, how did this story come from 7 or 8 years ago in an interview with Michael to now people are acting like
People's consciousness has increased, and people
it's-
are more aware. Things have changed drastically.
Okay, one at a time. Callie was going first. One at a time. Callie,
No,
continue.
I'm wondering. This
Thank
is not
you.
something that Michael has lied about. Michael said this out of his own mouth, like 8
Exactly.
years ago or 9 years ago at this point.
Yep, exactly.
Why is it that this story has now resurfaced and is all over the place? I'm wondering if Candace somehow had something to do with this, and this is why he's suing her.
But the lawsuit with Candace has actually.
I don't think it's
No. He's suing her for something else because he can't sue her for this because he said this. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
He said this, but he never said that.
Yeah.
He pays.
So
a
he's
man
finding
paying-
another excuse to do so. I get what you're saying.
I just wonder, like, why all of a sudden did this story come up? This story has been out there. It's just so strange.
Maybe he's actually in ties with politicians, global leaders.
He is. Why do you think he chose, an Australian man chose to live in DC?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
The Chocolate City, which is why they won't make it a state. Did you know they won't make DC? They will not make DC a state because it's the most chocolate city in the United States.
No,
That's
because
not the
it's part of
only
the controlling trinity, the City of London, DC, and the Vatican. They are the trinity of control.
Oh,
That's not the only thing. Also, DC can never be a state unless it's
DC is the control of the military. The City of London, the control of finances, and the Vatican is the controller of history and religion.
It has to be constitutionally amended as well for DC.
Yes, exactly.
For DC to become a state.
Almost like another country.
And they all have Egyptian obelisk in them, front and center.
I'm not very, fond of that, but what I can to tell you what happening in Africa with that story, I say one thing. Maybe it's not Candiace, maybe it's Ashley, because now it's a divorce thing. She tried to.
There is no divorce.
Leave him.
And
when
Y'all, can we talk about Miami and the stuff? Because we just went down a rabbit hole and going by.
But wait, that's what I'm saying. Because there's no divorce. There's no divorce.
And when you divorce,
because there's no divorce, it makes him
let Larsa talk
for talking about anything about her husband is fair game because she's on the show. They're not divorced.
You can't do that, Curbs, if the husband did not sign that release document for Bravo.
Well, I'm sure that he still can't sue. The thing that he signed from before.
You're still allowed to talk about people because
he's not suing because he knows what she said is wrong or anything. Allegedly, he's just suing just to make her.
It's a nuisance lawsuit.
Yeah, it's a
exactly a nuisance.
Yeah,
to catch her up in court for sure.
And she's gonna be paying dime. She's not even gonna be paying a dime. She's gonna be paying.
Well, he's gonna get embarrassed.
It's gonna be thrown out.
Well, he's gonna get humiliated.
I think that his wife saying that he wanted to end the relationship because she didn't want to go have sex with another woman is way more embarrassing than what Candace said. Michael just does not like Candace. He wants to get on her nerves. This is a nuisance lawsuit.
I would hire a PI and then one of those crazy accountants, forensic, and I would get on him every little dirty detail on Michael I could ever find and bring it up in Discovery and be like, look, do you really want to go through this? Because you're about to get blasted, boo-boo.
I think maybe she tried to be free to Michael and she said, okay, I will try to tell to someone, maybe about other someone, something to get this news out. And now he's thinking it was Candiace speaking on him, but he doesn't, maybe suspect Ashley, but it's going to be possible about that. It's going to be a very good, interesting tactic because now we knew exactly how much money he had.
We still don't know. That's not true. We do not know how much money this man had. We don't know how much. We don't know. His wife don't even know.
You knew almost all this money is in Somalia. He doesn't have so much money in USA.
They have land in Russia, Australia. We don't know. We really do not know what is going on with this man, and his wife don't either.
His wife does not know.
If he does something with US people, if you do something with UN people and working with them and do something, you can have whole, information on the UN. They have, public report of finances. You can see online, and maybe she can try to find his name on this type of files.
Yeah.
Because UN and charity have a public financial
Like, you're gonna
thing.
you're gonna drain my money. Well, I'm gonna humiliate you for
But
the
you
world
guys,
officially.
It's so toxic. I agree. I would rather just talk about Miami. I love Miami. I'm glad Nicole made up with her dad. I'm glad.
Who are these people dancing? This is hilarious. This is Miami.
This is the Real Housewives of Potomac no rhythm section.
This is
They
insane.
don't know dancing. Oh my god.
They are kicking it. Look,
I've never seen so many people rhythmic. I can't even say rhythm.
I've never seen so many
I said
black
rhythmic
girls
tea.
with
Why can't I say
zero
that?
rhythm. And I'm like, what poll was Mia ever on if that's her drop?
Wait,
hot?
time out. Can
No,
someone help me?
Mia
Why
was
can't I
not
say
a
this?
pole dancer. I know exactly what
Rhythmically
you're talking
challenged. Can someone help me?
Rhythmically challenged section.
Say it again.
Mia was not
Rhythmically
exactly-
challenged section.
Rhythmically Oh my god, why am I so scary? Did I have a stroke?
Rhythmless
Then
nation.
Mia,
This is
Rhythm
Rhythm
Nation
Nation.
challenge.
Okay,
No,
guys.
you
Okay, guys.
guys,
Can we
they
stop
have-
talking about this irrelevant show
Yeah, let's talk about that's a dumb show. It's getting canceled. Let's talk about Miami and the drama in
stuff. They
One at
have
a time.
clubs that are called gentlemen's clubs. They don't have poles in them. The women walk around in like cocktail dresses, and they talk to the men. They pay attention to them. They hang out with them and stuff. They do serve food there.
You know what I captioned this photo?
That's I know.
Somebody
That
had
is
put
what
around
we
and captioned this photo
I'm
earlier.
talking about like what we
And
talked
this
about.
is
That's not what we're talking about.
This is from left to right. This is the loser, the liar, the faker, the dummy, and the fraud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
So
No,
what
let's go
she
back to
was-
let's finish up Larja.
Let's
Let's
go
finish up
Miami. Let's
Miami
go
and then
Miami.
talk about the other stuff that we were going to say.
Oh, weren't we done with Miami? We're getting ready to jump on this because no filter with Jack. No
it
filter
was
with
so
Zach.
It's about Tom. And
Okay.
Tom, and Nima, and Peter, and Oliver, and James, and now Lala, and Katie, and everybody's getting involved.
See, I don't watch this show, so I'm gonna have to drop down.
Shout out to No Filter
Drop
with
down, get your ego on,
Zach.
girl.
Do a little emergency episode with everything we know so far based off of what's gone down in the last 20
I don't like this guy. Gets on my nerves
This is
sometimes.
your
I
Vanderpump
love
catch
him.
stop. Your
Very
Vanderpump
nice.
come
We're
down.
friendly now.
Okay, he gets now.
His voice.
I know
is-
Aaron
I'm
D
sensitive to
loves him,
voices.
so I try to like him. But he's an Erica Jane sympathizer, and I'm not with that.
And
Yeah,
his voice
he
is
seems-
like piercing
he
in my
seems
ear.
to
Like I
have
need
the
a
tea.
smoother tone.
He seems to have the tea on what's currently happening, and I believe he was out with Ariana Madix last night when she was out clubbing
Yes.
last night. You guys.
Well, I
He
was
wa- he
talking
was-
to Candy Washington, and she almost went down to that concert herself because everyone knew that was going to go down last night in Anaheim.
She's like, that's my man. And she was like living her best life, right? In love with him, had no idea what was about to transpire. So I guess backstage, she ends up getting his phone and it's unlocked and she sees a video that Raquel sends him. And it's a video from Lil Bambi Eyes. And Bambi Eyes is doing a lot of things to her Lil
It was
Bambi.
a sex. It was a sex. It was a
What's
sex.
going on with Bambi downstairs, okay? Listen, I do things with, well, not
Raquel was in New York on Wednesday. Watch What Happens Live.
First of all, if you're in it,
Probably
do it
drunk.
Do it on like Insta.
I have
you
the
know,
whole story.
deleting videos or whatever. Not that I'm encouraging cheating, but like if you're gonna do it, then like don't send naughty videos to like the text messages. So Ariana sees the video and she's like, holy guacamole, I didn't want to see Bambi's Bambi, right? So she saw all of Bambi's Bambi and I don't know, maybe things were coming in and out of Bambi. I don't know. But I don't know exactly what the video was of.
Does he know what a Bambi looks like?
No. Can I tell you what we found out last night?
I can't pause him for some reason.
I make the list of all the TMZ, article.
I have the whole story.
Well, he said, wait.
TMZ, get out the news, and Deux Mois too. Deux Mois is
Yeah, I have all that. I have all that. We did the
So you
full
don't-
breakdown.
Whoa,
Me
wait.
too.
So you know more than Zach right now?
Well,
Yes, because
I mean, he's not
do
touching
all
on
my research
everything.
too.
Basically-
allegedly,
Basically,
Wait.
allegedly.
Wait.
Okay.
So first, Zach was coming up with some good stuff that I hadn't heard. So let's listen to 2 more minutes of Zach, and then we can hear from Sarah. Then we can hear from freaking Natasha. Okay.
Okay.
Why?
Toms, and she would hang out with both of them. So Bambi Eyes wasn't even trying to hide this. Bambi Eyes was like, she was either too dumb to realize that she was dropping Easter eggs, or she was just like trying to put it in everybody's face, right? She was not trying to hide it. Then after Watch What Happens Live, that's when Sheena confronted Raquel at a bar about the affair, and they had words, okay? So at this point, Ariana was finding out about it over in California. Sheena and Raquel are having this beef over in New York, so everything's going down Wednesday night, okay? Ariana's confirming it on Tom's phone, so at this point now there's evidence to prove.
We have all the demois, we have everything. We did everything.
The reports of Raquel having a black eye are not true, and Sheena never hit Raquel. So that they shared words, and Sheena called Raquel out. But as far as I can confirm, Sheena did not hit Raquel. Okay, so this was all going down.
He doesn't know that.
No news now. Friday morning is when news breaks on TMZ, and immediately I'm shocked. Everyone's like, "What? This can't be real. This is crazy." Oh, hi, Scotland. What were you saying that about? Why are you saying that about Layla? What about Layla? Was Schwartz a beard? Okay, so we'll get into that. So, news breaks Friday morning. I'm shocked. I immediately confirm it, and I'm like, holy shit, this is real. Raquel's apparently been iced out of the group, as has Sandoval. James starts blasting them on Instagram. Lala starts coming for Sandoval in her Instagram stories. And then she puts a clearance sale of the Bambi Eyed Bitch eyeshadow palette from her Give Them Lala beauty collection.
Yes.
Immediately puts that up.
I sent that to you, Curves.
So Jax tweets out, and he says that everything he says always ends up being true. Kristen Doty jumps into the ring. She says that everyone asking if she's happy about this. She hates that everyone thinks that she'd be happy.
Can I go first? Because I'm going to forget what I was going to say, and this is what I really wanted to talk about today.
Ariana, Katie jumped on her Instagram story. She posted 2 clown emojis, seemingly calling either both Tom's clowns or calling Tom and Raquel a clown, or everybody's a clown. I don't know, but there are some clowns in the mix. She also said, she hinted that she's about to blow shit up between the two of them. She's like, wait till the sandwich shop drops. She posted her Instagram story, and she's like, wait for it. Lala and Ariana are coming to blow shit up. She also says that she still hates the name Schwartz and Sandy's. Sheena then posts that she went out with Ariana last night. They went to a concert together. Apparently, the affair began last summer, around like July or August. And
no, it was earlier in Coachella.
Also revealed that they got tipped off about the affair last month in February. So people have been talking and things have been going on. Lala used to hate Ariana and they would fight too. I know, but now it seems like Ariana has everybody on her side. So this was more than just a hookup. This wasn't just like, oh, we kissed and we made out and whatever. I even had my friend Jeff Epstein. I did an emergency YouTube live stream yesterday, and I called Jeff, and he was giving me the scoop because he says that he remembers Sandoval buying Raquel drinks and flirting with her at a festival that he ran into them at last summer. And there was no sign of Ariana there. So the timeline checks out, right? If this was last September, which is kind of, I mean, was technically in production for Vanderpump Rules. I would imagine all the producers, they're filming right now.
No, it was started in April in Coachella, 11 months ago.
Coachella, we don't have the same image. We have the same spots.
Okay. Yeah, his thing is going to go on, but I feel like that's some great insight because yesterday my mind was blown, you guys. I was like, no way.
Yes. I do.
Honestly, I wanted to really talk about this, and I'm not like, if she's just gonna go over it instead of me, I'm just gonna drop off. Okay.
Okay. Can I just make 5 minutes and after that? Okay.
Well, Natasha didn't need to go anywhere. I hope she comes back. Sarah, what were you gonna say?
Okay, I see the TMZ because it was early on my day in France, so when it was night for you. So I had all, the TMZ thing, and I had, the screenshot of the brother of Ariana make a post also. I see the demois and the response of James, and demois make a post. I will tell you that because I do my research, I do my files. So I go, and she make a post. It was after the same moment, I think, when you say that, and she make a post to say it was during, it was during the January. She had a blind item speaking about that and speaking about the summer, time. Allegedly, Tom and Raquel, not Tom Schwartz, but Tom Sandoval, and maybe they have, this, relationship coming between them in the beginning of Coachella, but the climax was allegedly during July and August. It was the one item of Demois is saying. And I think the Tom Schwartz story, maybe it's something happening during Coachella with Tom Schwartz. But Tom Schwartz, at the same time, he was, go to live with his allegedly best friend, Johnny, now girlfriend, because we had the news getting out. We see that. In TMZ, they just blow out the picture. And after that, what is happening, on Wednesday, Ariana finds the picture on the video on the phone of Tom Sandoval. She confronts him. At the same moment in New York, we had Sheena and Raquel. Exactly what he said that. But TMZ exits the news. And now Tom Sandoval is going out of his home. He's doing all his packaging and he just moved out of the home. Raquel, she was, iced by everybody. I feel that. We don't have the reaction of Tom Schwartz now. We have the reaction of Katie. She make clown face in her Instagram. Lala Kent make a video. She said she was hungry like a lion, and she makes this Lala, beach bee, palette. Bambi eye, bee palette. She do that. James make a story when he say to people on Orange County to buy tomatoes and cabbage to the concert of Tom Sandoval. The picture are out. We see Tom Sandoval in his car with his package, and he's going out with his friend and he's taking everything he can do in a car. And James had reaction. He say with Demois, yes, it's during 7 months, and James say that to Demois allegedly. They are, have some relationship when Ariana was allegedly sleeping aside in other room. It's what James said to Demois in DM, and James said to people just to send some, make his bags, everything like that. Yes, TMZ had, that thing, and James
did report that Tom Sandoval was seen packing bags and leaving after. Yes. But Just Simply is saying he was just moving some items that he's severing. Several people have confirmed that he hasn't moved. So did he not screw Raquel, or he's still going to stay in that house with Ariana?
Oh, what he's saying is she finds something. Now they're breaking up. Everybody unfollow.
I thought they were
unfollow Raquel. So we don't know exactly what's happening, but he had so much packet on that, and we don't have the news they are selling the house before. And Ariana Madix, she's she closed her Instagram, and Raquel had so much hatred on her, and is
I couldn't find Raquel's Instagram. And
Ariana closed her Instagram.
Oh, sorry. Raquel, there you go, Emmanuel. Thanks for coming up.
Hey.
Thanks for coming up. I appreciate you. What's good?
Hey guys. Yeah. So first of all, I never really liked Raquel like that. I just she was just there. But I'm looking at her very differently now, because it's okay. So she was with James, then with Schwartz, then with Sandoval, and now she's also gonna have a thing with Garcelle's son, Oliver. So I'm like, that's very interesting. But another thing is, she's crazy. But something in the milk ain't clean about this. I don't know what it is. I feel like
something is missing.
I feel like people might have known. I don't know. It's weird.
Everybody say the same thing. Something is missing a pieces in this story. Everybody I speak with say to me, and we don't everybody say the same thing. Other people I speak about that say something is missing. A pieces is missing on all this story. The chronology of Raquel dating, she was during 5 years with James. During 5 years, she helping him with his alcoholism, with his drug addiction. She gets through some very hard time with him. After that, she break up with him. She had this.
Just simply, please do. If you send it to my Instagram, I can play it from my Instagram. Just simply, it's at Larger Curves at LRGA Curves in the Instagram streets. If you send it there, I'll be able to share whatever you send. Okay.
What it was very problematic during this season, it was the fact she get with Oliver. During this season, we gonna be heard. We see her with Oliver, the son of Garcelle. He was married at this time, and his wife left him because of that. And she make a statement. Remember that, everybody? She make a statement because
we remember.
It was very sad. And the Peter thing was very, we don't know what exactly happened to them. Tom Schwartz is. It's maybe not, maybe yes, but Tom Sandoval, maybe it's a true love story between them.
Peter is the manager, Robin. Peter is the manager who always wears the ponytail, and he's the oldest one on set, besides Lisa Vanderpump. Yeah, that's Peter.
But let me say this about Lala, though, because I know
I feel like you guys might not like my POV on this. Okay. So, look, I'm stretching, cracking my knuckles. Okay, I'm ready for y'all. Okay,
I'm ready.
So Lala even having a freaking thing called Bambi Eye Bitch on her makeup is such a freaking lowball thing. Lala is still an issue. She has no right to call out Raquel for scooting her around, for giving out her cookies, for sharing her what's between her legs, because everybody knows that's Lala's vein in life. I mean, pot, meet, kettle, call black. Okay, Lala is the last person to call out anything from anybody, as is Jax, in my humble opinion, because these two are the serial cheating whores of life on that show. If it had a peen and was wiggling, she was slobbing. And if it had a twat and was open, he was diving. So I feel like these are the last two people on the planet who should be looking at specifically Raquel and Tom Sandoval, who have the least history of being like them of everybody on the show. Now, I feel like poor Ariana, she did not deserve this. She does not deserve this. And she seems like a smart woman who's going to get her bags, pack her money, and hit the road and go make sandwiches all into the nighttime with Katie. And they're going to be Tom haters and run trains through all the restaurants that they can. But then again, we already talked about the soul ties that are going to come with that, ladies. So you can try to get your revenge by screwing all of their employees, but you're going to end up the one with all the soul ties, and it's not really going to affect them at all. They don't care. You might want to not do that and not even joke about it. But Lala is not the one to come for anybody. And her having all of the heat for freaking Sandoval. Please, she was trying to, when she wasn't trying to screw Sandoval's girl, Ariana, she was talking trash to her and demeaning her the same way that she was doing to Raquel for years. She's not an ally to women, period. I don't care. And Lala's not the one. Now, Katie, she's going to love the misery. She's going to love the company. They both get to commiserate and hate on freaking the Toms. And I just don't feel like, I kind of feel like, okay, you know how Raquel said, well, Sheena kind of put the idea in my head about Schwartz by bringing it up. Well, I think that freaking Tom Sandoval could be like, well, Jax kind of put the idea about screwing my girlfriend in the other room while I'm asleep. He put that in my head when he did it to Kristen. And then Kristen literally felt like Ariana and Tom cheated on them and began a relationship while he was still in a relationship with Kristen Doute. And now she's crying on Kristen Doute's shoulder. No, this is all weird. I'm not crying on the girl's shoulder of the man that I took. And you're not going to console me if I was the one that took your man. It's all mixed up. They're basic. They did regress, but this is classic Vanderpump Rules right here, you guys. This is classic Vanderpump Rules. Now, I know he'd been with Ariana for a decade now, and they were playing house all nice, but they were just playing. She didn't steal a married man in this case. Now, what she did with Oliver, Oliver did with her. Oliver was the married person in that regard. She didn't even know who that was. Let her tell it. She was like, oh, Garcelle Bouvet's son? Maybe she knew he was married. Maybe she didn't. His mouth was open for business. She took a dance on the floor with him. They played tongue hockey, and that's their business. But he was the one that was married. She can't break up what he's engaging in. Same thing with Tom. At least Tom Sandoval isn't married to Ariana. Unfortunately, she didn't want to be married. She's been saying it for years. She doesn't want to be married to Tom. Tom wanted to try to take it to the next level. Ariana didn't want to take it to the next level. Now, while they were playing house, they both admitted that things fell off in the season. She's like, oh, we're not doing the things we used to do. He's working a lot. She's this a lot. So there was writing on the wall that there was a crack in what we saw. And unfortunately, it's finding out that Raquel filled the crack. Also being speculated is that Tom Schwartz was just the cover story for the Raquel and freaking Sandoval cover up. Because supposedly Sandy was at Coachella. Schwartz was not at Coachella. She was kissing somebody at Coachella, and now they're saying that it was possibly Sandoval, and that Schwartz was trying to help cover up Sandoval's indiscretions by even entertaining the whole Raquel storyline.
I had a question for you. Do you think Lala, she knows before, and it's why she had this Bambi B palette now?
I don't think that. I think that she was rubbing it in Raquel's face that she was a Bambi-eyed bee that didn't know that I was screwing your man, and then you still stayed with him for 5 years. And you were practically tasting me every time you were with James. She was rubbing that in Raquel's face. And then she rubbed it in her face and was making money off of it.
She created this palette maybe few months before, because 7 months, it's 7 months before. She had the time to create this palette, and she knows the truth. Because that's
always just what she's called. She's always demeaned Raquel. Lala has always demeaned Raquel, called her stupid, called her all kind of names, but she's the one left holding the bag with this halfway pedophile guy, Randall, and his couch escapades allegedly. But Raquel's the Bambi-eyed bitch. No, Lala, you're the Bambi-eyed bitch, and you are a petty one at that for even making that palette to further demean the person who you were cheating with her husband on, and now you mad at her? Whatever.
Remember during the last episode, she doesn't say to Lala, say to Raquel, she had had a relationship with James during 1 month, during the first month of the relationship of Raquel and James. She said that during not this episode, the last episode, she said during the dinner with Katie, yes, we hooking up during 1 month, during your first month of your first year of your relationship. So Lala, she was unfaithful. She tried to steal the man of Raquel at this time, and now she was in so much thing. And you said it. She doesn't have credibility to criticize her. She doesn't have it.
Guys, I just have a general question. Do you guys find it very strange that all of these Bravo scandals are coming out all at the same time?
Yes, I think that too.
The House of Bravo, there's a crack in their foundation, and the crack is they don't vet these people. They love trash and freaking.
But it seems like they're in the media at the same time. Like you even had Larsa on Tamron Hall, which I can not for the life of me understand.
Yeah, we talked about that. That was I loved. I don't even do Tamron Hall, and I love that interview.
But I say one thing. Remember now, it's in astrology. It's Saturn coming into Pisces. When Saturn coming to Pisces, if you don't get your thing together and to clean your attitude and your problem, you have everything you let under on the closet or under the carpet coming back in your face. So now everybody is lying in any way had something coming to his face. All the skeleton in the closet are getting out now. It's the extra time for that.
Yes, head ho.
Because
I like that, Robin. Robin said they're
Marisol,
all vying for the head ho position now that Kristen Duty's gone.
like even have like Marisol being accused of using Ozempic. Like all of this stuff is coming all at the same time. And I'm just wondering, is Bravo hired a new PR team and they're just putting all these stories out?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because there's cameras everywhere and people lies are getting caught on tape or something.
Yes.
Or because Bambi Eye Bitches, it's because Bambi Eye Bitches sent sex tapes and the phone was unlocked. That's what happened.
Ooh.
Yes. And I had a little tea about, Marisol. This Instagram account, it's about, people who have a fake Hermes, okay? It just make a statement against all the housewives posting on Instagram with a fake Hermes bag and Birkin, everything like that. And he just makes a picture in one of his stories about Marisol with a fake Hermes bag, allegedly.
No, fake bags again?
Yes,
well,
and he makes a statement.
These Birkin bags are extremely expensive. Like most of these people can't afford these bags. These people on these shows. So it was. I will tell you that about something about Hermes. You can have the money, but you have a big list to have a bag. In France too, because Hermes is a French brand. I already
that is true. Yeah, but to even get
I already go to the way they make the bag, everything. You can be Beyonce, and you can have a bag of Hermes because Hermes have a policy. We don't get popular. We want to stay elitist and very snobbish thing.
Mm-hmm.
They hated the story with
they're collectible items. So for them to maintain their value, they can only make so many. Yeah, they're like baseball cards.
Exactly. Always. And you know what? Allegedly, there are community. He was on Reddit, and I see the article. They're calling replica ladies. They have a group. It's a woman from New York, a very wealthy woman. They have, some acquaintance with people in a very, people when you have AliExpress, everything like that. You have some, industrial people make an exact replica, like better than the original. And this woman, very wealthy woman, buys this bag and make them a true bag. And allegedly, what I heard, some housewife may be buying to these sellers. So maybe the bag of Kyle, or maybe the bag of some people.
No, I think Kyle are real. I think Kyle is really into collecting these bags and stuff, and I think that
I will tell you that she's not welcome in Paris. When she come in Paris, yes. Oh, I'm in Paris. I visited, the Fabrica of Hermes bag. One of my friends, she make bag. She make, the leather bag. So I know that. And you know what? The only housewife she was very welcomed on Hermes, it was Kenya. She was make a picture.
Queen.
Kenya.
But I would not think would have that kind of money to be buying bags like these bags are extremely expensive. Like they cost as much.
I heard they're cheaper in Europe though.
They are very cheaper. In USA they are very much expensive, and you can buy them in auction in France, in Paris. We have 1 year a Hermes auction. It's official because Hermes hated when they are selling in second hand. You have a blacklist of people, and celebrity people are blacklisted in Hermes. They are forbidden to have one. And I heard this story. Gucci at this time give Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton send Gucci back to Snooki from New Jersey to decrease the brand.
Yeah, to me suspicious that some people have that. It's very suspicious to me. I have that type of money. I've never been into these bags, but I have worked in the fashion industry. I know what they are and how they're traded and how they're collected. And it's very suspicious to me. Like even the dealer that
is this at Coachella?
Those were retold.
I don't remember. Maybe I don't know. Do you have the date between this picture under the legend?
No, it's just. But this is the picture everybody's putting up. It looks very Coachella vibe. They actually make a striking couple, you guys. They look equally. They make a striking couple. They look equally yoked. I don't know. Maybe she's not as depressed as Ariana was. Very depressed, you guys. Tom seems like he's. I don't know. That they look. This is very inappropriate. When found out during the. Oh my gosh! Yeah, this is too. If somebody was up on my man like that, we'd have a problem, bitch. We would have a problem.
But they're young.
We would have a problem. You see the lack of distance between her nipple on his shoulder.
Yeah,
She would have got pushback from me personally, but then again, Ariana, all these people on this show have always kind of played loose willy-nilly too close with other people. Like I said, when you're in a monogamous relationship, or so you think, you should have a clear understanding of what's acceptable and not acceptable to both of you, and what is crossing a line. Like this right here, all up on my man's shoulder with your nipple pressed to his back, bitch, you would have got slapped. I'm sorry. This is inappropriate. But if Ariana allowed the space, if Ariana allowed the space for this to happen, then now she has the mess that she has. You see what I'm saying?
I had a question for you, Lara. Do you think because she doesn't want to commit with Tom, because he wants, she doesn't want what he say on the show. Maybe Raquel, she want to commit with someone, and she more in his vibe. Do you think it's possible if they are going in a relationship to be together truly and have a long commitment together?
I feel like that could happen, because I feel like Tom has long wanted to be in a fully committed monogamous relationship. Now, I mean, granted, the lady from Miami, the girl from Florida, flew down when he did first start with Ariana. Remember, there was that indiscretion, so it's in his blood. But I also feel like Ariana not wanting to be in the kind of relationship that her long-term boyfriend wanted could have made him be like, well, who wants that? And if Bambi eyes come around and she's like, I want a relationship. She does long-term relationship. She wanted to get married to James. They wanted to have babies and start a life.
Yes.
So she's in that same lane as the other one. I feel like maybe there's a chance that, hey, maybe. Who else is in here? I'm sorry, Emmanuel and Sebastian both dropped off. I'm sorry, I didn't even notice. I love you guys. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for sending me that. Who sent me that? That was you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Was a page 6.
Yes, it was me. It was all me. Always send you.
Yes.
Weird that all Bravo people are just all over the blogs every single day. Somebody,
because I'm living in the same line from you. Always like that. I sent everything. You had this one, and you insert the Daily Mail. You know what I said? Von Tom and his Roman new girlfriend Joe. He said this is his best friend Joe, and.
Oh, nice.
It's not roommate thing. When you see this picture, it's gonna be more than much one roommate. Oh, we go on live tomorrow with Chris, and you see Kristen and Ariana together in this video.
Yeah, I'm not like this. This is weird to me, you guys. If so Kristen
today, it was today. I think it was today.
Kristen was convinced that Ariana stole Tom from her after Kristen slept with Jax, who was going out with her best friend Stassi for years, and now she's the shoulder that you're crying on. It just doesn't feel authentic. It doesn't feel like believably real.
I don't even really watch
on your shoulder.
I've seen a couple of episodes, but that's where I'm going with this. Is that I'm not saying that none of this stuff is real. I'm just saying that maybe Bravo had a wave going, and they're like, let's ride this wave and put some more stuff out there.
Yeah. Oh, Dodie entered the chat. Let's see what she says.
I feel like I need to make this clear, but there's so many people right now wondering if this is making me happy. And you guys, Ariana and I've been really good friends for many, many years now. So I am Team Ariana all day, every day. That's what's up. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, and she's just happy somebody wants to hear her voice and that she's getting playtime again with her and her racist ass friend Stassi bragging about freaking her putting black girls up on the thing. Let me get this bitch off my screen.
I think I sent you also, the direction of James.
There she goes. Yeah, I'm not really into
this one. See the picture of Tom and Tom? Click on this.
Yeah, one. Look at all the Toms, you guys. Oh my gosh.
Yes, it was. Yes,
oh my
everything is about Tom.
That's hilarious.
I sent you that too to see that. I think it's funny. And
it's about Tom. Toms are having issues.
Minutes before Ariana found out. Let's see.
Most stable relationship in Vanderpump's history. Like, what's the secret behind your success?
I mean, look, we definitely have our ups and downs for sure. I think we've been really good about respecting each other and having each other's backs in a reasonable way.
How does it feel to kind of be like the most?
Yeah, I don't know what music that was. I don't know the rights to it. This is just for research and commentary.
It was before his concert. I think it was before his last concert.
Oh, okay, good. So that was maybe live music.
I sent you so much thing, I think.
Oh look, okay, hear this. I love these things. Oh my gosh. Let's look.
I sent you that.
Okay, so the hookup. So, exes. So it's all about Raquel, Schwartz, and Katie. Now, Katie's only ex is Schwartz, who hooked up or kissed. I don't think so. To me, hookup means sex, you guys. Make out means kiss. And I thought he made out with Raquel. I didn't know they hooked up. But I do think that via an affair, she has officially now hooked up with Sandoval. She definitely also has an ex, fiance, and girlfriend of James, the cheater, who is down with Lala and Kristen, and via Jax and Stassi and Brittany. Ariana has only ever been with Sandoval, and
we see Kristen.
Sandoval has been with Kristen, Ariana, and now Raquel. Wait. Why is Kristen and Brittany have a hookup?
Yeah, something happened between them too, and between Ariana and Lala too.
Oh my gosh!
It's why I send you that to remember to everybody.
Oh my gosh!
Remember Lala eating the cookie of Ariana too, and James.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is a little. As a person who's an outsider and doesn't really watch this show, I couldn't get into it because all of this
is why I go to the Real Housewives data. She had everything.
Yeah. Oh, but it's strange that all of these people who know each other that would be hooking up together. I didn't find it believable. I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't feel super. I don't know. And I'm still, you guys, I'm crazy because at this moment right now, I'm still wanting to see the tape that she sent his ass because I'm kind of on Callie Nola's tip. Is this all PR? Because if the pictures that we saw of him on TMZ moving out aren't really him moving out.
I think he's moving
out. Is this all PR?
No, I don't think it's PR.
I think NBC has hired a PR team. And I think they're trying to make the Bravo celebrities the new Kardashians because the Kardashians, that is what I think. I think the Kardashians went to Hulu. They don't have that machine behind them anymore. So they're going to put the machine behind the Bravo celebrities. And I'm not saying these things aren't real, but it's odd that all of these things have come out at the same time. It's very strange.
Oh, Krista just simply sent you something in IG. He sent you everything on your Instagram DM.
Okay, here. I'm going back. Who sent it? Krista Marie?
No, just simply. Curve, I sent you stuff. Just simply sent you something in DM in IG. Krista Marie will do a live tomorrow at lunchtime on her channel. If you want to come, everybody want to come because I will be on her, on her co-host with her. I am the French touch of the show.
You guys, there's even a story out about Alexia and Marisol using Ozempic. Now, that episode of them going to that trainer aired weeks ago. Why would this story be out today? Like, I'm telling you, they're planting these stories.
I think because you know what? Because the Jackie Goldstein speaking about Ozempic and everybody, we saw all the housewives losing weight like in 1 second. Shannon losing weight.
With Michael said 8 years ago. Why is the story resurfacing?
Donna, what are you doing here?
I feel like there's that is planting and manipulating
okay.
the
What is it?
Donna, what are you doing here?
Rachel Levis. Yep. So her name is definitely
Ariana,
Rachel.
what are you doing here?
Okay, that's one of the things that got sent. And then let's look at this.
Okay, we see what's happening exactly.
Something. Thank you, Just Simply. Okay, so on Watch What Happens Live, Raquel said that she finds Sandoval hotter than Schwartz, which caught even Sheena off guard. Back in September, Raquel, Sheena, and Brock went to a Life Beautiful festival. Raquel included a clip of her sitting on Sandy's shoulders and posted it. Sandy dressed as Raquel for Halloween. Raquel was wearing the Schwartz and Sandy's shirt on more than one occasion. Raquel is the only cast member to attend the Most Extras Santa Rosa show in November. She claims she went because it's her hometown and she was getting her hair done. There was an infamous rumor that Schwartz and Raquel kissed at Coachella, which was in April. However, Schwartz wasn't at Coachella. Guess who was? According to the submission by Dumois, back in December, Raquel and Sandoval were alone at Schwartz and Sandy's bar. And the cast photo shoots, Raquel and Sandoval are smirking at each other while Ariana is standing between them. Raquel, during the show, when Peter is telling the Toms that he's pursuing Raquel, they look at each other and start laughing like they know what's up. Raquel had made one of her captions on a July IG, "Secrets don't make friends, friends make secrets." Ooh. At the VPR premiere, a journalist asked Sandy if he and Ariana are in an open relationship. Sandy laughed it off and said they are not in an open relationship. To which Schwartz responded, "Anymore." Sandy joked that was last week, followed by repeating, "I'm kidding." The journalist then asked who from the cast he'd want to be in a throuple with. Sandy replies he hadn't thought about it, and Schwartz asks, "Didn't that already happen?" Sandy gives him a real quick glare, followed by a laugh, repeating, "No." And he retracts, stating that he was referencing the season 5. Wow, that's excellent. So there's cookie crumbs all around. Let's see one more thing sent by Just Simply.
So everybody knows. So.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, even Jeff Lee Daimler left some clues. Also, according to James DM, they hooked up while Ariana was sleeping in true Jax Kirsten style. Dumois had gotten the submission back in February, on February 22nd, and one in the end of December that revealed the affair. But out of respect for Ariana, they didn't post it. The submission details had apparently Sandoval and Raquel were in love and that they may have started an open relationship and evolved into a full-blown secret affair. According to Dumois, Ariana discovered the offensive post threw tomatoes at Tom at the Most Extra show tonight. Also called Tom's new song trash. Kristen addressed people who are asking if she's happy. We just saw that. On Wednesday, which is also the day of the Most Extras concert, they got into a physical altercation. That story is a little choppy, you guys. It's being reported that they got into it but may not have fought. Maybe she has a black eye. Maybe Heather gave her that black eye, you guys. Maybe there's no black eye. Maybe there is. Maybe there's. Raquel has a black eye. No, she doesn't, according to TMZ. They picked the cameras up immediately and tried to film everything that's going on because the season is not all the way over. And their hope is to add to the end of the season. Ariana's brother, Jeremy, had a lot to say. He called out the group in general for being a very toxic, clout-chasing, corny-ass Bravo group. Tom is having a midlife crisis, which I don't think it can be midlife when you're under 30. I'm not sure that qualifies as a midlife crisis, but in LA, anything's possible. But there's social climbing supposedly going on. You know, I don't know how social climbing Raquel is if she had to mess with James's ass for 5 years. How did she get socially anywhere messing with that dude? So I don't think she was. I think she was really in love with James and all in with James, and actually being around this group might have sullied her innocence and got her thinking that this is how normal people act in life. Being around Vanderpump Rules people for 5 years would definitely make you think that, oh, cheating is what you do to be accepted in this group. And now all the cheaters of the group are mad at you.
It's exactly what I think.
Yeah. These people are very weird.
It's weird.
I watched the show several times, and it almost gave me the vibe of like a teen soap where everyone's sleeping with the same people, but in real life,
yes,
people do that ever.
Yes, it's very like that. You know what? Brittany, she's coming from very, traditional family from, South, and she was eat by Kristen, and you see Brittany coming back to another someone she doesn't like Raquel. She now drinking. She was going with so much fun, but she was not like that at home.
She wasn't like that until after hanging out with these people for 5 years.
Yes, I
think finding out that Lala was screwing him, so that means that nothing she thought was real. So now maybe she's just flipping the script, try to fit in the world of the way that they like it. Everything's based on a lie. Everybody's sleeping with each other. Let me get in on this. This is how you guys exist.
Yeah, maybe these type of people only hang out with each other. So maybe I've never type of people because they don't hang out with people like me.
Right. So maybe if I'm more like Lala, then I'll be a happier person. Maybe my problem is I'm too faithful and loyal to people who don't deserve it. Maybe that's what Raquel finally decided.
I had a question to everybody in the chat too. Why Lala had so much Raquel? What is the true reason behind that? Because she has so much hatred against her. Why do you think
so much hatred against Raquel? And
yes,
all she did was be a boyfriend to the person you slept with and then rubbed it in her face because it wasn't about the pasta, Lala. It's not about the pasta.
And I think I will tell you that she is very Lala. She was beautiful before, but now she just
she's looking very stretched and worn. Lala's looking very stretched and worn. When Lala first came on the show, I was like, oh, she's cute, she's this, she's that. But now she's just like she's full of herself.
Fillers and surgery.
Fillers and herself.
Yes, she looks like,
people are a little
an angry woman.
Like, I kind of feel the same thing that happened, like I was saying with Basketball Wives. The people on the show have outaged the show. Like, it gets to the point where it's like, why are these old ass people acting like this? Like, who's acting like this at this age?
Yes, just
and now she tried to say, I'm a pure person because I am a mother and I was, a victim of this guy. And she tried to sell this narrative. I'm a good woman. I'm staying at home with my little girl. I'm just saying housewife of Beverly Hills, because the last episode she was allegedly sick when she was with the other girl, normally to go to this party with the other girl, and she didn't go with Katie. And she stayed at home and she's saying what truth she's seeing. It's a Beverly Hills housewife. And she was at home like with her no makeup, her tissues, and her, her hot tea, like a good mother. She's trying to sell a narrative.
Like they act like
And
people
now
early 20s.
you see, she doesn't have the same style of outfit. She's more, casual, less sexy. She tries to change her narrative.
Yeah, I kind of even like Raquel. She seemed like a real bona fide square. I'm not sure. And Raquel is a nicer name than Rachel if you're going to be a freaking California beauty pageant contestant. I don't think she changed her name for the show. She might have changed her name more for the beauty pageant world. Raquel Levis does sound better than Rachel Levis for California, Santa Rosa, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is, a lot of people change their name when they get to Hollywood, so that's not even crazy. Lala came on the show and was the cool chick, yep. She then became out of control chick, then she sobered up, and I understand her now to be the holier than thou chick. Robin hit the nail on the head. That is a great assessment, yes. Cool, out of control, sober, and now holier than thou. And it's not working for me, you guys. I kind of feel like if you were the hoe, when you look back and you see another hoe, then just try to teach them not how to be a hoe anymore. Maybe not ride there, like beat them up and be mad. Like even Sheena, when I heard that Sheena allegedly threw hands with Raquel for being with Tom, who's not even married, Sheena, who slept with Brandy Glanville's husband for years.
Brian, we remember that. Edith Brian,
nobody whooped her ass. Nobody. Brandy was so
never apologized. She
Brandy
never
was
apologized.
Never did she apologize. She made all kind of excuses talking about, well, he really loved me when Brandy came and talked to her about it. So she's another last person. She's another last person to say anything about this situation, and especially throw hands over it. Please, Tom wasn't even married to Ariana. Brandy was married to Eddie. Nobody whooped your ass.
At this time, when Sheena allegedly had the relationship with Eddie, Brandy Glanville, she was pregnant. She was pregnant at this time.
That kid grown? Like, I feel like this stuff happened so long ago. Why are these people still in this space?
Right?
That kid's got to be at least in high school, if not grown. That's how long ago that happened. Because I think Brandy's kids, they're teenagers. She ain't got no kids.
Yes, but you know what? He was 30. He already had a child, Edith Brian, when he has, this relationship with Sheena. She was pregnant with a second child, I think. Or third, I don't know, maybe the second child, the second kid, and she was pregnant during the affair of Eddie and Sheena. And now you have Sheena coming and say, "Oh, it's not good what you do," and na. But Lala, she was, she homewrecked a house. Sheena
Lala
do the
was
same.
A homewrecker. Sheena was a straight up homewrecker. Kirsten those are two people that went with married people.
Too.
Married is when you're ruining a home.
Well,
if somebody's not married, you're ruining a relationship, but not a home to me.
Still, because Brandy's husband was sleeping with a whole bunch of people.
It doesn't matter. He was still married to Brandy.
Yeah, and she was pregnant at this time.
And be upset with
she
someone
was
else.
Pregnant at this time. Imagine you have your second
He had
kid.
no remorse for it either. None.
And you know what? And I will tell you that it was the time who Brandy lose everything. When she doesn't stay the wife of Edith Brian. I think Brandy, she was a real housewife. She was at the home.
She was at
her
first.
kids. She was that. She doesn't want to divorce to Edith Brian. Now
girl never gonna have no remorse because Brandy is not even with this man no more. The man left her for
but at this time,
she's never gonna have remorse for that because she's like, well, you ain't even with this man. Like talking about this.
Bless you.
So that's gonna be her attitude always.
But what I feel that
I agree with Robin Moore. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with being a hoe as long as you're a good hoe, and as long as you're not a judgmental hoe. Cough, cough, Mama D. Mama D came after sitting on it with the good. And did you even hear that whole thing? Mama D, a bona fide trap house hoe pimp, allegedly came after Sukiyana with the good from the Hot Girls this week too. This is our whole world Our whole
What's
paradigm must
happening?
be
What's happening? What is the funk today in the world?
I don't know
What is the funk today?
That
I'm sorry, I say funk.
For being a hoe, and the girl was not doing anything to her. The girl was not bothering this old lady.
She was not bothering that old tooth. And then Mama D's tooth always comes out whenever she starts singing, and she has the nerve to talk about Sukiyana with the good. She needs to go sit down somewhere. That's one thing I don't like is a good thirsty geriatric bitch. Go sit down. Have some Geritol.
Yeah, you
have some
live-
Geritol. Hey, what's good, man?
Make it make sense. Hello.
Make it make sense. You guys, be sure to go through and smash Make It Make Sense buttons, you guys, and ring his bell. Ring his bell so you can get notified next time he uploads a video, which will definitely be tomorrow night. He's putting up a video after the Real Housewives of Reunion Part Lie on Potomac. And he's going to have Peter's ex on as a co-host.
Oh, yeah. Make it make
So
sense. I just want to
smash his
say.
button and go through.
I
And
just want
another
to say
thing,
about
you
Make
can
It
be
Make
a hoe,
Sense.
a good
He has
hoe,
a
and
nice
exercise with her.
outfit. He has a nice blue outfit
Well,
to
one
be
thing I would
complete
say
with
with
the
Potomac,
Giselle. Remember that. He spent money to have this sexy outfit with this blue fabric and this, crystal
Yeah.
to compete with
I
Giselle.
think
He tried. You had style,
Sarah,
Make It Make Sense.
Sarah
He's
Bay
doing.
from Paris. Sarah Bay from
Yes.
Paris. I think that Make It Make Sense might be having to give that up to Peter's ex. I think she wanted him to send it to her. That was hilarious. She was like, "Can I have it, please?" It was hilarious. Hilarious. She
It's
was such a
hilarious.
good
I tell you that for sure. The fashion. I think Candiace, I really like her dress. Wendy, it's very sexy in the picture, but it's not good to be, to be sit on that, because the problem with this kind of dress, it's very nice when you take a picture and you are, stood up, but when you are sitting in place, it's not the same thing, because we see with the Wendy dress, Ashley dress, I hate it. I don't think it's a dress. Ashley.
Yeah.
Ashley.
What's
But
good,
Jacqueline
Black
was.
History Month? Is that you, Larsa? You heard me talking about you earlier, Larsa, saying that you could you're not needed on the show because you're everything about you is fake.
Larsa's plastic surgery looks terrible.
Okay, sorry about that.
People on this show.
Who is he?
Hey, man, what's good?
Hey, you have the same
Hey.
argument. Okay. You had a nice outfit, girl. You had a nice outfit. And I'm Parisian. I'm from Paris. I see you had a nice outfit.
Mims, you not driving your Benz around? You sound like you're in a car.
As a sound.
I am in a car. I do not have a Benz.
Oh, speak for yourself.
Oh. You
But you do
money
have
in
a
your
theater
show.
room.
Oh, say what? Okay, so I don't like Suki. Sorry.
I don't like
And you
her
know-
either, but it's still wrong. See, I can be objective. I cannot like somebody and still see that they were attacked for no reason.
Right.
Well, she wasn't necessarily attacked for no reason. She literally was taunting the the man that she was photoed with. She was taunting the baby mom who had just broken up with him and accused him of physical violence against her.
But
So
how
for
did Mama
Suki-
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just giving you context, right? Maybe Mama D didn't like it. You can be
Okay, wait. So Mama D was mad that Sukiyana was talking about Bambi and Scrappy's
No.
a totally different
No. What happened was Suki posted a picture with her legs gapped open and her coochie out. Sorry, for lack of a better term. And it was with Sway Lee's partner from some dude from a band. I forget what their name. They have like a few hit songs like Power Glide. Anyway, Suki posted that picture and was taunting the baby mama of that particular rapper's children. And the woman had just come out before the picture was posted saying that rapper had physically abused her, and the pictures and stuff had come out. So I think that is why that's what struck Mama D. Like, what are you doing? For Suki, it's a come up, right? Because a real rapper isn't really going to try to wife her up or be pictured with her because she's the lowest common denominator. But for I don't know. I just think if you're gonna date somebody,
I think that she's one of these chicks like Mia, where she just used like being overly sexual to get attention because that's all she got. I don't like her at all. But Mama D is a freaking madam. Like, you can't talk about nobody.
She was a whole madam.
Girl.
She was a straight pimp. She was a PIMP. She's not the person. She's the wrong messenger.
Yeah.
The wrong messenger.
And had them on the whole scroll. And I'm sorry, Mama D. You need to set this one out.
And it just seems so random. And then how she was all her, because even still, the person that Suki was talking about isn't Scrappy. So it's not about your kingdom. It's not about your kingdom. So why are you on the show? You can't even remember the girl's name to disrespect her. Is how after I thought it was. It's just weird.
Curves, I do think that we are in society trying to, at least some people are, trying to normalize DV and make it something cute or something that is, we just laugh at it.
Normalize what? Normalize, what are we normalizing?
DV. Some people are trying to
DV.
Got you.
Yes.
Yes.
So you're talking about? Hey, you guys in the chat. DV is Ike and Tina Turner stuff.
Yes. Not good situation at all.
Yeah.
Kelly has a really good point. Kelly has a good point because we have normalized it with Krishan and Blueface. It's like normal. We've given them a platform to show it every week, you know.
Right.
Yes.
So. Here's the thing with them. First of all, there are not a lot of people watching that show. There really are not a lot of people that even have Zeus.
Who even pays for Zeus, you guys?
That's what I was trying to say when I was on Gabor's channel. There is a
shout out to Gabor. Go through and smash his button.
People that are physically fighting each other than a woman who's afraid to go home, a woman who's afraid to leave because she might lose her life in disease. There's a difference, and I kind of feel like no, it's not okay for a man to hit a woman at all. But there is a difference between two people that are both toxic, both jealous, both going through each other's phones, both, because that's how it always starts. Stay out of the phone. I never go through nobody's phone. And beating each other up than a woman who is literally fearing for her life, thinking that this man is going to take her out. As she I think
Krishan is a little touched. I think she has some mental challenges.
The rain is starting here in California.
But
I feel like Krishan is touched too.
Who is possible it was airing with all this violence, all this DV thing and all this new toxic thing. People are really paying to see this show.
But I also think that a lot of people don't watch the show. They just watch the clips. I did watch the show and I can tell you he is just as bad as her. This is not a one-sided relationship.
Right.
Oh, no, he's worse than Mama D. He definitely was her. I feel like he's her pimp. And he pimped her out. He made a lot of money.
Hit him in the back of the head with the glass when he was cutting the back of the head. He had beat the shit out of her. Excuse my language. She was covered in bruises. The only thing that we saw on the blogs is that she hit him with a Henny bottle, which was not true. She did not hit him with a bottle. She hit him with a drinking glass because he was beating her.
But that's not what I was saying. I was saying that he definitely pimped her out. He had a show on OnlyFans that was making, I think they said $1 million a week. She was on there. What? She was just another girl. He was making a lot of money. That's why he's still viable. And I have a actual thought on how he became even more famous along with Krishan. If you notice, the people that post them the most are like the Shade Room and the Neighborhood Talk.
No, I'm tired of
they're paying for that. So they're paying for that promotion.
Yeah. No, I can.
They're paying for that promotion?
But
yes, you pay for that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are plans. It's like SEO people do this. This is not the only thing they do. They do a lot of things with code as well. But also plant stories to get certain things ranked in search engines. And I work in tech. This is why I question everything.
Oh, God damn it, Callie. Why haven't you made me bigger yet? We've been friends for too long for you not to.
No, that is my ex who dumped me to marry a girl that was working at Verizon and then tried to get back with me 3 months later when the girl ran off with all his money. That's how I know about SEO. Okay.
Well, God, Robin needs you to get with another tech guy, Callie.
You can grow making medicine
like
with
almost
algorithm. It's not
it
very
didn't happen.
complicated at all.
But
LVP entered the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm used to, I'm
has
used to
entered
work
the
with the
chat.
algorithm, everything like that.
But this is the thing with them. Yes, they do plant stories, and I also think that I am sorry to say this as a Black person. I think that we just like to see Black couples, even if they are toxic and beating each other up. I think that we just like to see a Black couple, especially if it's two young, good-looking people.
I don't know. Like, I'm not of that mind. Like, it matters to me personally what the not just about aesthetics of Blackness, but like the vibe of their Black too. Like, I'm not watching Love and Hip Hop. I'm not subscribing to Love and Hip Hop. I'm not subscribing to Zeus. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I'm not saying us as individuals. I'm saying collectively. I've noticed if you put a Black couple and you give them a platform, they're going to get very popular because there is an audience that just likes to see two Black people together, especially if they're good looking.
I disagree.
And also they have some sponsorship. I see that.
Mims, you have not noticed that.
I think that really it is just about who you see every day, right? Like, what do you do when you first wake up? Yes. The average person is going to their Instagram, they're going to Twitter, they're going to whatever.
Yes.
If you see these people over and over again on Twitter or Instagram, you will be like, okay, I know who they are. Oh, okay. Okay, what are they doing today? Even if you don't watch Zeus, you see them on the Shade Room every day, just like these kind of like booty models.
I understand.
Same difference for a booty model who
all of that works. I work in marketing. I understand. However, what I'm saying is this: say if Krishan was with a white man in this same exact situation, they would not be as popular. They wouldn't be.
Oh, Lisa Vanderpump, she react.
Yeah, that's what I said. Lisa Vanderpump has entered the chat, you guys. Andy Cohen said, how many parts is too many for the Pump Rules reunion? And Lisa Vanderpump says, one, I'm not sure my heart is up to it. Andy Cohen says, you have time to get a pacemaker because I need you.
Y'all, I miss Lisa on Beverly Hills. I know some people don't like her. I found her entertaining. She reminded me of one of the Collins sisters. I watched her talk show when she had the people over in her backyard for dinner. I found it just very entertaining.
Yes,
like,
that's very.
I used to like Lisa Vanderpump a lot.
I had just a question. Do you think people are paying to see Erika Jayne in her residency in Las Vegas?
Oh, and first, okay, great question, Sarah Bay from Paris. Because actually, I don't think anybody cares about Erika. I feel like her donor is trying to make his money back by putting her in a residency in one of his hotels in Las Vegas, allegedly, and that he just wants to try to make his money back and praise that somebody still wants to come see her good digging ass. But allegedly, because she was definitely using the money that Tom gave her from the cases where he didn't give his clients the money. He was definitely using that for her voice lessons, for her production company, for her everything that was ever part of Erika Jayne was funded by Girardi Key's money, you guys. So I don't even know if she has like who's gonna fund this now? Is it the same person? Is her pipes even up to it? Can she afford an auto-tune maker? I don't know. I'm not going to see it. And I think if anything, you'll get rubberneckers, who just want to see the mess in real life.
But like her, with all that money behind her, Erika Jayne's career was not successful. She did not pop. She could not even fill a club.
It was very Pia Zadora. Does everybody know who Pia Zadora is?
Somebody with money.
No, I appreciate you, Mims. Oh, what are you eating? Take a picture and upload it. Mims he uploads food porn all the time. Take a picture and upload it today. I'm glad you got your table ready.
I need to make much picture of food maybe on my Instagram.
We're not going to start with the food.
Go that way.
Yes, I need to post most of French food. I tell you that the next time I will go in the raclette, restaurant, I will make a video just for you, Larja, and all your people. I will send you
Oh
that, and
yeah,
we can
please
talk about
do.
it on YouTube. But I will tell you the story of Jen Shah, Erika Jen, and the new husband of Teresa doing maybe the same thing like Jen Shah. It's very triggering for everybody now.
Yes.
Because I don't know what's going with Louis and his allergy, new business, and Joe Gorga and his business too, and this lawsuit. But so much lawsuit now, so much divorce, so much secrets coming out. It's true. I think it's it's gonna be in a earthquake on Bravo. And I had a question. Do you think Bravo make all this show in Peacock? Do you think NBC?
Okay, I actually can answer that. Peacock is its own thing. It's actually not a part of Bravo. They all have a parent company called NBC. NBC owns Peacock and Bravo, and they can take networks. That is why Miami is so good, because they got a Peacock budget. They got a budget basically like a primetime show would have. So
yes, but do you think
better?
Do you think, Kali, do you think they may be just canceling NBC, canceling Bravo, and make everything on Bravo on Peacock?
I think it's possible. Wants out of these cable deals. I think that they want Peacock, something that they own, to put all their content on Peacock. I think they want to pull away from all these cable companies. I don't know if it's going to happen because there's a lot of contracts there. But that is what they ultimately want. Essentially, they want to be DirecTV with their own, but they own it. So they're not splitting profits and paying like a bounty and all of that stuff to the cable companies. That is what NBC wants to do with Peacock. So what they ultimately would like to do is put all their content on Peacock. I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay.
That's what they want.
Because now, we see Ultimate Trip Girl is always on Peacock, Miami too, and I other show coming on Peacock first. And we see Family Karma is very mistreated by Bravo and some other show. And we see Ronnie Legacy never coming back. We don't see the new season of Ronnie, the reboot coming back too. Do you think when we see all these
Real Housewives of Miami, I'm not 100% sure if they are still under the umbrella of Bravo. Somebody that works there would have to, tell me how that works, because they could be under the umbrella of Peacock, which means that Bravo would essentially be leasing the content from Peacock, because they're owned by the same parent company, but they're two totally different networks or companies. I'm not quite sure how that would work, because people are like, well, why is Miami on Peacock? But Peacock has to have some content to get you to subscribe. They have to. They cannot take all the content and put it on Bravo.
Yes, because you pay Peacock, you pay the access of Peacock. Exactly. So it's like Netflix, and you have some primacy of that.
Where it is, I think Miami's going to stay where it is. I'm actually excited for Girls Trip. I really want to see that. I don't like the Giselle's on there. I don't care for that woman, but I do like travel. And I just want to see how these people are going to interact together. I want to see what Portia's response is going to be to Candace, because when it comes to Portia, I'm neutral only because Simon's wife was already out the door, basically. And she didn't really know Portia. Both of them have said that. So I'm like, it's kind of a gray area.
Okay? Larja, did you see Traitors US and UK or not? With Brandy Grand
I did watch Traitors.
I saw Traitors and I loved it. I thought it was so good. I only saw the US. I didn't see the Australia. I was getting ready to start watching Australia after I watched the reunion last night for the other one. And then I was like, I don't know these people, and I turned it off. I have no vested interest in the other countries. But as far as the Traitors America one that they did with the cast people that I know from America, rather, I liked it. Although it's a bittersweet way to win money for your family. But it's also exactly what they do on Survivor and Big Brother, but in an obvious way, because you're definitely the traitor. So I don't know why everybody was mad at Surrey for being what they picked her to be and doing it better than everybody else. Like, she didn't betray anybody. It's exactly what would have had to have happened on Big Brother, on Survivor, or any of those other shows where you pretend to be on somebody's ally and then end up turning on them and voting them off the island. It's exactly the freaking same. Exactly. I'm glad she finally won. I'm glad she finally won.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all owned by NBC, but they are still operate as their own individual companies.
Oh, good.
Okay, so
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah, so that's why you don't really see like E content on Bravo and Bravo content on E. You notice you don't see too much switching between those two, even though they are both owned by NBC. So, yeah. But I don't, this whole thing about Miami moving to Bravo, I don't see it happening. I think Miami is their carrot to get people to subscribe to Peacock. To get all the
it's true.
Yeah, that and the Ultimate Girls Trip franchise, things that are only available. Right. That's the only reason I signed up for Peacock, you guys, is because they had a Bravo thing I couldn't see on Bravo. That's the only reason. And now I happen to get the other shows that I get, which I'm very thankful for, by the way. Because I liked Traders. Isn't the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on there too?
Bel-Air, Prince of Bel-Air.
Poker Face is on there. It's turning out to be pretty good. They have a couple of good shows over there.
It's Harlem. Harlem, is it on Peacock or not? Harlem, no, it's Amazon. Harlem, the TV show. It's on Amazon Prime, I think. Harlem, you know the TV show with this girl on Harlem. They have love story. It's like a Sex and the City but in Harlem.
No, I haven't seen it. I have to check it out.
It's very good. Like a Rich Hit in Amazon too. It's so good, so good.
Oh my goodness. Well, we talked about a lot today, Curvies. We talked about so much. We talked about Real Housewives of Miami. We closed out the season with the fabulous Gertified finale. We talked about how Adriana was driven to the brink of a nervous breakdown in front of the world to see, driven there and dropped off by Alexia and Marisol. And then they are using it to further alienate her. Nicole had an excellent moment with her dad, where her and her dad were able to have a form of reconciliation. We loved it. Now, I personally am not a Larsa fan, and I feel like Larsa had nothing to offer, nothing to give, and she doesn't need to come back. And Julia, her and Martina's ending scene made me feel like that whole baby was a storyline. We're adopting a baby was a storyline, because by the end of the finale, now everything's enough all of a sudden. Please, somebody needs therapy.
But she had a cancer now, Martina. She had a cancer now. She was sick. She's sick. She had a breast cancer, I think.
She has breast and throat cancer.
That's what makes me think that Julia will come back. I actually like this cast. I don't mind Julia, but I'm wondering if she'll come back because of
Martina.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it seems like she'll have more to tend to than goats this next season. Yeah, I love Julia, but I kind of feel like Julia, it was great for Adriana specifically. And if Adriana comes back, then I need Julia to come back if Marisol is going to be there to cast spells over Alexia. Hello, Express. What's good? Thanks for coming through.
Marisol.
Marisol is the most bruja one to me.
Now, Adriana, I'm gonna be honest. Adriana was putting on too much. When she was like, "Okay, who's gonna get my groceries?" I'm like, "Girl, we got Instacart. I broke my foot. I live by myself. I just ordered from Instacart. It's not that serious. You got more money than me." Like, so Adriana was doing a lot. She was doing a lot to try to make people feel sorry for her. Like, poor me, you guys have husbands and I'm just over here raggedy by myself. And I'm like, but you don't have a man because you're living in that energy. That's why you're not attracting a man. Like, Adriana was doing a whole lot. I mean, I think she was putting on a bit. I really do. I don't think she was as hurt as she was claiming that she was.
Maybe but maybe she was, maybe I think she's very lonely. I think she's feels lonely because she doesn't like to be alone. She needs to have someone. need to have a man just near to them to feel existed. I have so much friends like that, and I have some.
Well, to me, what loneliness is celebrating the benefits of it. Like I always try to look at the bright side of every situation.
Yes, but
like,
you have some women.
You got your house to yourself. You can do what you want to do. You can go where you want to go. You can wear what you want to wear. You don't have somebody.
But you see that part. But you have some women, like a Teresa on New Jersey, like a Brandy Gonville. They need to have a man side of them. Their identity like that. I knew some women, maybe they're married in France, but they need to have a man.
That doesn't attract to at all.
Yes, but you know, she's not. She can't to be alone. She can't. Like a Brandy Gonville, like a Robin, she need to have a man beside. You have some women they can't be alone in their life.
Yeah,
they need to have a partner.
When they do get a man. Like I feel like that type of death.
Oh, somebody in here, it's your birthday. Somebody in here, it's your birthday. Buddy like it's your birthday. Buddy like it's your birthday. Hey. Happy birthday to ya. Thanks for coming through. It's your first time. Right on. You have thoughts, Chris? Come through. I'm dropping the link. Let's hear from you on your birthday, Chris. You have thoughts.
I need to go. I need to go, everybody, because I'm doing my face mask and my skincare routine.
Oh, your face routine. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yes. I don't go in camera because my face is with my yogurt and curcumin, mask face for the night. It's very not sexy. I'm just like a carrot. So I let Chris, if you want. Yes, I'm a yellow, and my face is yellow like like M&Ms. So I let Chris come in if you want, and I say love to everybody, love to all the. Did you have a name for your membership? Member. Laja.
Yeah, you guys are
Curvies.
I have Curvies. I have, for the membership, we have Curvy Crew, we have Curvy Guest List, and we have Curvies VIP.
I think I am VIP. I subscribe as a VIP.
Curvy VIP.
I think I was the first subscriber. I think it's me. I'm not sure, but it's.
Right on. Thank you for being a member. And je dois vous, au revoir.
Bonsoir. Bye bye. Bisous. Bonsoir. Bye bye to everybody. Bye bye.
Wow.
Bye.
She's so sweet. I love when France comes through. Robin Moore, I have an email from you. I haven't opened it yet, but I need to go check it. What's good, Robin? What are your thoughts?
Well, I was like, oh, she great. You've been on for so long. I'm like, oh, she getting ready to go off. But I was there. I have a couple of things. A lot of the content, Callie Nola, that you see is shared, especially between definitely between E and Bravo. You can see it, especially like late at night. But I have this theory. I watched the first iteration of the Housewives of Miami, and I just refuse to pay for another streaming service. And I have long held the theory,
No,
I've long held the theory that these streaming services are really an attempt to take down the cable companies.
Yeah, they are.
Because like every year it seems that there are negotiations that take place, and you're not going to have this channel because this so and so is not negotiating, and it's about the fees that the studios or the come on, why can't I say the networks? That's it. That the networks have to pay to the cable companies to carry them, and the pushback that they're getting is, I believe, the reason why we have all these streaming services, which I really wholly believe will be the eventual demise of all of the cable stations, because this is America. It's about the money, the profit, and that's what's going to happen. Because I would love to see Miami, because I like the first iteration, and what I hear about this one is really good. But I'm like, come on, man! I'm not even struggling with
my DirecTV.
Want to watch Netflix tonight because Chris Rock is on. So
I only have DirecTV just in case I need to DVR something, or if I want.
Can I tell you? I had it too. I had DirecTV since 2000, and due to my current financial situation, I've had to let it go because it was expensive.
Yeah,
I have the
$75. It started off at $30-something.
That's all. That's all.
Well, I don't have all the channels. Like I don't even get.
I didn't have.
So you guys,
I didn't have any of the premium channels, but mine was over 100, like 100 and around $150 a month. So I have the YouTube TV, which doesn't give me everything, but it's like $69 a month as opposed to it's like half as much. And
yeah, but
I just deal with.
So, but the thing about me, I have found with reality shows, if I don't watch them from the beginning, I can't get into them. Like I watched Bell Collective, I watched the first season, but Love and Marriage, I'm off. I'm not connecting with these people. I'm like, what is this? So I don't know if I feel like I'm really missing anything, but I'm not gonna go up a package for one channel.
Right. I did that. I didn't watch Married at First Sight for years. And then maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, I was going, some of my sorority sisters picked me up. We went to lunch together. And these are the older broads, right? So I'm considered one of the younger ones, or middle-aged one, I guess, now. Well, I'm even older. But they were all talking. These are the ones in their 60s and 70s. And they were loving this Married at First Sight.
Like, don't they start every season?
They do, but I had never watched it.
That one I might be able to
and
watch.
They talked.
Yeah,
you can, because they talked about it so much, and I was like, I might have to check it out. And then I was looking at, I think it was Kempire. Somebody was recapping it. It was Kempire. I was like, I'm gonna have to watch it. So I watched it the next season, which was 2 seasons ago, and I really enjoyed it. But that Lifetime don't come with my my YouTube package, so I just let it go. Sometimes you got to just let stuff go. Well, that's one reason
I didn't go with YouTube, because I do watch Lifetime. I have Screen, which is DirecTV, but it went up from $30. I think it started at $35. I'm now paying $72. So it went up just like money. It was slightly cheaper because I don't have to pay for the boxes and the remote controls and all of that stuff.
Right.
But
I have a question.
Going up.
I have a question. Are y'all gonna check out that new show, Act Your Age?
No, I didn't even know there was a show called Act Your Age.
It's brand new. Tonight is the premiere episode, and it stars Kim Whitley, Tisha Campbell, and Yvette Nicole Brown.
Oh, well, there's some of my faves. What channel?
Bounce.
No, I don't have Bounce. I'm not paying.
No,
you probably do. Google it, and you might get a lot of people.
If it comes on, you know what? My streaming services, I YouTube TV and Peacock and Hulu and Netflix.
Me too. So I found it. I have it on. I have Bounce on the YouTube.
Okay, then if it's on there, then I'll be able to watch it.
I'm looking forward to, because we don't have many opportunities where we have not just one, but now we have 3 Black women in the lead, and they're all of a certain age. So we have mature people, and I just hope that the content is really good to be celebrated. So I'm looking forward to it. I love you.
Well, you guys, Garcelle's got a movie coming on Lifetime today.
Yeah, I wanted to. Is it today?
See, I don't have Gabor here to cuss me out because he hates
Garcelle. Does it premiere today?
It's not a movie. Isn't that a new series about the missing, or is that Gabrielle Union show?
I think it's a Lifetime movie. Black Girl Missing.
I thought it was a movie too. I heard.
Okay, you're probably right. Then someone of them, I'm guessing I think it's Gabrielle. One of them in that same age group, or that same cohort, has a show that's coming up about missing Black women.
I thought that was Garcelle. Look, I'm going to her page right now. It's coming on tonight. Black Girl Missing or something like that. Yeah, it's called Black Girl Missing. One More Day, Lifetime TV. But it doesn't say if it's a series.
It's a movie.
Or what. Here,
we're talking about 2 different things, Callie, Nola.
It's called Saturday, March 4th, 8/7 Central. Black teen gets no media coverage all the time. Did you guys know that melanin sells for like $450 an ounce? Let that rock your brain.
Melanin. Like, what are they doing with it?
No. Explain that. What do you mean melanin sells?
Melanin.
Right.
Melanin. Right.
But guys, unfortunately, I think a lot of this is ST, unfortunately. And I think that sometimes these girls are taken to like Russia and stuff. They're not even in the United States anymore. It's scary. You know, I'm one thing I like about being older.
Ooh, it's up to 544 a gram, you guys. But where are they getting the melanin from? Where do you even get the melanin from? Melanin is worth more than gold in
What form is this
2023. How
melanin
much is
in?
it worth? There's efforts to conceal the melanin value. And did you know that the military specifically is working on how to use melanin in like weapon technology and for strengthening stuff? And yes, it's a whole lot of stuff.
Because everyone has
melanin. There's melanin in a lot of things, but the most melanin is still in people. Yep. So I'm not sure. And they have this whole, if you want to go in a rabbit hole with me, we can go, because I've been down here a long time.
I'm like, let me.
But you might have to go down.
Past people.
You might have to go down a rabbit hole on your own. But yeah, they definitely are after melanin. Okay, and they are studying it with it and using it in technology and science and stuff like that.
Can you tell
in my rabbit hole search? In my rabbit hole search, I did find out. In my rabbit hole search, I found out that Parkinson's disease also comes from lack of neuromelanin. The melanin that's created deep in your substantia nigra inside your brain is dark matter is produced there in certain people more than others. Cough, cough, obviously. And it's actually neuromelanin is created there. There's a huge rabbit hole about melanin, y'all. A huge rabbit hole.
Before you go on, can I ask a question about that, Curve?
Yeah. Yeah.
When you're talking about melanin as a product, if you will, is that we know that it occurs in the body. It's a product, so that is that we make. So, and you just said it's in other things, and I never thought about melanin. So, is it a gas? Is it a cell structure? What exactly is it in its physical form, or does it take different forms? And then, I said, yeah, and then how?
So melanin is a substance your body produces in hair, eyes, and skin pigmentation. The more melanin you produce, the darker your skin. Is melanin in white skin? Everyone does have melanin. Obviously, if we're going back to the theory of how everybody started from a black person, then you would still have some, even though yours is lighter. Is it good to have melanin?
Right.
Yes, but so as far as like is melanin, so what you're saying is melanin like on the periodic table of stuff? Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Right, we know it's not in the periodic table of elements. It's not there.
Is it? That's a good question. Is it like what exactly is it? Like if someone were to extract melanin, what would they see? Would they see a liquid? Would they
what they see? Where would they get it from?
So
is it
part of my
DNA
rabbit hole
structure?
Part of my rabbit hole when I went in does say that there's like medical journals on how to remove melanin from skin, how to get it from people, and it consists of a boiling method along with scraping.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it's really crazy. But there's illumelanin, and that makes your skin dark. There's phenomelanin, and that's pinkish parts. There's neuromelanin, and that controls the colors of neurons in your brain. That's what I was talking about. It's involved in the colors that you see. There's albinoism. That's a disorder of not having melanin. There's melasma. People with melasma have brownish patches on their face. They think it's caused by hormones, birth controls, chemical pills. There's vitiligo. There's pigment loss from skin damage. Parkinson's disease. What did I just freaking say? Parkinson's disease is because of lack of neuromelanin. Did you guys know that? And did you know that's part of why Parkinson's, you see it more in non-melanated people is because it's because of their lack of melanin that causes Parkinson's, you guys. Hearing loss. Melanin is attached to hearing loss. Seems to play a role in hearing. That's why they say that Black people, we hear, that's why our music sounds better, because we hear it different. That's why our food tastes different. We taste it different. We smell things different. All because melanin is a natural enhancer to everything going on in your five senses and even your sixth one. So yeah, go down the melanin rabbit hole, you guys. It's very interesting, and it makes it super scary when we have movies like this that Garcelle's going to be in about all the missing melanated people that go uneven looked for. I feel like it's because, remember that movie? Was it Ice-T was in that movie where they would go around and they would pick up bums off the street and then hunt them for fun and gain?
Yeah.
Remember that movie? So to me, there's white panel vans going around picking up melanated people, harvesting their melanin and melanocytes. And yeah, that's what I came up with my rabbit holes in.
I honestly think with this type of situation in this movie, I think it's more likely ST. I live in Los Angeles. We famously have an area here where you literally can walk down the street and see young girls dressed up just like Cardi B selling their bodies. And the police do nothing. It's just part of the culture of this city.
That's because the police get broke off for not arresting their ass.
Well, they say that there's all these complicated laws and all of this stuff. And someone tried to explain it to me and I'm like, what? But
Google University, melanin is formed primarily in the melanin site located in Maryland skin, where melanin is protein and blend of the skin as well as eye color. That's true, but your neuromelanin deep inside your substantia nigra is what precipitates the melanins. So
that's why I don't like people like Mama D, because I feel like we make a joke of it or we memorize
third right craziness, DGF. Oh my God, not the third right. Oh my gosh.
People who pimp.
But you know what? This also
dark.
To my. Sorry.
Go ahead, Robin.
Like this, all this.
I was going to say this when you talk about rabbit holes, and we're talking about this. I'm definitely going to look this up. But that's also something that comes to mind when we talk about stuff like blood donation,
right?
And because people, when you'll get these notices different times of year saying, "Oh, there's a critical blood shortage." But what they don't tell you is that the best blood, if you will, is going to be blood donated by people who are Black and Latino for two reasons. Because one, we have the most diverse. We have the biggest population of people that are universal blood donors,
right?
And then with the Latinos have most rare, the ABs.
No,
and instead of saying that,
not even the same.
They will not allow them.
So I don't really understand.
Callie, she was talking. Thank you. Sorry, babe. She was totally in the middle of a thought, darling. Go ahead, Robin.
So I was just saying that, part of the whole structure that we have, especially in this country, is that there's not a honest expression of not just the need, but the use for our blood type. So they'll say we need type AB blood, and it's because they're really saying that we want Latinos to donate, but they won't. They will not give our Latin brothers and sisters the props. They'll say that about Black people, but they won't give us the props and say, many of us are universal donors. We're different O's, and so that's just really important. And those are one of the things that I learned. Mm-hmm. And then it makes it so difficult because then there's the other rabbit hole of is the government in my blood? Are they going to use it for this, that, or the third? But I learned a whole lot about that, even about just becoming getting on the registry. By the way, just as an aside, to be marrow donors, because we aren't very high on that list. But if we need it, a lot of people don't realize. And I didn't mean to steer the discussion this way, but just to finish my thought. But a lot of people don't really understand that if you are in need of a marrow donor, a stem cell or bone marrow donation, typically it's not going to come from a family member. It may come from a sibling, but more often it'll come from a stranger. And that's why it's so important for us to, to get on that registry. And I'm gonna say this just while I'm at it, it really is not a bad process. And I only say that because having had biopsies, bone marrow biopsies, in my experience, they're not that devastating. So, consider everybody listening. Get on the registry, and just to get on the registry, you have to just donate a tube of blood. That's all it takes. That's it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity at the PSA.
Right on. Now, Callie, what were you going to say?
So, yeah, I definitely think people should donate.
Oh, you're on the registry? Yeah, no. Okay. So more of my rabbit. I told you already, me and Natasha are level 8 sisters. So we do a lot of conspiracy theorizing or whatever in our spare time. And all I can say is Henrietta lacks. That's all I have to say. I'm not getting on their registry. I'm not getting on their freaking registry. Henrietta lacks is the reason I'm not getting on their registry. Part of the reason I don't want to ever go be part of a trial, part of the reason I'll never be a trial for anything medical, including what just happened, is because of the Tuskegee Airmen and the syphilis experience. And about the radiation that they also did on specifically Black people in this country, where they exposed them to death amounts of radiation and then let them live. And never helped them out afterwards. So Henrietta lacks. Yep, you can keep registries. I'm not going anywhere near them.
Hey, Curves.
Yeah.
I know you said. I know you. Said,
wait. Who said hey, Curves?
Me, Robin.
Oh,
I know you said you didn't read my email, but can I? I think it's clean enough to mention it if it's okay with you.
Yeah, what was in it?
I sent you and the content creators that I really follow an email, because I know that you have been on a campaign to keep the whole campaign that is Justice for Shanquella alive, and to find justice for her. And on yesterday there was a press conference held in front of the NCNW headquarters in DC with Benjamin Crump, Mallory, right. And I was saying, you know what? I think that content creators aren't getting the attention that you deserve, and I think that you can help with this whole process. And so my hope is that you will reach out to the people that were at not only at the press conference, and ask them if they might want to come on your channel to discuss this. If you might, and I'm urging you actually to send those shorts that you do, share them with these entities so they know where the strength of the fight is coming from, because they don't know. Right. And so, and I also hope that there can be an opportunity even for you guys, when I say you guys, whoever your people are in the space that creates content, to come together, maybe do a multi-content people's forum, just to speak out, or even do at least a video or two that where you come together and show yourselves in support of. So that's all, because nothing's happening, and they talked about it. Oh, and by the way, as an aside, do you know who one of the family attorneys is for the Shanquella Robinson? Stay with me, y'all. Stay with me in the reality TV space. Sue Ann Robinson, who is one of the castmates on Ready to Love.
Oh, wow.
She is a family attorney. Small world. Anyway, but with that said, I just wanted to put it out because I'm sorry I didn't hear you.
I feel like with Shanquella, I'm starting to feel like nothing is going to happen because of the way the laws are set
which is
up.
why we have to get in there, because according to what we heard, Mexico said it's back in your hands. And so we have to that's why they met with the Department of Justice, the Department of State, and urged the Department of Justice also to get involved, because Mexico said, you need to extradite, you need to do X, Y, and Z. So we're not doing anything until you do something. And, like Tamika did say in the thing, we still hearing about Natalie Holloway to this day.
That's true.
And we should. Why are we not hearing about Shanquella?
Hey, but we know what they care about melanated skin. And this, I mean, unless it's for research and their advancement directly, they're not trying to go solve no crimes about us. They're not trying to. They're not gonna. There's not a lot. I mean, I'm willing to do it, and I will. I love arguing with people and fighting and putting stuff in your face when you need to see it. I love it.
I know we have that.
I will definitely, you know, do what I can, and I also understand the proximity to whiteness that we're dealing with is not going to allow the same overall coverage of this melanated girl's murder, and that the people that did this to her knew that. And part of what they also researched was that if you take it out of the country, then hey, you can come home a free person. So they basically how to get away with murdered their friend. And it's unfortunate. I don't see the U.S. Department stepping in any regard. They never have, never will for brown people. They're not going to say nothing about what's happening in the Congo, Somalia, any place around the world. But we need to focus on the what's happening in the Ukraine. We need to focus on what's happening in Syria. We need to focus on what's happening in Turkey. Anywhere there's no melanin and tragedy, that's the only place they want our focus, and we'll do something. I already know it.
That's not a bad message to send loud and clear. The way that you do, Curves, say, you know what? I can see you making that exact argument on one of your videos and shooting it off to the Department of Justice.
Ooh,
and you know what?
Make them audit me again. They'll find out my real name and audit me.
Okay, then I'll do it for you.
Yeah, my daddy stayed. You know where I get this from, you guys? I got it from my daddy. My daddy stayed on the audit list. That's back in the day where you could call the White House and tell them what you thought during Jimmy Carter days and Nixon days.
Remember those
we got audited every year because my daddy was calling, talking about what you just do to the White House. It was hilarious.
I love that.
The people would come to our house, y'all. They came to our house before, y'all. I grew up with the people in the coats, the agents coming knocking on the door, making sure it wasn't a threat. Okay. Yes.
But you know what though? One of the things that I think that as we're having this discussion right now is right now we have Kristen Clark at the DOJ. She's a number 2 person there, and she's not. I don't know why they don't promulgate. They don't share all the successes they've had, especially as far as civil rights are concerned. But she's somebody else to take it to.
Yeah.
Let me get at Kristen Clark. She's
with this. I just feel like they're not going to do anything, you guys. And I think
they won't if we don't talk.
Yeah, and I'm not of the mind that, since they're not going to do anything, don't let me try. No, I'll yell, I'll bark at a wall, I'll go where I need to go to just put it out into the universe because maybe it'll catch a vibe. But honestly, we do know based off of historical facts that when we build it, they bomb it and put a lake over it. Based off of historical facts that when we come up, we go down because of oppression and systems in place, and that they are not carrying 2 peas in a pod about missing melanated people, missing murdered people that are melanated, or none of the kind. And so that other girl is going to always get all the attention. And Shanquella, we're going to be fighting for an ounce of even look into this. Everybody's going to pass the buck back and forth. And it's not right. And I'll do as much as I can to bring awareness to it because it's not right. Because it's going to happen.
Yeah, I do wonder if they planned this only because I live in LA. I've been to Mexico several times. Nobody want to go to jail in Mexico. So most people are not.
Right? Nobody wants to go to jail in Mexico.
Yeah, most people are not going to Mexico committing crimes. Most people are afraid of Mexico. I'm thinking that this is a situation where you have young people who grew up watching Love and Hip Hop and Bad Girls Club and thinking that you can get crap out of someone and not really hurt them. That's honestly what I think happened, because a lot of those shows, those fights are staged. Those people have security separate them before they really get hurt. They have signed contracts to not press charges and sue. Like, it's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes on those shows that don't happen in reality. I tell people all the time, I was arrested for getting into a fight when I was 19 years old. I went to jail, had a case and everything. So that is what happens in real life. But on Love and Hip Hop, that don't happen. on Bad Girls Club, that don't happen because those things are set up and staged. But I think a lot of young people have been watching those things their whole life, and they don't understand that reality isn't really the reality of beating the crap out of someone. When you beat the crap out of someone in reality, you can seriously hurt them. You can go to prison.
Yeah, this is what it's like in jail in El Salvador specifically. But yeah, you're right. Nobody wants to get arrested in Mexico because they're not giving you nothing but underwear and chains. Look at this.
You lucky if they.
It looks like the human centipede. Their tactic for keeping you in control over there is the human centipede. Don't put your head up and don't get up. Your head is basically to the other person's butt, and that's it over there.
Can I ask Callie a question?
Yeah, for sure.
Callie, do you believe for a while my belief was that the beating was planned, but I think they went too far. I believe that they were planning to do it like for the gram, or what's that thing that the kids use, the World Star hip, whatever thingy.
Yeah.
I think that was what they wanted to do to humiliate her, because that's why the video got out as early as it did before we knew what the outcome was. That's what I really believe. But I also believe they need to be punished for real.
Yeah, I think
under the jail
was online before she passed away. I
yes.
Really that these are young people who grew up watching reality shows, quote unquote reality shows, where people beat the crap out of each other and no one's ever seriously hurt or goes to jail. And they think that that's how the world works.
Right. Yeah, it used to amaze me, you guys, when I was a little girl. I would see, like, let's say, Henry Winkler, the Fonz. He would be on the Fonz show, Happy Days. And then he would be on a movie of the week. And let's say he would get, offed in the thing. And then I'd see him back on Happy Days. I was so confused. I was like, I would cry when he got offed in the other thing. I was like, oh no, not the Fonz, and in my little mind, it took forever for my little mind to decipher that, oh, this is acting, it's made up, it's fake. But then when you come back to real life, had I not had parents that were like, okay, don't do that shit, then I would have been offed a long time ago, because I would have thought I would have came back like the Fonz did, because I had a little mind. Bizarre.
And that's what has happened. I think that even though these people are older, these people are out of college. These people are like 23 years old. They look too old to be thinking like this. But I think that they grew up seeing this. Like, these shows were not on TV until I was already grown or a teenager. I didn't grow up from a child seeing people fighting with no consequences on my television. And
I did. I grew up with Jerry Springer, ring a bell. Does Jerry Springer ring a bell? They was scrapping on Jerry Springer.
Wait. Let me tell you.
Yeah, that was when my teenage years. But as a child, did we see those kinds of movies?
I was able to understand that this is a talk show and they're doing this for performative. But these kids now have seen this their entire life.
Right.
And they honestly think that you can beat the crap out of somebody and nothing bad will happen.
Speaking of that, Callie, also the generation that was brought up on soap operas feel like lying is the best answer. You know what I'm saying?
I do a lot of toxic relationship stuff from watching soaps. I still watch soaps to this day. I was raised on soaps. I was named after a soap opera character. A lot of my toxic relationship ideals came from me watching soaps. And
that's not healthy.
They did.
Yeah. Tell a lie. Have a baby to cover up the baby that you had with his brother. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not the best choice.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Ooh, and bless Erica's heart. Every season, Erica Kane would come through on those stories. But I did notice from a long time, my answer was always just tell the truth. Just tell the truth. And none of them would tell the truth. I'd be like, oh, darn. That would have never happened if you would have just told the truth. But the series would have been over if they told the truth.
Yeah, but also the consequences are never real life consequences. Like, they have one story where this girl actually made a sex tape of someone, put it online, tried to drug the witness and nearly offed him, and tried to frame this Black woman. This woman now says she has amnesia and I'm pregnant and I'm emotional and I don't remember. And everyone's like, oh, well, we should just let her go. Like no, these are felonies. Like, these are all felonies.
These are felonies.
Like, no one's going to just let you out of jail because you're pregnant and you say you don't remember doing it. Like, I mean, and I just kind of feel like if you have people that have watched nothing but love and hip hop and Bad Girls Club since they've been born or since they can remember, or World Star, they can very easily believe that you can beat the crap out of someone and not hurt them and won't go to jail. I mean, you know, me being here in Los Angeles, we have like gang injunctions and stuff here. So we always kind of knew that like you can end up in prison for getting into a fight. You know what I mean? Because that's just kind of how, especially if you were in a gang, because they would charge you harder. A lot of that stuff has been thrown out, but they still kind of do it. But you can be charged with,
you just told your age,
arm, and you can get like 8 years in prison for getting into a fight.
That's crazy.
So we never.
The Murdoch case.
We never thought.
Now, the Murdoch case, I totally only heard that it's some rich dude that offed his family and now he's going to jail for life in prison, right?
2 life sentences plus 240 months. This man has, his story is, Emmanuel needs to come up for this because I know he knows all the details.
I don't know anything about it. I just heard the sentencing.
What?
We're all over the place, and I just wanted to post that No Filter with Zach 24 minutes ago is showing that Katie, Sheena, and Kristen all showed up to be there for Ariana. And it's so funny because Kristen cheated on Sandoval with Jax and is now going to support Ariana. And and Sandoval and Sheena dated before. Did you guys know that? When she first got on the scene, they dated for a minute. And then Katie, poor Katie. We decided last week that Katie was pretty much just kind of miserable and needs to find happiness. And I bet she is loving this company she has in misery, unfortunately. That's it. Go ahead.
I don't watch this show, but this is very much given. I'm seeing all the stuff in the news going on with Bravo, and I want to get some of that. I don't know if I believe this.
I wonder, let's just look at this too. I'm in California, and as a Black foundational California, my people have been here since the 1800s.
I didn't ever meet you guys.
It's crazy, huh? We've been here since the 1800s, foundational Californians, and I haven't gotten not one email or inquiry into what they feel that I want in this decision. Because here in California, leave it to Gavin Newsom, who will be running for president one day, that California is weighing the amount to give them each foundational Californian. And it's gone from 200,000 to 250,000. Now they're all the way up to 360,000 each in reparations. They're moving closer to determining what eligible Black residents are owed for generations of discriminatory practices. And my thing is, that
won't happen.
How are you going to determine who's owed it if you haven't even got a call yet? My daddy didn't get a call. My uncles didn't get calls. Who they talking to?
I might not be foundational, but I can tell you for a fact that my family was a victim of redlining.
Right, exactly.
And I have proof.
And not only
a lot of us have that story.
Right. But here in California, they're actually trying to do something about it. I'm so thankful. I love California for that reason. We're so progressive. I love it. And I hope it comes to pass. But y'all need to talk to some Black people that are foundational here before you go decide what I'm eligible for when I know who I am. You can't tell me who I am. I tell you who I am. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I kind of feel like there is a larger reason why this is being done. And I think that this is
wouldn't that be incredible?
You know why I think this is being done? This is my theory. I think the homes have become so expensive in California that literally no one can afford to buy them.
Right.
In order to sell these homes, we gotta give some people some money so we can get this housing back going.
Right.
And I think this is one of the tactics that they're trying to do to keep the housing market going. I don't think they give a damn about Black people. I just think that they
oh my God. Okay, Callie, you're totally onto something, because specifically in one of the talks by the committee in California that is put together for this reparations finding out, that specifically was named, was that at least it would be enough to put a down payment on a house.
That's what this is all
specifically. Yeah, so it is about capitalism.
Way of them putting money into the housing market, because the housing market is about to collapse, because these houses are literally too expensive for people to afford them. The only way you would be able to buy one of these homes is if you had an inheritance or something.
Right.
Or you had another home that you had sold. Right. I mean, these homes are literally so expensive that there is hardly any job that will pay you enough money to afford one of these homes.
Right. Like, I'm serious. I'm not sure what these people are doing to buy these houses, but
before with inheritance, but they're running out of those people. Those people, you know what I mean? You can only tap that well so much. There's only so many people that are getting $300,000 insurance policies when grandma dies. Mm-hmm. There's not enough of those people to.
Oh yeah, you guys, if you need life insurance, get at me. GoFundMe is not life insurance. I have awesome products. I do have will kits. I have been giving them out. If you DM me, or if you DM me at Larger Curves on Instagram, or email me largercurves@gmail.com, I will be giving you a will kit for free, a legacy will kit. And then all you have to do is take it and get it notarized so that you can start your estate planning and things like that. So, hey, if you're a curvy, get at me. I want you guys protected. GoFundMe is not life insurance. You don't want to work all your life and then have your family have to do a GoFundMe because you didn't have the foresight to insure your phone instead of you. Hello?
Thank you. Yeah, because you're right. The cost that we're paying for insurance on these phones, you can get a small policy for that.
You can. Exactly. Yeah,
definitely. Yep. You have anything can happen. We would like to think that our parents will go before us, but you can get in an accident. Anything can happen to you, and you don't want your elderly parents to have to be trying to scrape up money to bury you. I would never want my mom to be in that situation.
Exactly. So like have to go through a savings, job.
Yeah. Right, Curves?
What'd you say?
I said, so what you ladies are saying is that at minimum, folks listening, be sure to at least buy yourself some final expense insurance.
Right. Yeah. At least the burial kind. And where I am, our final expense coverage pays your beneficiaries and takes care of your final expenses within 24 to 48 hours instead of 6 to 8 weeks, like other companies. So there's an ultra advantage to getting at me about some insurance. I'm licensed currently in 6 states. If you are in a state that I'm not licensed in, get at me anyway, and I can get you some of what we got anyway. But hey, this is a great.
Feel free to contact me too. I used to have insurance license that was current. I'll just tell you on the call Curves.
Let's go on apartments.com real quick.
Yeah.
Somebody had a question. They go, oh shit. You guys are paying $2,600 for one bedroom?
$1,000.
That's the whole?
$2,600 for one bedrooms, up to $5,000 for a 3-bedroom. Studios for $2,400.
Goes down the street from my house. They're building for $3,000 for a studio.
Studios $2,300, 2-bedroom $3,300. Studios $1,500, 2-bedroom $6,000. Studios $2,400, 3-bedroom $25,000. $300 to $18,000. $2,700 to $6,000.
These are sustainable.
So
look, this is in Los Angeles. Who has this kind of freaking money? What are you guys? So this proves also that there must be a huge disparity in the amount of pay happening for certain people. Because I know a lot of people are working in Los Angeles are not being able to afford this 3 times the rent.
No, scenario. You know what? Because even though I'm happy at my current job, I do go out and look at salaries and things like that. these are people that come from money. There is no job. Even most doctors don't even make this much. They have to be very specialized or have their own practice. Most of the doctors that I know actually own other things to supplement their income, like real estate and stuff, because they don't even get paid this much. There is no job that pays.
Yeah, and then you guys know the formula is 3 times the rent you guys have to make to qualify for apartments. And just like your DTI for purchasing a home, that only has to be 2.5%. I mean, only has to.
That's why I got home and I'm not fees. This is why I have a house. Me and we were both like, this makes no sense to rent here. If you're coming
right on
to rent,
you're totally right. I should do that, DTF. I'm gonna make a note.
I'm sorry, it does not make any sense to rent in Los Angeles. It's absurd.
That is a good thought. You're right. I do need to.
It's bad like that in the Bronx too.
And also, you're totally right, DGF. They DGF anything about trying to make it. It's about displacing populations and land grabs.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of that in the Black community here.
They come through, they gentrify, they price out, they rebuild, so you can never come back. I specifically also, part of my history, you guys, is I used to work in what's called affordable housing, Section 8 housing. I was not only an auditor, I would go to properties, I would go do lease ups at Section 8 housing properties. I would manage them. I was on the corporate level, at the site level, all the way down to leasing. I've done maintenance there before. I've done that. I was all about getting people affordable housing. But even that, I was at a project here in Oakland, California, where imagine living in a property for 2 generations. So your parent had you there, then you got an apartment and you had a child there. And then the office calling you and saying, oh, we're going to refurbish the whole property. And we're going to put you up over here while we put in Juliet balconies and redo the floors and the paint. And you guys, when we come back, it's going to be awesome. But they were in Section 8 housing, right? So then when the people would start coming back, they had to reapply to get back into their same apartment, you guys. I felt sick to my stomach that I had to be part of this process. But we would make these same people then, without telling them at first, they didn't tell them on the front end that, oh, if you decide to go through with this, then you'll have to reapply. Because there were people that they paid out in the first batch where they were like, if you don't feel like sticking around, we'll just give you like, what, $25,000 or whatever, and you can go someplace else. So if you missed that batch and you decided that you wanted to stick around for your new apartment, they did not tell the people they had to reapply. And then upon reapplying, they would be priced out because the program had went from Section 8 to tax credit. And anybody who knows about tax credit properties, it's not 30% of your rent anymore. It's based off of the area median market rent price, but it's not 30%, whereas Section 8 is, if you make $100, you pay 30% of that $100 towards your rent to make it affordable for you. Okay. And that's what the projects are all across this country. But then they came in with the new program called tax credit. And that was the one that they put in a Juliet balcony, have you reapply, and then you couldn't qualify to get back in your own old house, and now you're displaced. You guys.
Is this when they came in and tore all the projects down?
Yes, it's a plot.
And then tore all the projects.
It's a plot. They take the projects down, rebuild them under tax credit, so then you have market rate units available. And then in California specifically, with any new construction or reconstruction, you have to allot for a certain number of low income units. I'm using air quotes because low income is determined by the area median income. So like in a place like where Pixar is right there, or where Bayer is right there, or where Google is right there, obviously those median incomes are sky high. And so you're priced out of that too. It's crazy. Don't get me started. Oops, she already was. Redlining. Yep. Racism is petty and patient.
Yeah, my old job had to settle redlining. So they were redlining people in the early 2000s when I worked there. I didn't even know they were doing that.
Yes.
So this happened.
Does anybody not know what redlining is? It's a practice tried and true here in America. refuse to loan or insure someone because they live in a certain area deemed poor or a financial risk. Let's say that in addition to, did you guys know that the first ghettos in the Americas were not Black areas, they were Jewish areas?
Oh yeah, the word is a Jewish word. It comes
Yes,
from,
exactly.
yeah.
So these poor financial risk areas, also deemed ghettos, continuation after the Jewish people moved out, it just became the tag for where poor people live. And so redlining was used by the financial institutions to not allow people to insure their properties the same. So when the Klan comes through and burns your shit down because you're thriving, you don't get any money to rebuild. Duh. It's all part of the plot, you guys. Redlining.
Yeah, I think that this is my theory on why they're doing this in California. The Black community here is disappearing. The problem with that is the Black community is part of the culture of many of these cities. So if the Black community is gone, a lot of what makes the city cool is gone. So that means a lot of tourism is also
gone. Not to mention that the Black dollar is far and wide, and without us spending our dollars in the communities that we get priced out of, now it's turning into another type of economic hardship for these same communities that priced us out.
Yeah, so I believe my theory is this, and I don't know if this reparations will pass, but I think it's all about keeping this housing market going and being able to charge this ridiculous amount of money for homes that no one can realistically afford. But you can afford it seemingly if they give you $350,000. Now, as much as they want for these houses, $350,000 ain't gonna do nothing.
Ain't nothing.
But it's just gonna get you in the house, and then you're gonna be struggling to pay for it.
Right. And then you'll lose it. And then there are corporations on the ready to buy up these single family homes and make them into rental properties so that they can further control the market and make the rents even higher than the mortgage would have been on the new house.
Here's the problem. I think they've maxed out on that. See, that already happened like a decade ago. Now they're at the end of the line. No one has any more money than this. This is as much as they can possibly charge. So how can they keep this going? They got to get some money from the government. There's nowhere else to get it from. Right. So this reparations is not about making anything right for us. It's about pumping money into the housing market.
Yes.
Maxed out.
Just like during the demic, they gave us stimuluses to pump money into the economy.
And you know what happened? Ironically enough, I was watching another YouTuber about this, and I didn't study economics, but she did. And she said that the reason why inflation has gone out of control is because with those stimulus checks, the first round, yes, people spent. The second and third,
they saved.
People saved.
That's right.
And they were so mad
that all of these people had money in the bank, and that made the inflation go through the roof. And they said that those stimulus checks actually hurt us so much more than if they had never given them out.
Well, I was happy to get mine. Shout out. I forgot. Today is the day of the Selma thing. Today is the anniversary of the Selma fight and the resistance that happened there. And I heard of all people, damn Martell Holt from Love and Marriage Huntsville was going to be the Grand Marshal. I guess they're serving
Grand Marshal.
I guess they're serving coleslaw afterwards if he's the Grand Marshal.
Really? Bro, I cannot stand him. I'm creepy as all hell. It's something about his energy that just creeps me out so bad I can't even watch the show.
Did you guys hear that yesterday Destiny Payton was evicted from her Madani store for not paying the rent and she had to actually go to court and was evicted by the judge for non-payment of rent from her Madani store.
Well,
that eminent domain. Oh my God, Robin. Eminent domain is how they got over half the Oakland, my beloved Oakland. Oh my God,
absolutely.
They came down East 14th. They came down.
But that's not just Oakland.
Oh my gosh.
I remember being a child and that being a discussion in my home about my great grandmother's home in Charlotte, North Carolina. They decided they wanted to run a highway through her old home. Mm-hmm. This happened to so many of us. Even where I live in the Bronx, this man named Robert Moses, who was a city planner, he literally decided that he wanted to do some shit. And he, without exaggeration, the easiest way I can say is when I look out my window where I am right now, there's this highway. It's Interstate 95, but we call it it's called the Cross Bronx Expressway. And I believe that it's probably called the Cross Bronx because he literally just put a line through the borough, and that we cross lines. So literally, I can go to the end of where I am now, the end of the block, and neither of the streets go pass through. And you can stand on the corner of a numbered street, and the named street to the right goes east, and to the left goes west. It is that zigzaggy. They really did a number on a lot of our communities, not the other ones.
Oh yeah, highways, no lie. And as I was saying earlier, I was using this as an example as to why I don't trust the media. If you guys look up that Bruce Beach thing that happened here in Manhattan Beach, there were lies that were released with that story. Had them taking the pictures of the land that they were taking pictures on is not even the same land. It's all There's another YouTuber, his name is Tone Talks. He's an attorney. He did an in-depth video on this. Mm-hmm. All of that was bullshit. And see, this is why I do not just blindly trust things that I see in the media. And also for me, I have a friend that's a PR person. I have worked for CEOs that have had PR people come in and do a write-up on them, and you would swear this man was a billionaire and this man ain't got no more money than me. So you cannot just, I believe what I see.
Blindly.
You cannot be driving the same car I'm driving and telling me you're a billionaire, because the odds of that are damn near 0 to 1. This myth that wealthy people don't show their wealth, that's so rare. I used to work in high-end banking. We are not the ones buying Rolexes and Rolls Royces.
Right.
And they may come in with a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops, but when you look at that wrist, they got $50K on that wrist and they got a Rolls Royce outside.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not all of this whole thing. Wealthy people just don't show their wealth, and this is how people get scammed. Mm-hmm. This is how it's so easy for people to con people, because we sometimes have to believe that certain people are just wealthy and we don't ask the right questions. And the next thing you know, they have scammed us out of everything that we own because we thought they were wealthy.
You know, it's the appearances, very much like these reality shows. And they have this whole notion of conspicuous consumption. When the conspicuous consumption leads to, they give the impression of, that makes me wonder. I would love to talk to someone of extreme wealth. You know what, Curves? I know somebody I know a billionaire.
Oh, you do?
I wonder.
Will he come and talk with us?
I do. I'm wondering if he would. I haven't talked to him in years. It's that dude, Robert Smith. We went to college together. He's my homeboy, Debbie and Rob.
Oh, right on.
I wonder if he would. I would, but he was never poor, but he was always about the people. You know what? He does stuff here. I'm gonna reach out to him because I'd be interested to understand the psyche of the ultra wealthy and how they move, and especially because he's a black man. Because I've read things about how he's talked about driving his Rolls Royce in Texas on the way to the airport to get on his private plane and being stopped by the Pope.
See, this is what I'm saying. I hear a lot of people saying, well, wealthy people just don't show their wealth. And I'm like, I worked in high-end banking in Los Angeles. They show their wealth. They are the ones buying the Rolexes, the Rolls Royces, the private jets, the Birkin bags. It ain't us.
One of the things
people like me who when they go on vacation, go to them discount jewelry stores and say, "Ooh, where the Mickey Moto pearls? Ooh, where I can get me a Michelle watch?"
Right.
Oh my God.
I feel like Sarah Bay from Paris has a great point about the education of money. I feel like there's an overall financial illiteracy going on. There are certain things that are kept from certain populations, and not just Black people. I'm not talking just Black right now. I'm talking about the haves and the have-nots. So the haves know about the loopholes. They get the protections. They have LLCs. They have their trust set up so that their assets aren't taxed, so that they can be able to make $1 bajillion and not get taxed on it because they had the financial literacy to create a trust the right way and put all the assets inside of that trust so that by the time you file your taxes, you don't have anything to show. Cough, cough, 45. There's nothing to show except for $750 because everything else was in the freaking trust. You know what I mean? And so that while it's out there to know, it's not taught in a way to become literate to some people, and it takes a great amount of research and then risk for that person. Whereas if we were on a mission to financially literate everyone so that the playing field could truly be leveled, because in this universe of everything with so many stars, I'm always saying there's enough to go around. It's the fear that there's not enough to go around, which is why I feel like they keep it in this haves and have-nots, not to mention control to get what I want. So right now there's a control aspect too, where the haves seem to control the have-nots and even our need to go work for them. So DGF had a great point earlier where he said that he felt like the gig economy is messing up the economy.
It is.
Bottom line for the businesses that are used to having workers chomping at the bit to come get paid nothing. Well, not anymore, especially after 2 years off and you having to make your way in the world today takes everything you got because your job wasn't essential. It wasn't essential. So you had to go out and think outside the box on how to feed your family. And now that you're thinking outside the box, you don't want to get back in the freaking box.
But that's why
you're going to keep on doing what you need to do for your family outside of the man, you know? So I feel like it's really important that we do look at all of it. And that was a great point, DGF. Go ahead, ladies.
Can I just say, read the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The information.
Oh, I love that book.
Right there.
Yeah.
What you say? That book should be required reading for every high school.
Yeah, Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
I don't know why it's not.
Reading. That's excellent. And he broke it down so layman's terms. Like he breaks it down in that book. And with his use of the literal rich dad and poor dad, it made it easy to decipher like mentally where you are. You know what I mean? And like his rich dad taught in this and his poor dad taught in this. And that's why he does this. And that's why he does, you know what I mean? And we really have to look at like even our own relationships with money. Did you grow up in a house where there was nothing to want for and no arguments over money? And they taught you how to balance a checkbook every Saturday and showed you what a bank statement was and paid their taxes and were answering the phone when it rang because they weren't scared of bill collectors? Or did you opposite? And nobody would answer the phone. The mail would pile up. There would be the past due notice right there. There was arguing about money. Nobody paid shit on time. They didn't balance nothing. They were living hand to mouth. They had no idea about their financial situation. And did that get passed down to you? But either way, now is the time for you to literate yourself, people. Get your financial literacy up.
His book, The Poor Dad, was a responsible man with a 6-figure job and he was still broke. Because of his mindset, and it wasn't because he was irresponsible, because he was not. So that's what I'm saying. People need to read that book. Now, High Vibes, your comment, I'm gonna say if you actually look at the wealth data, we don't have any money. It's not that we're spending money on wrong things. We literally don't have any money and I know a lot of Black people don't want to hear that. I know it's offensive, but we don't. We literally do as a collective, as a community, as a collective whole. There are I think it's less than 3% of us that actually have a disposable income over $1,500. We don't have any money. It's not that we're spending things, we don't have it.
And I think that's the High Vibes point, because what we do is we aren't as a collective as high-minded as we need to be. Well, so, for example, where I live, there's a few blocks away, there's a housing project, and I can tell you outside the project, they have Benzes, they got Infinities, and they have let me think because I don't want to lie. Definitely, I'm looking at the insignia, I can't say the name, the high-end Honda Acuras. They got those kind of cars. And I know that the bank will give anybody a car if you got the right credit, but you know, you're living in public housing and that's your ride. So
But
we make a lot of choices that we qualify too.
If that's your car. So those are people that are committing fraud. You really can't count criminals in this because a criminal gonna
No.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Who choose, who make different choices about how to spend their money. They're again about this conspicuous consumption.
If they can afford that type of a car, that doesn't.
If you pay your bills, the bank will give you the money to buy a car.
Well, no, I have a car. I own a car. I own houses. I own property. So that's why I'm trying to understand, how can you possibly qualify for these things if you can afford that car? Someone's committing fraud. And to be honest, that happens more in the Middle Eastern community and the Russian community than it does in the Black community. If you look at the people who commit
Russian in New York City, definitely go to Brooklyn.
Not us.
Go to Brooklyn, you see all the fraud committed, including a lot of Medicaid fraud, but we wouldn't go there allegedly.
No, statistically, it's them more than us. Even you can.
Yeah, I just had to say allegedly.
You can look up the people that are arrested for committing these frauds. It's them.
Agreed.
It's not the Black community. We're not doing that like that. I think that
Not
sometimes, like for me, okay, I live in a Black community.
Oh, sorry, I did the wrong thing. Sorry, there we go.
But gentrification has happened. So where I live, these houses are now very expensive, and you now have a lot of people over here with 6-figure plus incomes. So someone could very easily come to my neighborhood and say, why are these people living in the hood with all these Teslas and Mercedes and stuff? But these people can afford this. Some of my neighbors have like 3 houses.
Right.
So
real quick, I want to interject. Sarah Bay from Paris. I recommend more Aristotle, Socrates, Freud, or French philosophers. The only thing is, babe, Aristotle spent so much 20 years in Africa advancing his freaking knowledge. And when the invasion of Alexander the Great happened, they absconded with all the information that he was taught in Egypt by Black people, took it to where he lived, passed it off as his own. So I'd rather appreciate the true purveyors of this knowledge. Aristotle was a great thief. Socrates was a great pass off. Freud was a great whatever. But in real life, they got all of it from Africa. We can carry on.
All right.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that if you really look, there are some Black people, but it's very small amounts of Black people that have money. Like, I think it's like less than 3%.
Oh, that's what I just had up here too.
Yeah,
I was looking at let's go back. So it looks like Blacks population spends about 1.6 trillion a year. The net worth falls, Squawk Box in 2021. Although the group's net worth had declined by 14%, we still were able to spend $1.6 trillion of money we don't have.
But that needs to be broken down, because that spending includes toilet paper, toothbrushes, toothpaste, like they're including essential items.
See, and it looks like AAPI Americans contribute 171 billion. So we do contribute more, it's looking like, because AAIPs are in the billions, whereas we're recorded as the trillions. Let's see another group. Let's do this, people, and see white families have more wealth than Black families, Hispanic families. Well, that's true. That's what happens when you steal everything, didn't work for anything, and don't tax yourself after. That's what happens. You end up ahead. But did I say that out loud? Shit, will I get struck for that? I'm sorry, you guys. It's just a thought, allegedly. I'm sorry.
No, Trump talks. He has a whole channel talking about this. He talks about
Yeah.
This is what made me start looking at that wealth data, because he is the person that really made me think. He's like, this myth that Black people have all this money and we're just spending irresponsibly. We don't have as much money as them. Nowhere near.
It's interesting that we don't have as much, but it's reported that we spend much more than our counterparts. Interesting. I feel like the numbers aren't jiving, Callie. Like, to me, how are you going to tell me that we're the least of them, but you're so pressed because your numbers are dwindling? But if there's so many more, if there's 15 billion white people,
you mean
and only 4 million Black people, why are you so pressed? Why are you so pressed that you're importing Ukrainians to add to your white numbers? Why are you so pressed that you're adding all these people, but you're 14 billion strong and we only have 4 million allegedly? Why are you so pressed, y'all? Because the numbers are mathing. The math isn't mathing. And that's why we do come up with more dollars spent, is because there's literally more of us than they're letting us know.
Exactly. It's because those population numbers are wrong. And they've
exactly. It's a big fugazi, you guys.
There is something weird that they're
One
doing
who cares, hi,
to
beautiful.
come up with that 13%. And I wish I knew what it was. There's no way in the world we're only 13% of the population of the United States. There's just no way. It's not possible. If that were true, you would hardly ever see a Black person. You know what I mean? You wouldn't just see Black people everywhere. We would be like the Korean population. Like, you don't see a lot of Korean people. There are Korean neighborhoods, but you just don't see a lot of Korean people. But you see Black people everywhere. There is no way in the world that we would be marketed to that the way that we are marketed to if we were only 13% of the population. It would not be financially worth it. We wouldn't be able to buy enough product to warrant marketing to us. It doesn't make any sense. And I think that they have the real population data. And I think that there are people that are able to get it, but it's just not public. Because it's not adding up. Like Curtis is saying, there is no possible way with the wealth that we have and the income that we have that this amount of people could spend this much. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I'm not really hyper focused on that. I'm more hyper focused on the lies of the numbers. The numbers have to not be mathing in order for these numbers to be so skewed in other areas, and for their practices and what they're doing to populate, and this big, huge push about increasing their numbers. But why? If there's 14 billion of you and only 3 of us, why you need this big push? Unless you lying. Because you lying.
Because there's more of us here. There's more. Got to be. It just that's the only thing that makes any type of sense. Now, someone told me, and I don't know if this is true, that they're actually pulling that population number from people who literally filled out the census. So if that is the case, you could just have a whole bunch of Black people that just didn't fill out the census.
Oh, is that on Instagram? I need to go to @ProBlackTruth.
Now, like I said,
this is Black Truth.
That's true, but I totally agree with Curves. There's got to be more of us here. That's the only thing that makes any type of sense.
This census was one of the most undercounted one in my lifetime memory. It was really
no posts yet. He doesn't have any posts.
And there's also another thing, and this is why I didn't mean to cut you off earlier, but when people say Latino, I don't think that a lot of times people realize Latino is not a race in the way that we are a race. That it refers to, and in that region, there are different races of people that come from that region. So there are also literally millions of white Latinos that will pass themselves off as Latinos so that they get benefits that are meant for people of color. But they're not really people of color. They're just kind of saying that they are so that they can get certain benefits. And then they go back to being white. So and there's millions of them. So that's the thing. If you say someone's Latino, that really only tells me that they're from the region of Latin America, but that doesn't tell me what their race is. I grew up with a Black Latin family. They are Black people, like brown, Black people.
Yeah.
Not mixed with some other thing. They are Black. And then I see literally on a daily basis white people who are from Latin America. And if you talk to them, they will tell you that their grandparents came from France or Ireland or somewhere in Latin America at some point. So
he has a YouTube channel too. I'll check it out later.
Really, it's that term is often used to say race, but it's not a race. It's referring to people from a region.
Right. And that's what I'm always screaming, is that Black is not a race. It's a color, you guys. There's no flag. There's no country specifically associated with the color that is Black.
It's a race. It's not an ethnicity.
Even according to the own races, it's still not a race. Let me show, based off what I find.
Because we have many different ethnicities. Oh my God, it's too many to even count. That's why when people say that, oh, someone has white features, I'm like, there's millions of people in Africa that look just like this person. Like, there's no, like, all Black people do not look alike.
Right?
Yeah.
We don't?
I know you've heard that before too, where they will look at someone that maybe has like sort of short features and say that they have white features. And I'm like, do you realize there's millions of Black people that look like this? All Black people. I think that because a lot of slaves came from West Africa, what we're associating with being a Black person is essentially a Nigerian person, which is also a region of different ethnicities. But there's a whole other part of Africa. Africa is 11 million square miles of different people, of different ethnicities that happen to be the same race.
So, and now we're getting into what I love about 2023 is that you can pick up or put down whatever social construct you freaking feel like these days, you guys. So if you feel too oppressed being Black, I could wake up today and say, hey, I'm not Black. I don't identify as Black, and you better not freaking treat me Black. You know what? Because I don't see myself as Black, and I see myself as a Nubian melanated goddess, and you better respect what I just said and don't call me Black, not never again. I could have the right to say that today in 2023, because how do I identify myself is what the mode of that's the flavor of the day is. How do I identify my freaking self? I'm getting out of your social construct box and I'm getting into whatever I feel like. And then this race is how others perceive me, right? So, and that's why Black was so easy to label as something viewable to make us all clumped in together so that they could Never mind. We already know.
Yeah, it was to clump a whole bunch of different ethnicities of people together. Exactly. But my argument has always been, if you get to be Latino, then I get to be North American. I'm not
exactly.
I'm just North American. If you identify as Latino, I can identify as being a North American.
Exactly.
Literally people.
Period. And that's why I love 2023.
That you don't have to be identified by your race. Then I don't have to be identified by mine. I'm a North American.
And I'm always saying also that racism, we have it twisted. People are like, even what Jenny Wynn said, that wasn't technically racist. That was bigoted, because racism itself has to do with the beliefs, fears, and prejudices with institutional power, you guys. And Black people have no institutional power. Therefore, Black people cannot be racist because we don't have the system and institutions backing our beliefs. We haven't rewritten the books in our favor. We haven't created departments to keep us down. We haven't done that. Whereas the other side has. And racism, if you really look at the true definition of racism, it's not just about what you say. It's not just about what you act. It's about the institutionalized system behind you when you do it. Bam. Thank you. I needed to get that out because somebody was arguing with me.
But I do think that to a degree, Black people can be racist against other Black people. They can will those systems.
That's called colorism. That's colorism.
Thank you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be skin tone though. It doesn't have to be just dark people. It could be any other Black person. There are Black people that will send all back into slavery.
So that's this one. Interpersonal racism between individuals involving or exclusion. Is that interpersonal? I don't know.
I would say interpersonal or internalized. Maybe. I don't know.
Individual refers to the beliefs, attitudes, and actions. This is from the Smithsonian Institute, you guys. Attitudes and actions support and perpetuate racism in conscious and unconscious ways. Examples include being superior, the superiority of white people, or not hiring people because of the color of their skin. Something didn't feel right, or those telling the racist jokes. But those are supported by the entire system still. It's like, I don't know. I feel like, but we needed to look at that just real quick. I don't want to get stuck on racism today because I could
that's like a whole
day long. I am a Black woman in America, and we can talk about this all day long.
Yeah, because even
but let me see. Mademoiselle says the other places named by certain region, Caucasinoid. Yep, Caucasus Mountains, exactly.
Yeah.
Racism was specifically designed to oppress a group, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
The identifier Black for folk with ancestors who were enslaved African supports solidarity, and that is power. The Black is Beautiful movement set that up. It did and it didn't, because if you look at it, we're the only group of people, we're the only people group that has had 15 names since we got here. We were Moors, we changed it to Negro, Black, African American. Nobody else is doing that. They just keep identifying, and we're not even identifying ourselves. But we're not even identifying ourselves. Nobody asked my family what did we feel like getting called before they put that. Negro is on my fucking birth certificate, you guys. I'm not even the same race as my son, who's identified as African American. Let them tell it. I'm a Negro. He's an African American. And wait, no, my mom was a Negro. I'm Black, and my kid is an African American. That's the way my family's freaking birth certificates look.
Oh, how about my birth? The birth certificates that I discovered for my grandmother. Now I'm going to be confused because also I'm freaking out. But one of them, I think it was my grandmother who was identified on her birth certificate as Black. And my grandmother had been dead since the 80s, and she was in her 80s then. But I had this whole spiel I used to talk about, where just call me colored, call me Negro, call me Black, but don't call me African American. And I associate all those different titles to our social construct of the time.
Exactly.
And I remember for me, when I got to the point where the end was, don't call me African American, was because we're going through the whole family unit stuff, blah blah blah. But by the time we got called African American, I was frustrated at our social construct that really talked about us, and it really spoke too much to a word I've used already tonight, the conspicuous consumption and the me attitude, which is why I was like, don't ever call me African American. I will call me Black and call me Negro, because those are the values that I associate with more than the African American. But that's a whole nother thing, because my mama did not like me calling myself Black. She never told me what she liked it, but she dead now, so I can't ask her.
Sarah, we know this of you. I love you.
But
I know.
African immigrants. If we are African Americans, then what are people who have immigrated? Are they just their country, like they're Nigerian American?
Well, my thing is also just why white people only ever they're freaking whatever they are on their freaking thing. They just get to check white. They didn't change it from white to clear to pink to beige. It's been one freaking thing. Why are they always? Why are they always identifying us? What's up with that? Why are they misidentifying us, identifying us without our permission, putting these labels on us, and then treating us according to the classification that they've assigned to us? I'm not with it.
Africans, let me tell you a quick story. One time, I went out after going to the hairdresser with my mother and my best friend. We went to have lunch at Peace Tavern in Union, in New York City. And so we could not understand or identify the ethnicity of our waitress. So my friend says, "Where are you from?" And she says, "I'm from Egypt." And she goes, my friend says, "Oh, you're African." She said, "No, I'm Egyptian."
Nope.
Hello?
Egyptian.
Calling her the copy. Anyway, that was something, it was striking to me because
there's a lot of people are not native. That's why.
There's my thing went out. What'd you say?
That are in Egypt.
What?
I missed everything you said.
People who immigrated from the Middle East or migrated from the Middle East that are in Egypt. A lot of Egyptian people are not native Egyptians.
No, this chick was like, she said she was from Egypt, born there. And when my friend said, "Oh, you're African," she was so apoplectic. She was offended. She was insulted. Don't call her African. We're like, Egypt is in Africa.
Well, that's also, I kind of feel like that's also when you know where you're from and you know you're from Egypt, then you don't have to just call yourself the general Africa is the continent. She's saying, no, I'm Egyptian because I know I'm not African continent, I'm Egyptian. And that's a beautiful power. That's a beautiful know thyself moment. And I'm with it. And that's the thing about being Black. Like, we don't have our ties to where we really came from, aside from whatever history is allowed access to based on the census data they did or didn't skew. You know, it's just too much.
I ask you to expound on that, because you know what? I'll say this. When I was growing up, I didn't understand that concept. So I'm an Army brat. My father was a career serviceman. And my brother and I were both born in Italy. So you couldn't tell me I wasn't Italian. But when I was in that same Maria Goretti school, I thought I was Italian. And you know what they called me?
What?
Nigger.
Eggplant? Did they call
nigger.
You
nigger. I was 4 years old, and they called me nigger. I was 4 years old. They called me nigger.
Yeah, they were heavy in the slave trade.
Yeah.
And we're talking. You know how old I am? ARP punching for real. 1968. They were calling me nigger in Verona, Italy. You couldn't tell me my name wasn't Ramina Netimure.
Well, I wasn't. This whole thing of someone being African, and I'm not trying to speak for people that are from the continent, but I almost kind of feel like we sort of made that up, because why would you identify as African if you know exactly where you are from? Like, why would you identify as a continent? Like, no one does that. No one goes around saying, I'm North American. Like, no one does that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm American.
That is a good point.
Now, I think my ethnicity is more of, me and my friends, we joke, we just say we're Louisianian. And actually, I took my DNA test. I actually came up with a profile of an ethnicity that is Mississippi Delta, basically. So basically, we are classified as an ethnicity.
See? Wow. You must. Wow.
That's new.
That's
deep. So I mean, that is my culture. You know, that's why I talk the way I talk. That's why I eat the food I eat. That's why, you know, some of my beliefs come from that. So it's my whole family is from Louisiana, going back to the 1700s. So,
wow.
Yeah. So
that's deep. Was it from Parish 29?
No.
Was it were you in a parish at all?
In through North Carolina.
I would like to talk to you. We can talk about that off camera one time, because my people, my on my dad's side, there's a parish in Louisiana that. All right, there's a parish in Louisiana that is that. I was gonna just bring up Sarah's comment right here as far as Egyptians all want to be so different from African, and because they just stopped Kevin Hart from coming to Egypt to play because they said his show was too Afro-centric and they're in Africa continent. And I was like mind blown. Who's over there guarding the gates? That they don't want this black man coming over there being black. Okay.
Hello.
That's
what you black. You just can't be
But what I have seen, Egypt is not a black country.
Hello.
Coming back.
Bonjour.
Okay.
She can't. You guys, look, Sarah, stop
I
doing her
can
face
speak about
stuff.
this topic because first, I'm Algerian. From my bloodline, I grew up in Algeria. It's in North Africa, so technically I'm African. White like a Snow White because Larja see my face, so she know me who I look like. But I grew up in other countries in Africa, so Senegal, Cameroon, Congo, Senegal. So I'm very used to live in that place when I was young. And also I live in France. So I can tell you that North Africa and Egypt, they don't want to identify the people from, say, I'm African. They just tell you I'm
They don't want to be
Algerian.
They don't want to be next to their dark cousins. They're the lighter hued.
Yes, but you know what? I will tell you that in Algeria, like in Morocco and Tunisia, we have black Algerian, black Moroccan, black Tunisian people. One of my cousins is black like the Senegalese people. So we have this bloodline melting pot. But it's it's complicated to say I'm African, but I am proud to say I'm African, I'm French, and Algerian too. I'm the both. It's very different culture because we speak Arabic, and when you go in other parts of Africa, you have so much different languages. You have Bambara, Pearl, Pinji. You have it's very tribe, but all these countries are very different. But you can have African Cameroonese with blue eyes and hair like a Kenya. You can have Algerian like a Senegalese people. You can have blonde Senegalese. It's very melting in some way. We don't have just one color, but we are very melting. And when I go in USA, I will tell that when I say to African American, I'm from Algeria and I'm African, and if they see me, I'm white, they are shocked. It's something they don't think we can exist, and they say, but you are so from Africa, you are so... Yes, because I have the mentality of Africa. When I see African American coming in Africa, like I see in Cameroon, they are shocked because for people are growing up in some different country in Africa, African American are much, I'm sorry to say that, it's not very racist, but American than African in the way they're thinking, because we have so much way to see things. It's very different world, and you have.
Well, yeah, I guess it would be different. I mean, we are kind of skewed by the colonizers that are happening.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, I will tell you that Algeria, we had a war during the 60s against the French colonizer, and we have Black Panther coming in Algeria in 60s to learn how to make revolution against the colonizer. We had a rare country in Africa to make a war against the white people, French white people, and win it. It's very rare for us, and we are proud of that. And the world, it's very... Africa is a continent, but all these countries are very different. You have very wealthy country like Kenya or Ghana. You have very poor country like Somalia or Ethiopia, but it's very different part of the world. It's another world for sure. So, and it's important to be, when we see Africa, it's not a country, it's a continent. It's not just a country, it's more than that. It's another world. When you go in Congo is not like Senegal. Cameroon is not like a Congo. There are different tribes, there are different languages, and all the languages and dialects from Africa, except Arabic, they are not writing, they are not taught to just go to the street and learn that. And people use the languages from the colonizer like English or French to be linked together, because tribe can speak the same languages. It's very complicated.
Yeah, it is I agree, it is really complicated, but I feel like a lot of times with us that are here, we're looking from some sort of origin, but we're mixed with so many different ethnicities that I almost feel like we just created a new ethnicity. So in my opinion, my ethnicity is whatever is here. Yes, I have a lot of Nigerian in me, but again, Nigerian is a region. It is not an actual ethnicity. So what if I go and do a test and find out I'm mixed with like 3 different tribes? Then what does that mean? And I'm only 40% Nigerian, or no, less than 40, 38%. So
yes, you can be Nigerian by your blood, but you can be also, a tribe in different, culture of Nigeria. Exactly.
Try to look for an origin in Africa. I just don't. I think it's...
No way. We got a super sticker. DGF. Thank you so much for the support. We love it. You must be digging this conversation. I appreciate you being here. We love it. I love that we are larger curves. We can talk about reality and we can talk about reality. Okay?
I like the last reality best.
Right? The real.
The true one. And I say,
Sarah, that was so. Thank you for sharing all that, because it gives a different perspective. Because yes, as a Black person here in America, having my personal, I'm not even freaking related by race to my family. You guys, my mom's a Negro, I'm Black, my kids are African American. What the F are they doing? So for somebody who's also these things from another continent, it's nice to see your perspective on why we think the way we think or fit in. It's interesting, and I'm here.
I just say one thing. When I go in USA and I go in with my cousin is, you know, it's black, you know, and I see the way people, you know, some people are looking some black people with hate on their
Yes.
eyes. It was just, I was victim of racism in France. I can do that, but it's very different. But when I go in USA and I go in, you know, into airport and they see my identity card and my passport and they see where I was born and my color of my skin, I see the you know the you know airport, you know, police, you know, I don't know what PSA, I think it's like that. I see it was a white man and black woman. They are, you know, shocked because when they ask me 4 times when I come from where I was born, they don't understand. When my cousin and when I go with my cousin is a man on Harlem to see black people, and I see some, and we go in Upper East Side in some boutique with him and me, and I see how people look at him. I say, what is the function going on in USA? And it was in New York, you know, at this side. And I say that I see hatred and fear on the eye of people in Upper East Side in this boutique of these white people. I say, I don't understand. I really don't understand. I really don't understand the origin of this hatred.
Yeah, their hate is irrational because we've never done
it's irrational.
Like, never in history have we ever done anything to these people. I don't think it's hate. I think it's a bully. I think it's really just like, it's a bully that found a population of people that didn't know how to fight back. And so they just keep picking on those people until they get their ass whooped. Unfortunately for us, instead of us organizing armies and whooping their ass, they sold them slaves. And that was our mistake. When they showed up, it should have been like, okay, we got to build an army and get rid of these white people. That should have been the response. It shouldn't have been like, let's sell them slaves and do business with them.
But I tell you that I think, you know, they perpetuate this, you know, culture around, you know, black people to be, you know, not intelligent, everything like that. They perpetuate the fact you don't get access to the culture, the education. You don't accept, you know, the implicit, you know, rules of their world because they don't want to know, you know. When I speak with African American,
want culture though. See, that's the thing.
Yes, but I
tell
you that when I see African American coming study in Paris, sometimes I often see them. It's changed completely their perspective of the world, completely. And I remember I met some girl and guy when I was in university in France, in La Sorbonne, and after that I go to see them in New York a few years later, and they completely changed because, you know, they knew to deal with white American people completely differently. Because with the culture, with the French culture and other culture, you can open your mind and you can, you know, in some way change, you know, the way you act and think with all of the stigma of the black culture. At this time, they know to be completely different. They have their black culture, what they learn when they're kids, but when they come in France, they have this twist on them to change the vibe. I don't know how to explain that, not to be, you know, derogatory or, you know, unethical and everything like that, but they have something else. And when you go, you know, traveling in other country, you change the way you act in your homeland when you're coming back. I think maybe the most important thing maybe to young people and families to go in Europe, to go in Africa, to get out of USA, to change their perspective, because like that you can differently act with these people when you come back in your homeland.
Yeah. Well, this has been a fantastical conversation. You guys, we're 5.5 hours in, and we started with Real Housewives of Miami. We've been jumping all over the place. I am loving this conversation, but you know what? Of course, as a heavenly angel, I signed up for Dr. Heavenly's 5-day challenge. Today is day 4. Tomorrow's day 5. So I actually have to go get ready for my class with Dr. Heavenly, where she's teaching us how to get to the vault. Forget the bag. She's teaching us how to get to the vault. And she's all about financial literacy. She's already had a number of awesome people come through and talk. I think today we're going to go over Index Universal Life and something else today. And then before the close tomorrow. So I'm going to have to get ready for that. And I've been taking great notes. I'm going to come back and share the things that I can with you guys. No problem. But I'm really super excited about that. And I have to get ready for that Zoom next. I want to thank everybody for coming up and being a part of this wonderful freaking panel. This has been, yes, an intelligent, educated, thoughtful, and open dialogue with no conflict. That's how we do over here. DGF, I appreciate that. That freaking synapsis. That's exactly what it is over here. And I love it. I love that we can just talk about it all. This is a safe space. We don't have to agree, but we agree on respect. And hey, if you guys didn't smash buttons already, I hope I at least have 7 likes already. So smash the buttons, smash the like button, smash the subscribe button. If you haven't already, hit that bell so you can get notified next time your girl Larger Curves uploads a video, so you can become part of this beautiful curvy community if you haven't already. Sarah by the Bay, thanks for becoming a member. DGF, thanks for your super chat. And thank you to all my curvies. Robin Moore, thanks for coming up. Natasha came up earlier. Callie Nola, I've been appreciating you spending some Saturdays with me, girl. We're going to have to talk off screen so we can get to know each other. I love it. Natasha was up here. Sebastian was up here. Who else came? Mims came through. Freaking, I love you guys. I love you.
Emmanuel too, she coming. Emmanuel too, she coming. She was coming. Emmanuel.
Yes, I appreciate all of you guys. And we're going to do it again. Tomorrow I'll be back. I'll probably come back tomorrow so we can do a pre-Real Housewives of Potomac thing. But I don't even know why. We already know it's all lies. I'll definitely see you hopefully over at Mims tomorrow after the show airs. I want to hear what this Peter's ex and Mia's ex have to say about the finale, knowing that it was all BS after. And people, Curvies, I love you. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and I'll see you in the next video.
Bye bye.
You guys can stay when the broadcast ends.